Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. My name is Surendra Jagannatham. In this lecture, I would like to give you a brief overview about all the concepts which we are covering as part of this training program. Initially, we will start our training program with a Python programming language, all the basic concepts involved in Python programming language like a variable, data types, and the methods of creation, accessing of a data in a different classes, introduction to unit testing, all those concepts which are required for us to work on automation testing. We are going to study as an introduction to a programming language in a first set of videos, and in the next set of videos, we are jumping onto automation testing. How can we install Selenium for Python? How to write down a basic program? And within this training program, we have created about 15 to 20 unique scenarios on different applications. The best example for this scenario is assume that we have a drag and drop functionality in your application. So within these scenarios, we are going to see how to handle this drag and drop functionality. What are all the commands we have to use within this Python, and a simple example also we created in the training program. Every lecture, if you look into this training, it's going to be more and more practical oriented. So we have a 20 unique scenarios, and all these scenarios covers drag and drop down, handling the data from an Excel file, utilizing a page object model, integration with the Jenkins, GitHub, handling a drop down. If we have any data in a browser, how to retrieve the data from a browser. Like this, we have a categorized different sets of scenarios, and we prepared all the topics in those scenarios level itself. The ultimate objective of this training program is to gain confidence on a tool, and at the end of the training program, you will be in a position to crack an interview and even to work on any projects. Cool. That's all I have, guys. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. My name is Surendra. Today, we are going to see a brief introduction to Python programming language. So before jumping on to Selenium and how the Selenium with Python will work, we should have a basic idea on a Python programming language so that we can use this syntax and we can write down our Selenium code. So learning Python is the most important thing. So let us start with a basic introduction to Python. So Python is very simple programming language. So even if you are new to the programming, you can learn easily without facing any issues. So if you are new to your programming, for sake, if you are from a non-IT background and you don't have any idea on a programming language, it's easy for everyone to learn Python without facing any issues. The main features of this Python are readable, easy to learn, open source, cross-platform, and we have large standard library and even efficient memory management. Okay, so these are all the various features of Python which makes it more and more powerful. So let us start with a simple example of readable. So Python is a very readable language. So usually everyone can simply understand the syntaxes and they can follow it. And the second thing is easy to learn. Learning Python is easy as this is expressive and a high level language, so that anyone without having any background of a programming skills, they can easily understand and learn this programming language. And the next one is it's an open source tool. Open source means anyone can download this Python for free of cost, and they can use it in their projects. And it supports cross-platform. Python is available and it can be run on various operating systems such as Mac, Windows, Linux, and Unix. These are all the various operating systems it supports. So which makes it most portable and compatible language for different operating systems. And the next one, the features out over here is large standard library. what exactly it means. Python comes with a large standard library that has some handy codes and functions which we can use while writing our code in Python. So it has some standard set of libraries available. We can simply reuse those libraries and we can use it in our automation build. So we will see moving further what exactly is the standard library and how we are going to use that particular one. Okay, so these are all the various features which makes Python more and more powerful. Good enough. So usually a simple question will rise in our mind. What can you do with this Python? Right? So what exactly the ultimate objective of this Python? You may be wondering what are all the applications does the Python supports? We can do web development, we can do machine learning, data analysis, scripting, game development, and even the desktop applications also we can develop using Python. So as it is an open source tool, it has these many features. Majority of the people are using this particular programming language, and of course we are using the same programming language for our automation testing. So before jumping on to automation testing, first of all, you should know, right, how to create a variable in Python, how to define a class in a Python and all those things. And prior to that, first of all, we need to know whether Python is installed in our machine or not. We have to cross check. So in the next video, we are going to see how to install and configure Python in your machine. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we have seen a brief introduction to Python. Now, in the today's lecture, we are going to study how to configure Python in your machine. So here, if you observe this slide, we have split down the steps into two parts. One is for a Windows machine and another is for a Mac machine. If you are using a Mac machine, follow these steps. I'm using a Windows machine, hence I'm going to explain these steps which are related to Windows machine. So here, the various steps before jumping on to installation, first of all, we need to see whether Python is installed in our machine or not. For which I'm opening the command prompt and typing Python hyphen hyphen version. So whenever I enter that, see nothing is getting displayed here. So definitely we have to install Python to your machine. So what I'm going to do right now, you can go ahead and search for Python installation. You can go ahead and search in a browser for Python installation. So Python download, I'm searching it in my Chrome browser. I'm clicking on a first link, which is navigating to Python official website downloads page. And here depends on your need or operating system, you can download it. Mine is an Windows operating system, so I'm directly selecting download Python 3.8.1 link. So whenever I selected that, it will take a few seconds to download the Python exe file. See, for now it's downloading this exe file. As usual, once after the exe file got downloaded, we can follow the regular installation steps just by double clicking on that particular file. So I'm performing a double click operation on that downloaded exe file. Below, installation prompt will display. So install Python 3.8.1 and install now to this particular folder. So this is the folder where it is getting installed. And moreover, here you have a checkbox, add Python 3.8 to the path. I'm just selecting this checkbox for now. We'll see what exactly the significance of this checkbox. So I'm selecting the first option, install now to this folder. So as soon as I selected that, it's prompting me a confirmation message. I'm going ahead and clicking on a S button in a confirmation message. It's starting the installation and it will take a few seconds to finish the installation. And guys, if you observe in a previous window, we selected one checkbox, add to the path. What exactly the meaning is? Usually, whenever you are dealing with any kind of an open source software, we will update the software installation path to the environmental variables so that from wherever you are in a command prompt, you can easily access that particular software. Let this installation complete so that I can show you how can we add it manually, or as we have already selected the checkbox where it's going to update it. Let us see that particular one once this installation got completed. Say installation is in progress, and again it will take a few minutes to finish that particular path. And earlier it's shown a customized path where the installation is going to happen. It's there under the C drive, users, Srujan, app data, and within this app data local, and here you can find this Python. Under the app data you can find this Python. Let this installation finish and you can see this particular one. Okay, within the app data itself, it's installing. Okay, so once after the successful installation, this is the screen it's going to display. And here a warning message it is displaying, disable path length limit. I'm just clicking on that particular warning message, nothing more than that. So once this is done, so the setup was successful, close this pop-up. Now what I'm going to do right now means, see, we choose the option to update that particular path in an environmental variables. So right click on this PC, go to properties, and here advanced system settings. And from where I'm picking up the environmental variables. So whenever we pick the environmental variables, see here under the path, see users Srujan programs Python. This path got updated here under this variables. Click on a edit button for this path. See here, you can find that this is the path for this Python. See, the Python path got updated here. See users Srujan programs. So here we are in a local and then programs, and here you have a Python, and this version got successfully installed, and this is got updated in an environmental variables. Not only Python guys, whenever you are dealing with any open source tools like Android operating system, Java, Maven, all these install locations, we should update. We have to update in an environmental variables so that wherever you are, if you try to access that particular software from the command prompt, you can recognize it. See, let me launch my command prompt again. And now I'm stating as a Python hyphen version. See, now it is displaying as Python 3.8.1. Successfully, I can see my version here. With this, whenever I see this version, I can confirm that I have a successfully installed Python to my machine, and even I have a configured the environmental variables in my machine. So this is the step how you need to go with the installation. And once after you are done with the Python, the next and a most important thing which we need to take care is about a pip. So what exactly this pip is? Pip is a package management system used to install and manage the software packages written in Python. See, a simple thing is using Python, you need to write down a Selenium program. So using a pip, we will be installing that particular Selenium to your machine. So pip is a predefined software which is required for us to manage all the packages which were written on top of a Python. Okay, in a simple words, I can say whatever the Python standard libraries are there, we can install all those standard libraries using this Python itself. Many packages can be found in a default storage for packages and their dependency via pip. So for the Python versions which is greater than 3.4, or we can say Python 3, by default we have a pip installed. Okay, if you are using a latest version, a 3.x version of a Python, by default a pip is installed. How would I know whether pip got installed for me or not? The first way is check your Python version. See, my Python version is 3.8.1, which is a 3.x. As per this definition, I can confirm that a pip was predefinedly installed in my machine. To cross check that, what I want to do means I need to run this command, which is pip hyphen hyphen version. So pip hyphen hyphen version. So whenever I enter that, see here, pip 19.2.3 in this particular location for this Python 3.8. So you no need to install this one explicitly, which was already installed. So using this pip itself, we will be using, or you will be installing all the Selenium packages and everything. So this is the key for us. Okay, so this is the way how you can install Python to your machine. And these are all the various steps, guys. In the next lecture, we will see what are all the various editors we can use and how to install an editor or how to configure an editor we are going to study in the next session. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about how to install and configure Python in our machine. Today, we are going to see a brief introduction about the editors which we are going to use, and then how to install those editors and configure those editors. So immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. What exactly an editor is? See, a simple point out over here is I'm using a PowerPoint presentation as my editor, where in which I'm writing down the detailed information about a particular software or a tool, and I'm sharing my screen or sharing my presentation, so which is an editor for me. The similar way, in order to write down a Python program, even there should be an editor for us, and using that particular editor itself we can write down our programs. Okay, those editors people usually call it as an IDE. IDE, it means basically it's an integrated development environment. What will happen with this particular IDE? It is a software that consolidates the basic tools which are required to write and test the program in any certain languages. Typically, an IDE contains a code editor, compiler, interpreter, and a debugger that you can access it at a same place through the IDE user interface. Okay, that's fine. So what kind of a IDE you want to use for this Python then? So we can use a n number of options. Among those, the first and a most frequently used option is a PyCharm, and the second option is an Eclipse editor. So in this lecture, let us see how can we use PyCharm. So it's an explicit editor, so definitely you have to download it and you have to install it. So let us just see the installation process of this PyCharm now. As per this presentation, we have a reference link from where we can download the PyCharm. So directly copy this link and hit it on your browser. So I'm just hitting it in my browser now, and it will navigate to an downloads page of this PyCharm, which is a editor for Python. And here you have two options. If you can see, one is a professional edition and another one is a community edition. So which is a free open source tool. Download this particular one. Once after you downloaded this community edition, it's going to download an exe file in your machine. Okay, so once the exe file got downloaded, like as usual, you can double click on that exe file and follow the installation steps. So let me click on this download option. Again, it will take a few seconds to download that particular exe file. See, PyCharm community edition.exe file is getting downloaded, and it will take a few seconds to complete the download. And as soon as it got downloaded, simply double click on that particular file and follow the installation. Usually the installation is one and the same for all the exe files. Earlier we have installed Python, right? Once the exe file got downloaded, double click and continue with the following steps. The similar way the PyCharm is also one and the same. Okay, let this download complete and then we can proceed with the installation parts. Okay, so the download was completed, guys. So I'm just selecting this exe file, just clicking on an exe file, which is opening the installation prompt. Okay, so let us see. So here, the installation prompt got displayed and it is asking me to go ahead with a confirmation. So I'm clicking on an S button to proceed with the installation. And here, welcome to PyCharm Community Edition setup. Click on a next button, and it is having a default destination folder where this installation is happening. I'm not changing this path. Whichever the default path it got populated, I'm leaving that particular option and I'm clicking on a next button. As soon as I clicked on a next button, such kind of an options are populating for me. Create a desktop shortcut and all these options. From all these things, I'm selecting these desktop shortcut along with update the path environmental variables. These two things I'm selecting and click on next button. As soon as you clicked on a next button, it is prompting me with such options. And finally, I'm clicking on an install button now. As soon as you clicked on an install button, it will take a few seconds to complete the installation of a PyCharm. And once it got a successfully installed, as we have a selected an option to create a desktop icon, upon installation, it will be creating an icon on my desktop where we can launch that particular editor. Okay, so let us see this particular one. It will take a few seconds again to finish the installation. Usually, whatever the installation might be, depending on a software size, it will take a minimum amount of time, which is from 1 minute to 2 to 3 minutes, depending on a size of that particular software. Okay, the installation process is about to finish, and once it got a finish, then we will see the further options in the pie chart. Okay, see, the installation got successfully finished, and here there are two options which it prompted. Your computer must be restarted in order to complete the installation of a python. Do you want to reboot it now? So I don't want to reboot it now. I want to do it manually later. I'm choosing that option and clicking on a finish button. That's it. The installation got completed. If you can see on my desktop, I can find this PyCharm icon on my desktop. See here, the highlighted one. It got successfully installed in my machine. So this is the way how to create or how to install this PyCharm. And then we do have another option, which is an Eclipse editor, which we will see in the next lecture. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Hello. Hi everyone. So in the today's lecture, let us see how to configure this PyDev to your Eclipse editor. Eclipse is another type of an editor where majority of the people are using in the real world. So people who are choosing Java programming language, they use this Eclipse editor. So let us use the same Eclipse editor for our Python programming. So what I'm going to do right now is let me switch to this new window. Eclipse editor free download, search for that and click on a first link. Again, Eclipse is going to download an exe file for us. Double click on that exe file, follow the installation steps, and once after the Eclipse got successfully installed, you can find an icon on your desktop like this. Launch your Eclipse editor. I'm just launching my Eclipse editor. So whenever you are opening your Eclipse editor for the very first time, it will prompt with the workspace in which folder you want to save your test scripts. So I'm leaving the default folder and I click on an OK button now. It will take a few seconds to load the Eclipse editor. At the very first time, whenever you are opening the editor, it will prompt us with some options. And the top right corner, you can find a workbench. Just click on that workbench, which will display the actual code editor for us. So this is how the Eclipse editor looks like. Now we need to install this Python to our Eclipse editor, for which here I have a listed down the various steps. Go to help, marketplace. In an Eclipse editor, we have this help option, and at last but one, we have an Eclipse marketplace. Click on that. Once the screen got populated, search for PyDev. So go back here. So still it is loading the marketplaces. Once it got loaded, whenever there is a search text field got enabled, then search for PyDev. Okay, so let us see, let it prompt these options so that we can install these PyDev to our editor. See, all these options got loaded. Now I'm searching for PyDev and click on a go button. I just entered PyDev and clicked on a go button. The search results are getting displayed for me. See here, PyDev Python IDE for Eclipse 7.4.0, and I have an install button. Just click on this install button. and it is prompting me with all the options, and you have to follow certain steps to finish this installation. See, by default all the options are getting displayed, and click on a confirm button, and as soon as you clicked on a confirmation button, it will navigate to the next screen where I need to accept my license. So I accept the terms and conditions and click on a finish button. As soon as you clicked on a finish button, it will take a few seconds to finish this installation to your editor. And in the meantime, once after the installation was successfully completed, it will ask us to restart our Eclipse editor. This time it's not asking to restart your machine. It's just asking to restart this editor itself. We can simply restart this editor and you can see whether this one got successfully installed or not. And usually a quick question will rise in our mind. How would I know whether this installation was successfully happened or not? See, we have these steps to install, right? So once after you navigated to a marketplace and search for PyDev, if it was already installed, you can find an option as an install, with which we can confirm that it was successfully installed. And even here also, on the top right corner, you do have an option to see whether the installation was successfully happened or not. So let us see that. Let this installation finish so that we can see the further options. See guys, it's prompting me to restart my editor. I'm just clicking on an S button. It will relaunch my Eclipse editor. And now once the Eclipse editor got relaunched, I need to go to a perspectives to switch my complete view to a Python editor view. So let us see how this is going to happen. It will take again a few seconds to load this editor. So let us see. Yeah, this got loaded now. On a top right corner, by default, it is in a Java. And next to the Java, you have a debug. And next to that, you have a Java EE. And if you mouse over on that, it's displaying as an open perspectives. Just click on that. See, it will display an option of a PyDev. See, we have installed the PyDev. So what this perspective means, this is an editor, which it will convert it into a Python editor way. So click on an OK button. See, the editor UI got changed and here the option got selected as a PyDev. Now, once after you created this one, what else we need to do for an Eclipse editor means we need to go do a further configuration within an Eclipse editor, which I'll show you in a minute. So before jumping on to a further program creation and a further configuration in an editor, let us try to completely configure this PyDev in our machine. Go to help, install a new software, and here search for PyDev. Okay, just search for PyDev and URL will be displayed, pydev/updates. Select this one and here you have an optional one. I'm not selecting that particular optional one and I'm clicking on a next button. So this is another simple installation which we need to do on top of the installation what we have done. These two steps you need to follow. And again, it will take a few more minutes to finish this installation. Once after this installation got completed, then we will see the further configuration within our Eclipse editor. And by following, just a click on a next button and all those steps, the installation got completed. See here, it's just asking us to restart. Just click on a restart now. It will restart our editor. So these are the two installations which we need to do for our Eclipse editor. And now once this installation got completed, once the Eclipse editor got launched, let us create a new Python project. So go to file and here new. See here, I can find an options which is a PyDev project PyDev. All these options related to Python are getting displayed for me, from which I'm picking on the first option, which is a PyDev project. And I'm giving a unique name to my Python project as Python demo. I have given a unique name, Python demo. And here an error message is displaying project interpreter not specified. So what exactly this interpreter means, where exactly the Python got installed, you have to specify that particular one here. So among all these things, you have an option. Please configure an interpreter before proceeding. Select this one, and I just want to go with manual configuration. Select this manual configuration. This pop-up is getting displayed, and here you have a bunch of options. On the top right corner, browse for the folder where Python exe file is there. Just click on that one, and let us see where exactly we have installed it. And now earlier, this is what the Python installer location is there. So I'm directly copying that a Python installer location, and I am directly pasting it here, and I'm selecting my Python file here. As soon as I selected Python file, in this pop-up, I'm clicking on an OK button. Automatically, it is prompting me with all the Python libraries available. Just click on an OK button. As soon as you clicked on an OK button, the complete info is getting displayed. On the first section, the Python got updated, and in the below section, the various packages, whatever are there, it got highlighted here, and just select on apply and click on OK button. Once this apply got successful, then you can click on an OK button. This is the basic configuration which you have to do within your Eclipse editor. Of course, we have to do a kind of a configuration in a PyCharm also, which we will see moving further. And guys, if you clearly observe, so far we configured an Eclipse editor and even we installed a PyCharm editor. It's up to you. Whichever the editor you want, you can go ahead and you can furtherly practice all the concepts in that particular editor. For me, in my situation, I'm going for a PyCharm, and I will continue my scripting and everything within a PyCharm editor. Now I'm clicking on an OK button for now. That's it. Earlier we have an error message on the top, and now the error message was gone. And just click on a finish button. As soon as you clicked on a finish button, see this Python demo project got created, and this is how it's going to looks like. So this is the way how we can configure Eclipse editor. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. See you again in the next session. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we have seen how to download and install PyCharm along with how to configure the Eclipse editor. Now, what I would like to do means let us try to create a small project within a PyCharm for which I just performed a double click operation on my PyCharm, whatever we have installed. This is the screen which is populating where you are selecting do not import the settings and click on an OK button. As soon as I clicked on an OK button, so it's asking our confirmation. So directly I'm clicking on I confirm that I have read and understood this one, and click on a continue button. Okay, so it's asking some data sharing. I don't want to send any data sharings, but I just clicked on don't send now. So this is how it got created, and it's giving me certain options like this is how you have to create and how you have to configure. So these are the two different options of which it is asking. Set UI themes, whether I can go with this theme or this theme, whichever the theme you want, you can go it. So I'm just going with the black theme, and then skip remaining and set the defaults. I just choose it that option. I don't want to do any other configuration within my PyCharm. Whatever the default configuration is there, I just want to go with that particular configuration itself. Hence, I have chosen that particular option, and now it will take a few seconds to load this particular screen. In this screen, we can create a new project. See, there is an option. Just click on create a new project. As soon as you clicked on a new project, it is asking for a title name. So this is what the location, and this is the name you want to give. So here I'm giving it as Python demo 1. Okay, my project name, I'm giving it as a Python demo 1, and click on a create button. Once after we created that, see, it is loading all the modules related to my project, and some kind of a tooltips it's getting displayed. So I'm just closing that. I don't want that tip. Basically, I'm just hitting okay. Okay, I'm trying to click on a close button. Still, it's loading, basically, creating a virtual environment. As at the very first time I'm creating this project in my PyCharm. So it's trying to download all the environments which are required for it. And now once it got loaded completely, I'm trying to click on this close button. As soon as I closed it, see, this is how my project looks like. On a left hand side, we have an explorer, say Python demo, and this is what it's going to display. So this is how it's going to display. Good enough. So what I'm going to do right now means right click on this Python demo one, new, and I'm choosing a file. Okay, so I can choose a direct Python file itself as I'm trying to create a new Python program. So I'm just clicking on a Python file itself, and I'm naming that particular Python file as demo1, or I can say example1. So, and it's a just a Python file. There are two more options, Python unit test or Python step. So I'm just selecting the Python file and select it. Automatically, it will take just a few seconds to create that particular file. And this is how the Python editor created a new file for us. And then once after we have created this file, we can write down our programs in this particular editor. So I can say this is Surendra Jagannatham trying to cover basics on this editor. So like that, I'm just typing something, but which is not an appropriate syntax. So we need to learn the syntaxes, whatever we have in Python. So let us see them first of all. So now what I'm going to do means, let me open this presentation. So whatever the presentation we have created. Once after we created a new project and a sample file, then we will try to see comments. So what exactly a comment is? These comments are created for a user understanding purpose itself. So the Python script won't execute these comments. Usually comments are added to our test script for a readability purpose itself. You know, assume that I have written few lines of a code using Python. If I share this piece of code to someone who don't have any idea, then it will be tough for them to understand. So that's the reason we will add comments to our test script, so that anyone just by looking into the comments, they can easily understand what we are trying to do. So we have two different types of comments. One is a single line comment and another is a multi-line comment. So what I'm doing means hash represents a single line comment. This is a single line comment. Okay, in the next line, let me try to print some name. In order to print some name in Python, we need to use a print statement. Print, open braces. I would like to print my name itself. So I'm just keeping that name in a double quotes, Surendra Jagannatham, and save it. That's it, guys. I haven't done anything, just I created a print and I saved it. So this is a single line comment. Whenever you added a hash before that, it's going to be a single line comment. And the keyboard shortcut key in order to do that particular one is, in order to add a single line comment, the keyboard shortcut key which we need to use is Control plus question mark. If you press these two things, automatically that line will be commented, which is a single line. And the next type of a comment out over here is a multi-line comments. So what exactly this a multi-line comments is? See, if at all we added any info between these lines, the three dots, we can treat it as a, or else a Python can internally treat it as a multi-line comments. This is a multi-line comment. Okay, directly I'm just adding it here. That's it, guys. So whatever the info you have represented within these dots, it can treat it as a multi-line comment. And hence, just by adding these comments, anyone who don't have any idea on automation testing or programming skills, just by looking into these lines, they can easily understand that what exactly the next few lines are going to perform. For better readability, we usually add comments to our test script. So we have a scene, print is a command which will be printing down the information to the console. So in detail about these examples, how we want to print this stuff, we will continue in the next lecture. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Python training program. Today we are going to study a brief intro about this data types whatever we have. Python supports integer, float, string and various complex number different sets of data types. So what exactly an integer? An integer is a number without a decimal point. For example, 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, all these comes under an integer. If you can jump onto a float with a decimal point, we can treat a number as a float. See here 6.7, 6.10, 10.9, all these things we can treat it as a float. Whereas if you go for a complex number, here are the examples for this complex number. In the real world, assume that you are working on an e-commerce application where the pricing plays a crucial role. There, you can use a float data type where the price is a combination of the decimal values and as well as an integers. Okay, so let us jump on to our PyCharm and see a simple example. See guys, in the last session, we have created a simple example which has a print statement and we added a single line comment and as well as a multi-line comment. So when I run my, when I perform a right click operation on my script, you do have an option as a run as an example one. Click on an example one, the script is getting executed and see the output is printing to the console which is Surendra Jagannatham. See here, let me highlight that particular one. See here is a console where it is printing that particular output. See the Surendra Jagannatham, it got a printed to the console. For suppose if I change this value to not Surendra Jagannatham, if I change it to Lucky Trainings, and now when I run my example one, this time it is printing the updated value. So this is the way how to use a simple program in order to print some information to the console. Now let us jump on and see how can we create a simple program which will perform the various kinds of an operations on numbers and floats and as well as the another type available, for which I'm creating a new file again. New, that too it's going to be a Python file and example 2, selecting this Python file. See the new file got a created. Now in this, first of all, I would like to create an example for integer. I'm writing down my text here. Below lines represent integer example, and I want to comment down this line, so I'm pressing control and question mark in my keyboard, or I can directly add a hash in the starting. Automatically this line will be a comment. Anyone just by looking into this line can understand what exactly the action we are performing here. Usually in Java or any other programming languages, we usually specify the data type. Okay, we usually specify the data type in which it's just creating integer, float like that. Whereas here in Python, you no need to specify that. See, a is equal to 10. So directly the data a is being stored here. B is equal to 20. So I have a defined a and b, which are two integers. And the similar way, C is equal to 10.25, D is equal to 11.25. So I have a defined two integers and as well as a two floats. Now, what I'm going to do, I can use a print method, and using the print, I know if there is an two numbers, I can perform some operation. See, print A plus B, the content present in a and B, it's going to add and we are trying to print that information. The similar way, print C plus D are the two options which I'm trying again. I'm just adding these two. So let me try to run my script and see whether it is executing or not. So run as a Java application. See here guys, 30 and 25, the sum of these two numbers got a printed. The first is the sum of an integers and the second is the sum of a float. The two got a printed here, but just by looking into the numbers, it's a bit confusing for me. So what I'm going to do right now means, let me comment these two lines. So I'm just commenting these two lines. Now what I'm doing means, E is equal to A plus B. So the sum of these two numbers, A and B, the result I'm storing it in a E, and the similar way, F is equal to C plus D. So we stored these two numbers into E, and we stored the sum of a float numbers into here. So I am adding a comment on top of it. Below E is the sum of integers. And the similar way, adding a comment, below F is the sum of floats. Even, print E, and the similar way print F. Even in this situation also, there is no much differ. The reason is, earlier we are just printing the value in the print statement, are adding the numbers in a print statement, and now we are storing it and we are printing it. It doesn't make any difference. So what I want to do right now is, let me add a comment. I want to add some message and the desired value. To do so, whatever the message you want to print, place it in double quotes within the print and use plus symbol followed by your desired value. Okay, see here, what I'm trying to do is integer sum is, okay, integer sum is plus E, and the similar way float sum is plus F. Okay, I have given this particular stuff now. And now let me try to run my script and see the error here. See here, the error, what it is stating is a type error. Can only concatenate a string, not an integer to a string. See, the point out over here is, whenever we represented something in double quotes, okay, whenever we represented something in double quotes, it will treat it as a string. Treat it as a string. Okay, string is another data type. So we can't, or else Python can't add a string and a number directly. That's what the error message is. Then how I need to print the text followed by a number? How I am going to do that? See here, can only use a string itself. So here I need to change the type of this E to a string so that I can print that info to the console. To do so, what I want to do right now is, whatever the variable you want to print, add str open braces variable close the braces. Automatically that variable will be converted into a string. See here, I want to go this one. So plus str of E, the similar way str of F. That's it. Let me run my script and see, run example 2. See here, integer sum is 30, float sum is 21.5. So guys, if you clearly observe this example, see this is a multi-line comment, whatever I have added. So what I have done in this script, guys, if you clearly observe, done in this script is, okay, we created two integers and two strings. Later, we added both of them, and finally, we tried to print the sum with appending a string. We encountered an error and we fixed that issue. So like this, we can create a simple script, guys. Okay, like this, we can create a simple script. So this is a simple script, how to print the sum of these numbers, and we can convert it into a different data type, integer into a string. So we have seen how to use a string, how to use an integer, and how to use a float as well. String means, guys, there is nothing to define a string. P is equal to this is a Surendra. This is a string. If something is representing in a double quotes, we can treat it as a string. P, this is equal to Surendra is a string. We have a defined here. That's it. And print. This time, I want to print P directly. And when I run my test script as an example, so it is throwing some error message in the line number 23. Let us see where it is. So it's having some issue with this spacing, guys. So I just used that spaces properly, and when I try to run my test script, this is Surendra got printed. But my requirement here is I don't want to print a P directly. I would like to append some data. Surendra QA trainer, and he is a, my text is good trainer plus P. See here, in this situation, what it will happen, the content whatever I have represented is a string plus the value whatever we have stored in a P is a string. We are adding two strings. Below print is adding two strings. Hence, it should not throw any error messages. Let me run my script and see. Okay, run as a run example 2. See, Surendra QA trainer, he's a good trainer, so it got a printed to the console. In an earlier example, we encountered an error message. The reason is there we tried to add string plus a integer, hence we got an error. In this example, we are adding a string and a string, hence we didn't got any error messages. So this is all about an integer, float, and a string. How can we perform a basic operation on all of them? And now, once we are done up to here, there is another simple commands of which we can use it here. So what I'm doing means I'm creating another Python file, example3, and here a equal to 3, b equal to 10.25, c is equal to this is Surendra. Right, I have added a, b, and a c, three different variables here. How would I know what exactly Python is considering it A as, how Python is considering B as, and how Python is considering C as? So if you switch back to the running notes, we have a type function. We can use a type function to find out the class of a number. See here, type of A. See, this type of a, that's it. So what I'm going to do, if you observe here, an integer number belongs to a integer class, a float number belongs to a float class, and other string belongs to a string class. So what I'm going to do right now means print type of a, the similar way print type of a B. Let me try to run my script and see how this is going to work. See here, the class is an integer, the class is a float. So A, it is considering as an integer, B, it is considering as a float. Okay, so type is a method which is used to see which data type Python is considering the variables. Okay, whatever the variables Python is considering, we can see that particular one here using this one. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. And then the next example here we have is an is instance. Is instance is a function which will check whether that number belongs to a particular class or not. And if it is returning true means it's belonging to the same class. If it is returning false means it's not belonging to the same set. An example for this particular one is instance, and I'm saying a comma, I know the class of a is an integer. I'm just defining like that. Okay, so print is instance a comma int. When I run my script, it returned the output as a true for the last statement. For suppose if I change it to float, and when I run my test script, it's returning as a false. The meaning is A, it is an integer. Python is considering as an integer, and you are asking that it's a float, which is not the same, hence it is getting failed. So type and is instance are the two different methods which we can use it internally, and we can play operations on the data types. Okay, so this is a high level overview on a database, guys, data types, guys. Okay, thank you very much. See you again in the next session. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed a brief overview on integer, float, and as well as a string. And now, in the today's class, we will see more details about this string data type and the various operations we can perform on that. String is nothing but an array of a characters, so we can use the indexes to access the characters of a string. Just like an array, the indexes of a string will start from 0, and n minus 1 represents the last character within a string. We can store a string in a single quotes, double quotes, and as well as a triple quote. Let me show you an example for the same. So I'm just going to my PyCharm, and I'm creating a new script for me. So new, okay, new Python file, example 4. Okay, I created a new example for here. So A, this is B. What I'm doing, B is Surendra, and C, I would like to store this information in a triple quote. And I'm adding a triple quote here, one more quote. So stating that welcome to Surendra's QA training program. Okay, I'm adding again 3. Okay, here, that's it. So this is another stuff what we have defined. And now print A, okay, print A, print B, and C. So I would like to print A, B, and C. B, and finally, I would like to print C. Let me run my script and see how it's going to execute. See, all the 3 strings got a printed to the console. See, all the 3 strings got a printed to the console. This is the way how exactly we can define the strings. And then, for suppose, assume that we have, I'm just deleting, I'm just commenting these 3 lines now. And the next one here is we need to add the 2 strings. The content present in A and a B I want to add. See here, print A plus B. So plus is an operator which we are using in order to concatenate one string to another string. If my requirement is to add 2 different strings, I can use a plus operator. Now, when I run my example, the output is this is Surendra got a printed to the console. So hence I can use plus operator as my concatenation, which is used to add 2 different strings or multiple strings. It's up to you how many you want. You can add it just by using a plus operator. And then the next point is we can use a star operator to repeat a string by a specific number of times. What does it mean? See here, what I'm going to do right now means print. See here, we have this one itself, right? Print A plus B. So it is stating that we need to use a string star 3 so that the output will be printed for 3 times. See here, I'm using star 4. Okay, let me run my example. See here, this is Surendra, this is Surendra, this is Surendra got a printed to the console. Or else, for suppose I don't want A plus B, I just want to print only B. And now, when I run my example for, see Surendra, 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 Surendra got printed for 4 different times. We can use a star operator. We can use a star operator, okay, to print the value or to print the string for those many times. Depending on your need, you can use it. And the next point out over here is we do have an operation which is a in and a not in order to compare two different strings. In this checks whether a string is present in an another string or not. It will return true if both the strings are equal. It will return a false if both the strings are not equal. So let me try this example now. So here we are just discussing about in now, so which is used to compare two different strings. So here we have a given an example also. So what I am doing right now means print. Okay, so I'm just comparing A in B. See, I know the value in A is the says and B is a Surendra. I know these two are not equal. So whenever I run my test script, see the output it returned as a false, stating that both are not equal. The similar way, we have a not in method also, which is used to see whether both are not equal or not. See here, not in. And now when I run my test script again, this time it returned as a true. The reason is the content present in A and B both are not equal. See, I'm adding a comment. If the content present in both the strings is equal, then it will return a true. If the content present in both the strings is not equal, then it will return a true. So this is how we are going to define these two stuff. So these are the basic examples on a string, and depending on our requirement, we can perform further operations also. Thank you. See you again in the next session. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Yesterday we discussed about a string and overview on other data types. Now I would like to explain a list and the various options we have inside a list. List is a data type that allows you to store various types into that. So a combination of an integer, float, a string, all these things I can store it in a list. See, here is an example for that. In this example, it contains only a set of strings. Now, let me switch to my PyCharm, and I'm creating a new program where in which I just want to show you how to create a list. See here, example 6, and here on a left hand side, you have to define a variable name equal to, if you have represented anything within these braces, it will treat it as a list. So I'm defining Surendra as a first value, and the second value is an integer, third value is Ramya, and the fourth value is Sneha. As of now, I have a defined four values, which is a combination of integer and a string in a list. When we use a print method, automatically print of list, automatically the values present in the list will be printed. For suppose if my requirement is to know how many values are there in a particular list. In such situations, we can use length of a list name. Automatically, it will be getting the total number of values present in a list. Okay, automatically it will be getting total number of values present in a list. See here, I'm doing a print of len of a. So when I run my test script, that should print the total number of values in a list as 4. 4 got returned to the console. For suppose if my requirement is, okay, if my requirement is to get a specific value from a list, which means I want to get second value from the list. Then what I can do, right? We should know a mechanism how to get an individual value from a list. Basically, we can use list name of followed by a index. Every value in the list will start with 0th index. 0, it means first value in the list. Index of 1 means second value in the list. Index 2 means third value in the list. Like that, we have to define. If you would like to get the last value in the list, we can go with n minus 1, which will get last value in the list. Okay, which will be getting the last value in that particular list. In my situation, I just want to get the first value. If you would like to get the first value, we need to define index as a 0. See here, print a of 0. The similar way, print a of 1. Let us add a of 2 and a of 3. I know there are 4 values are there. 0 represents first value, 1 represents second, third, like that. When I run my test script, you know, okay, it's having some syntax error. Which line? The 13th line. Okay, guys, here I added a colon, but I have to add a dot, right? That's it. I just corrected that line number 13. See, in the line number 13, it's displaying an error message. It's mentioning here. I corrected that. And when I run my example 6, see, individual values in the list got retrieved and it got printed to the console. So in order to access the individual values from a list, we have to use this list name. Okay, the syntax out over here in order to access that particular one is list name of index. Automatically, it will be capturing that particular value from the list. And for suppose, if I would like to add some value to my list, right? A dot append is a method. Append is a method of which I'm using in order to add a value. So initially my list has a 4 values. Now I am adding lucky trainings to that. Okay, lucky trainings to that list. And now finally print a. Upon appending a value to a list, I'm trying to print the whole list. When I execute it, see here, Surendra, 2, Ramya, Sneha, and Lucky Trainings got appended at last. Or I can say Lucky Trainings got added at last. Like this, we can perform the various kinds of operations on a list. In the real world, we will be using this append, index of, and the length method. All these stuff we are going to use as part of our WebDriver programming. This is a brief overview about list, guys. That's all I have for today. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to discuss about the conditional statements. So why these conditional statements are required for us? See, really in an automation world, these conditional statements will derive lots and lots of functions for us, lots and lots of uses for us basically. In a simple example, what I can say means, assume that you have a test case to log in into your Gmail application. If the login is successful, then it should verify the inbox button. If the login is failed, then it should print a fail message and stop the script execution. In such situations, we can use a conditional statements. In majority of the situations, to see whether something got displayed or not. In such situations, we can use this conditional statements. If statements are control flow statements, which helps us to run a particular code only when a certain condition got satisfied. If the condition is satisfied, then only run this code. Else, you no need to run this particular code. The syntax for this if is if followed by a condition name, and if that condition is true, then you have to write down the logic, corresponding logic inside that. So like this, you have to define the if block. So what I'm going to do right now means, let me switch back to my editor, create a new program, and see how this is going to work. New Python file, example 7, and here a equal to 5, b equal to 4. See, I would like to write down an if condition. See here, I would like to write an if condition. If A is greater than B, then print A is big to the console. Okay, like this, I want to do that. So, if space. So, it is asking for a condition A greater than B. So A greater than B is the condition. If you observe the syntax, immediately after the condition, you need to give a colon here. So I'm entering a colon and immediately I'm pressing an enter from my keyboard. As soon as I press enter in my keyboard, guys, if you clearly observe the seventh line, it is starting from here. Okay, the seventh line, it is starting from here, whereas the sixth line is starting in this particular place, whereas for the seventh line we have a huge space followed by this line is starting. So why this much of a space we have for this seventh line? See, in other programming languages, whenever we started down a condition, there it has an open braces followed by a closed braces, which will state that the logic defined within these braces will be applicable to a if block. Whereas in a Python programming, we don't have that much braces and all those things. So directly, we do have a space, a tab space for everything. If I define a if condition, as soon as I press the enter, it is starting from here, which means that the lines which are starting in this tab space will execute inside my if block. See, let me show you an example for that. So here, print A is big. For suppose I have a started here. Now let me run my script for now. Run as an example 7. A is big got printed. For suppose in this example I have a value as a 5 and a B value as a 4. Now I am changing to B value to 14. When I run my example 7, nothing is getting printed. The reason is as this condition got a failed, nothing is there. For suppose if I am writing something in a ninth line at the starting, print test completed. See here, the ninth line is starting with the starting position itself. It doesn't have any tab space in that. When I run my test script, see, test completed. So the point out over here is if anything is having after a tab space, then it is applicable to A greater than B. How would I know this the line number 7 is applicable to A greater than B? See here, guys, if you observe at this particular point, I have a highlighted. Okay, I'm placing my cursor in the seventh line and it is displaying as a greater than B. For suppose I changed my cursor position to the ninth line, the place whatever I have highlighted, it's not displaying anything. If I place that particular line number 7, it is stating that this line comes under an if block A greater than B. Like that, it is displaying here. So the bottom line is whenever you are starting any kind of a conditional statements, methods, whatnot, everything in this Python, you just need to follow inside with a tab space. If I have a tab space, then it will fall inside a if. For suppose I removed this tab space, what it will happen? See, let me try to run my script and see how this is going to work. See here, I'm getting an error message, and that particular error message out over here is expected an intended block basically, right? Indentation error basically we are getting here. So whenever you started anything, it should have a tab space followed by that. Okay, now when I run my example, I am not getting that particular error message. So if I use any if conditions or for loops, while loops, methods, anything, then immediately after this column, you should have certain lines which will have a tab space. And for suppose in my eighth line, I can say I can start it from here, not a problem. Not a props here. So when I run my test scripts, it can execute it. That's not a big deal basically. Okay, so like this, we need to define a conditional statements. In this example, guys, straightforward, we have a logic for only if. So it means if this condition is a true, then only the logic present in the if block will be executed. So we do have an else also. Else print B is a big. So I'm stating that if the condition is a true, then execute the logic present in an if block. If the condition is a false, then execute the logic present in an else block. So when I run this script, in this situation, B is a big got printed as this condition is a false. A is a 5, B is 14, A greater than B is false. Hence it is directly executing the else block code. Whatever the code we have in an else block, it's executing that. Depending on our need, we can use this if else block, nested if else. Too many blocks are there, but we will see those examples moving further whenever we are working on WebDriver directly. But here we can see a simple example of a if and a if else. See, this is an example for if else. Let me add an example for if A greater than B, print A is a big. That's it. So this is an example for if else, and this is an example for if. That's it. Nothing more than that. So this is the basic concept which I have in this session, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to discuss about looping statements. Why these looping statements are required for us. Assume that your requirement is to print the numbers from 1 to 10. I have to give this print statement for 10 different lines. For suppose, if your requirement is to print 100 or 1000 numbers, will you give this line for 1000 times? It's not a realistic one, right? So definitely we should have certain mechanism in place which I have to write for one time, but it should execute multiple times. There comes this loops comes into the picture. A loop is used for iterating over a set of statements repeatedly. A group of statements or set of statements or a single statement, in order to perform it repeatedly, we are using this looping statements. In Python, we have a three different types of a loops: for loop, while loop, and as well as a do while loop. So the syntax for the for loop is for, variable, in, the sequence. So here, what I'm going to do right now means, let me switch back to my editor and I'm creating a new file, example 9. And here I'm defining A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have these many values are there in this list. We can call A as a list. A is a list which has 10 different values in that. So what exactly my requirement is, I want to print all the values in the list one after another. Assume that this is your requirement. You want to print the values in a list one after another. The syntax is for, variable, in. See here, if you observe the document in, the sequence is a. Like this, you have to define this particular logic. Okay, so let me try defining this for, and the variable I'm defining it as in num, in a, in a. And here what I want to do means print num. Okay, I'm just printing num here. Now what exactly this num contains and all those things we'll see now. Let me run my test script now. Whenever I executed my test script, see here, all the values are got printed to the console starting from 1 to 10. How many values are there in a list? All the values got printed. So here what it is happening internally means, whatever the values are there in the list, it will be picking from 0th index, means from the first value, and storing it in num. So whenever we printed num, all the values in the list starting from the first till the last value got printed to the console. Okay, starting from first till the last value, it got printed to the console. See here, I have defined it as a. So A means, the meaning out over here is rotate this for loop in all the values present in a list. For suppose if your requirement is to print only for 4 values, then what I can do out over here is instead, so this is a one type of a for loop, and the next type of a for loop I am writing here is a for num in range of 3. So I'm defining it as a 3, print and num. See this range, I'm defining it as a 5. Okay, I'm just ranging it as a 5. Now, when I run my example, see it is printing the range up to 5. If I range it as a 10, and when I run my example, see here up to 10, whatever the values are there, it's trying to print the values. Here, this range is nowhere related to here in the range example. It's nowhere related to your list as we have given a number. Your for loop is considering that number and it is printing all the values in that number range itself. And moreover, it is starting from 0th index, which will be the first value. But my requirement is I don't want to start from 0th index. I would like to start from second index. Okay, so I just want to start it from the second index. So in such situations, what I can do means let me comment out this for loop and let me recreate a new for loop with a range again. See here, for num int range start index is 2 comma 10, and here print num. Okay, print num. See here, I'm giving a 2 comma 10. Let me run my example. See, when it got executed this time, it started printing from 2 comma 10. See here, it started printing from 2 comma 10. Like that, it's going to apply. So here we can use a range method and we can use a start index and as well as a stop index for that particular range. So this is the way how to create a for loop and how to customize a for loop depending on our needs. So in the real world, whenever you are working on your projects, we will be getting a list of data from a browser, and we are using a combination of a for loop and as well as a range methods in order to print all the values from the list. Okay, in order to print all the values from the list, we are using a combination of all these things. Okay, cool. So this is a simple example about a for loops. In the next session, we will see a brief examples on a while and as well as a do while loops. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about a for loop, and now I just want to give you a small example on a while loop in this session. So almost the for and while the functionality is one and the same, which is to execute the group of statements whenever the condition got passed. So now here in a while loop, we need to define a condition, and whenever that condition is true, the logic whatever we have defined in a while loop will be keep on executing it. So let me give you a simple example on this while loop. So I'm switching to my editor and I'm creating a new file. So new Python file, and I'm giving a name as an example 10. And here int, sorry, a is equal to 1. So I have defined a as a 1. So in the while, we need to define a condition. So here, while a less than 10. So it will be checking whether the a value is less than 10 or not. True, it is true. Print a. So it's going to print this a variable. But if you observe in this situation, if I am running my test script without performing any further logic, without adding anything, then it will be an infinity loop means it won't come out from the execution. Okay, it won't come out from the execution. Always it will execute continuously. The reason is here a value is 1 and this 1 is less than 10. Always this loop is executing and we haven't specified any condition to terminate that particular loop. For that reason, what I am doing means a is equal to a plus 1. I have defined a as an increment 1. So for the first time, it will see 1 less than 10. It will print 1 and it will increment the a value by 1, which becomes 2. 2 less than 10. So in this situation, upon adding the last line, what it will happen means it will increment the a value by 1 every time, and after 10 times a will become 11, right? A will become 11. 11 less than 10, as the condition is a false, it will come out of the loop. Okay, it will come out of the loop. So we need to specify these kind of a conditions also. Okay, these kind of a logics we need to derive properly. See here, 1 to 9, all the values got to printed to the console. That's it. And usually a quick question will rise in our mind. It was supposed to print a 10, right? Why it printed only 9? See here, we have a given a logical less than 10. So if you have a included equal to, less than or equal to, then it will be considering the last value also. If you have a given just a less than, automatically it will be considering all the values and it won't consider 10. But if you consider as a equal to, then it will be picking up all the values. Like that, you have to define a simple while loop in our project as in this way. Depending on your need and requirement, you can either use a for loop or while loop in your projects. And majority of the situations, we will be picking a for loop, and like how we used a range in a for loop, we are going to use in a similar way. The most frequent ways of using we will be seeing with examples in WebDriver. Once we switch to the WebDriver, then we will see bunch of examples related to this stuff. Okay, so this is a basic concept on while loop. Hello, hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to study about a functions. What exactly a function is? A function is a set of statements that takes the inputs, do specific computations and produce some outputs. Okay, that's fine. Why we need a function? Let me give you a simple example out over here. So the main reason why we need a functions itself is a code reusability. So reusability means we can create it for one time and we can use it for multiple times. Okay, we can create it just for once and we can use it for multiple times. For that particular reason, we are using this one. So what is this reusability? We need to know in bit more realistic way. So the example for this one is, assume that we have a three testers, tester 1, tester 2 and a tester 3, and the scenario we have a given to the first tester is a create user and the second guy is an edit user and the third person is a delete user. Assume that this is a program example. Okay, programming example. For suppose we have another example also, okay, which is a real world. So in the real world example, what I can say means real world example. And let me explain for this real world example first, and then we will move on to the programming example. In the real world, assume that you have a purchased an account in an Amazon.com and you are trying to purchase a product for the first time. At the very first time, whenever you are trying to purchase a product, in the payment gateway, it will prompt you to the various options where assume that we have a selected a credit card info. Upon entering the credit card, there will be a checkbox for us, which is save card info to your account. So upon selecting that checkbox, moving further, whenever you are trying to purchase any particular product, this credit card will be pre-populated. Then you no need to enter the card information all the time. You just need to pass on the secret pin and proceed with your transaction. So what I have done, I selected the checkbox and I reduced my effort in entering the card info every time. So which is a reusability. One time I entered, I'm reusing it for the multiple times. The similar way, if you jump on to this programming example, the first user should log in and then create, and then he need to log out from the application. The similar way, he needs to log in, edit, and log out. The similar way, log in, delete, log out. So in these situations, if you clearly observe, every time the user is logging in, the tester needs to write down a program to log in and to log out from an application. Instead of rewriting the code for multiple times, we can simply create login and a logout as a functions, and everyone can simply call those functions. So that we are reducing the effort for the other two developers. So tester 1 has completed the code for login and a logout. Tester 2 and tester 3 can simply reuse the code whatever the tester 1 has prepared, which we can call it as a functions. Okay, good enough. And even there is a unique syntax for these functions too. So the syntax for is here for def function name. And if you would like to perform operations using a parameters, you can pass on the parameters and you can write down the respective logic, and we can add a return statement. And return statement for any method is an optional. Okay, let me jump on to my PyCharm and let me create a new test script here, example 11, and here let me paste that syntax here so that I can easily write down my script. So go back and paste it here, and now let me create a function def sum, and I would like to add a plus, or else I can say 3 plus 4. Okay, C is equal to 3 plus 4 and print C. So this function, or else this method, is having a sum method, and in this sum we are writing down 3 plus 4 and we are storing the result in a C, and we are printing that particular C. Now, if you observe, we created a function. We need to know how to call a function. Calling is function name. We just need to call the function name. So my function name is a sum. That's it. And this method doesn't have any parameters. Now, let me run my test script. See here, the sum it returned as a 7. So here, if I'm changing the value to 3 plus 7, and when I run my test script, the output it returned as a 10. But the problem out over here is these values are user defined. So what we can say means we are restricting the sum method to always perform some of these 3 plus 7 itself. If I call this method for 10 different times, all the time it is printing only this value itself, which is a 10, which is not my requirement. So my requirement is I want to create a method in such a way that, okay, I want to create a method in such a way that I need to pass on the values for which it should perform some operation. Okay, for which it should perform the sum operation. So there comes parameters to a function comes into picture. Okay, so we need to pass on parameters to a particular function, and where we will be passing those parameters after the function name, we are opening a braces, right? Within the braces you have to pass those parameters. See, def add a comma b, and here c is equal to a plus b and print C. And finally here, what I'm so here change it to D and print D. And finally, what I'm going to do right now, add 3 comma 4 for the very first time. And the second time, I can change this value to 13, 14, and the third time I can change it to 23rd, 24, and the fourth time I can change it to these many. So whenever I'm calling that particular method, I can change my desired values. And now when I run my test script, see my sum is performing on a different sets of data, okay, on a different sets of data. And my next requirement is I want to store the output of the methods into a variable so that moving further, I can use that data. In such situations, we can use a return statement to a function. How to use a return statement? See here, return that variable. See here, I'm creating another method now. So what I'm doing means def adding number a comma b, and here e is equal to a plus b, and return e. That's it. I'm returning this e. Now adding number 2 comma 3, but I know the result is, okay, the return type of this particular one is a e, so directly I can store sum is equal to, or else if it is confusing, p1 is a integer variable which I am creating, print p1. So when I run my test script this time, the P1 value it is printing to the console. So I can use this P1 and I can further perform and if conditions or some other logics, whatever I want, I can do that. So on top of it, instead of printing this one, if P1 is greater than 3, print some value is greater than 3. Like that I can print, I can customize my code depending on our need, we can use it. So if you clearly observe, we created a function without any arguments. Later, we created a function with an arguments. And finally, we created a function with a return statement and we are calling that particular one. So these are all the various examples of how can we create a particular function, guys. So the next point out over here is what are all the various types of functions we have? See, there are two different types of functions available in Python. One is a built-in functions and the second one is the user defined functions. The functions whatever we have created right now as per our application requirement, we can call that particular functions as a user defined functions. See here, the definition is the functions which we create in our code are a user defined functions. Depending on our project specific requirement, we are going to create these user defined functions. Whereas the another set of functions is a built-in functions. These functions are predefined in a Python, and we need to use those existing functions. You can't customize them. Whatever the predefined functions are there, depending on our need, we can call those functions. So there are lots and lots of predefined functions we have in a Python. Depending on our need, we are going to use them. And immediately a quick question will rise in our mind: how can I use those built-in functions? Using an import statement to your test script, we can use the built-in functions. Whatever the built-in functions are there available in a Python library, we can use an import statement in your test script and you can get them. For suppose I'm switching back to my existing program, what we have created now. On top of my test script, I'm using import space. See, these many customized or the predefined functions are there. Among all those things, I'm just using a math like this. Okay, whichever you want, you can choose it and you can import it. So once after you imported the math functions here, what are all the customized functions are there with respect to this math, we can use it. So we don't know anything about the customized methods and all those things. Slowly moving further, we will see more details about these imports, how to use the various imports and how to call these imports and other stuff we will be discussing moving further. Cool. So this is a high level overview on a functions, user defined functions, built-in functions and how to import them. So thank you guys. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Python training program. So far we studied about a different concepts on Python programming, and now the next and a most important thing which we are going to study is about OOPS concepts, and furthermore we will see how to create a class and how to create an object in Python we are going to study. So Python is an object oriented programming language. So what exactly an object-oriented programming means? It is a methodology which simplifies the software development and the maintenance by providing some set of rules, which we can call it as an OOPS concept. By default, OOPS means class, object, inheritance, polymorphism, all those things. Among all those concepts for now, let us see an overview on class and an object. A class is a blueprint from where the individual objects got created. For example, Ramesh, Suresh, Satish, Rajesh, or the various objects, we can define a template from a human being. Okay, the class can define a common attributes and as well as the behaviors. The combination of all these things we can treat it as a class. In another terms, we can say, assume that we are studying in a college, and we have 1,000 people within a college. The exam application form, which is common for all the 1,000 people, we can call it as a blueprint, which we can treat it as a class. For suppose if one person filled the complete form, it has specific information related to one particular person, which we can treat it as an object. So let us see an overview on an object. An object is an entity that has an attribute and as well as a behavior. For suppose Rajesh is an object who has an attribute such as a height, weight, and a color, and as well as behaviors like a walking, talking, and a eating. So usually within our Python program, we can create a class and we can create an object. With the help of an object, we can access the information present in a different class. So let me show you a simple example for the same. So this is how the example looks like. Okay, this is how a complete example looks like. So let us switch to our editor and see how can we create an example for this. Okay, so I just opened my editor and I'm creating a new Python file. New Python file, example 12. And to this file, if you observe the syntax, class space a class name. So here I'm defining class demo class. And here, whatever the content you are going to represent here, it's going to be in this particular class itself. So switch back to the document and see here within the class, if you can specify some text in a three quotes, we can say that particular text as a doc string. Okay, the string that we mention in a triple quotes, we can call it as a dot string, which is an optional string that briefly explains the purpose of the class. So let's go back here. I'm representing the stuff in a three quotes now, stating that this is a sample class which I'm creating for understanding this class and an object. That's it. That's what I have created. Okay. Once after we have created this doc string, in order to print that content in that doc string, see here, print class name dot doc. Automatically, it's going to print the doc string. See here, demo class is our class name underscore doc. So let me try to run my test script. See here, this is a sample class which I'm creating. So whatever the content we have given, it just printed to that. Usually the content what we are giving in the triple quotes is describing the complete functionality for that particular class. What we are going to write down the logic in that particular class, we are going to define it out over here. Good enough. So let me create another class now. So Python file example 13. Okay, example 13, and here class demo class again. So here within this demo class, I would like to write down certain functionality. So the functionality what I'm going to write down out over here is, okay, so these three braces, and I'm defining it as, okay, the functionality what I'm going to write down out over here is in this class, Let us create a method and a variables and see how can we access them using an object. Okay, I have a defined this particular stuff. So the ultimate objective is I have to define a variable. Num is equal to 10. So I have a defined a variable num with a value as a 10, or if num is confusing, I'm defining a variable and the value which I stored in a is a 10. Def sum, and see here, whenever I type it as a sum, automatically in the braces self is coming. I don't know what exactly self for now, but now I'm just leaving it and I am printing hello sample program. Okay, good enough. So I created a class and it has this information, which is a method along with this variable. Right, guys? So let us see how to create an object. So obj is equal to demo class. Whatever the class is there, demo class, I have to create an object for that. And now using this particular object, I can access this variable and as well as I can access this particular method also. Okay, fine. Let us see here. Object dot, see here my variable is a, see it is automatically coming here a, so directly I'm using a print statement. The similar way, object dot, see I can access the sum method, even I just wanna print it. See the sum method itself has a logic to print the information. I'm not using anything. Now when I run this example, see here both the stuff it is getting executed. So this is a class, and like this you have to create an object, and like this using an object we can access the content. So this is an object creation, and the syntax is obj is equal to class name, for which class you want to create an object, and then obj name dot the desired method we can call it. Okay, obj name dot a desired method we have to call it. That's it. This is the simple thing which you people need to remember. This is a simple class and how to create an object to that a simple class. Okay, cool. So guys, if you observe this sum method, we have a self keyword which was automatically added by my editor. So let us see what exactly the self meaning is. So generally, class methods must have an extra first parameter in the method definition. We do not give a value for this parameter. We will call the method. Python usually provides it. Okay, when we call that method, Python usually provides that first parameter. If we have a method which takes no argument, then we still have to pass one argument, which is a self. If you observe this, some example, whatever we have created, we don't have any parameters in that, but still my Python is considering self as a default parameter for that. This is similar to that of a pointer concept in a C++ with reference to that of a Java concept as well. When we call a method of this particular object, this is automatically converted by Python into my objects. This is all the simplicity and the specific self functionality is about. Okay, so this is a basic functionality. One thing which we need to consider is self is by default for every class whatever we are creating. Okay, whatever the method we are creating, using this self we can access the information. Moving further in the programming, Python and Selenium programming, we will study more about this self and the other concepts, guys. Okay, so that's all I have for today. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. So far, we have studied about an overview on Python programming with a couple of examples. In the today's class, we are going to study why Python is required for Selenium. Why can't we choose any other programming language? Right, Selenium is an open source test automation tool which supports n number of programming languages like Java, Ruby, Python, .NET, almost all the programming languages. Then why we are preferring Python itself? So the points are here we have a listed down. Why Python? what are all the various advantages of using Python for Selenium? The first thing is easy to code and easy to reach. When compared to other programming languages, the way how you are writing the code in Python is bit easy and moreover run rapidly while making a comparison of another programming. For suppose, if I am comparing the script execution time for an Java program and as well as a Python program, the script execution time is much faster in Python than compared to any other programming languages. And the next point here is large number of programmers are accustomed to this Python programming language, so more and more people are using this particular programming language. As majority of the people are using this one, we can get a better support, which we are going to see in the next point. The API which you used in Python helps you in connecting to the browser through the Selenium. So this comes under how the WebDriver is going to communicate. And then the next point is Python runs very faster and makes us to identification to take and initiate and end the blocks. It is very simple and as well as a compact as compared to other programming languages. So the next point here is Python language is developed with a big community around it for which it offers very good support. So whenever you blocked with any issues, we can get a better support from those many people who are using this Python. And the most important tool, which is a Selenium WebDriver, has a strong binding with this Python. We can say lot many capabilities are there and we can easily incorporate those capabilities within this test script. That's the reason we are using this Python for Selenium. Okay, so these are high level advantages and there are a few more advantages are there, but these are considered as an high level advantages which we discuss now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to see a brief introduction to Selenium. So what exactly this Selenium is, why are we using this Selenium, advantages, various components we have in Selenium, all other details we are going to study. So the first thing out over here is Selenium is a tool which is used to automate actions whatever we are performing on a websites. Okay, so assume that in your organization they have a developed a web application using Selenium. You can automate the complete activities whatever we are performing on a web application. See, let me give you a simple example for the same. So Selenium is a tool which will interact with the browser and it will perform various operations in the browser like entering a value to the text field. Okay, assume that if you have certain functionality, it will interact with the value present in a text field, or it will perform operation of entering a value to a text field. It will click on a search button. We can perform a click operation on a button or images or a radio buttons, whichever it might be, we can perform operation using this Selenium tool. So the most important thing is it's an open source test automation tool. So anyone can simply download this software for free of cost. Okay, anyone can simply download this software for free of cost. Good enough. Within this Selenium, we have a multiple components are there. Among all these components, let us list down the components first of all, whatever we have. The first one is Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, WebDriver, Selenium grids, and people are considering Selendroid as a component, but we can either consider it or we can ignore it. For now, I'm not considering this as a component of Selenium, but these are the four different components are there. Selenium IDE, RC, WebDriver, and a grid. Each and every component has its own significance. IDE supports record and playback a feature on a browser. So what is the best example for this one? See, the best example for this one is a mobile. See, within our mobile phones, we have an audio recorder or a video recorder. So whenever you clicked on a record button, automatically it will capture a complete audio or video surrounding to my mobile. And whenever we want, we can play back that. The similar way, Here, Selenium IDE is a component which records the actions whatever we are performing on a particular browser. Okay, if I am performing some operations on a Chrome browser, all those activities will be recorded by my Selenium IDE, and in future, whenever we want, we can play back those operations. Cool. And the next component is an RC. RC and a WebDriver almost having the similar features, which supports multiple programming languages and multiple browsers. We can write down your script in any one of the programming languages like Java, Ruby, Python, .NET, whichever the program language might be, we can write down our test script in that particular programming language and we can execute it across multiple browsers. RC is the older version where nowadays no one is using this. WebDriver is the latest component of Selenium where majority of the people these days are using this WebDriver. And now the major advantages with respect to this WebDriver are the complete architecture itself is differ than other stuff, but ultimately we can say that WebDriver is a component which can interact with the browser and it can perform various operations like entering a value to a text field, clicking on a button, switching to a new window, performing operations, switching to a frame. All these kinds of an operations we can perform using this WebDriver. And the last component is a Selenium grid, which is used to perform, a simple kind of a parallel testing. We can achieve it using Selenium grid. So these are all the various components, whatever we have in Selenium. And these days, majority of the people are using WebDriver as a component to perform their automation tasks. So if you observe now, Selenium WebDriver is one of the most popular tool for web UI automation, and we are using a Python to automate our applications. Web UI automation means we can perform the various kinds of an operation on a browser, and that too, these operations can be executed on different sets of a browsers like IE, Firefox, Safari, Chrome. Depending on your project requirement, you can execute on all the real devices, and even if at all you want to execute it on a virtual devices, we can connect with the virtual devices provider like a browser stack, source lab, and we can execute our test scripts on those virtual devices as well. Okay, so this is a high level overview on Selenium, but one thing which we need to know is in order to work on this WebDriver component, it's mandatory for us to have at least a basic idea on a programming language, on one programming language. Whichever the programming language you want to work on Selenium, you have to learn that particular programming language, a minimum of a basic concepts like how to create a class, how to create an object, how to access the methods in a different classes. All these syntaxes we should know first before jumping on to the core WebDriver concepts. That's the reason we have already added the basics which are required for us to work on automation testing with respect to Selenium Python in a above section under Python videos. Kindly watch those videos before jumping on to this Selenium concepts. Cool. So that's all I have for this session. See you again in the next class. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed a brief overview on Selenium and its components. Today, I just want to explain you about Selenium IDE, or in a simple terms, a record and a playback operation. Okay, how can I perform record and a playback operation? So the first option which I have here is a Selenium IDE, and the second option we have is a Catalan Studio or Catalan Recorder. So these are the two different options using which we can record our test script and we can play back the user actions. So first of all, Selenium IDE. To perform this one, I'm navigating to my Selenium official website downloads page. See here, if you scroll down, you can find the information related to this particular component. And I scroll down, see here, Selenium IDE is a Chrome and as well as a Firefox plugin which records and playbacks user interactions within a browser. Okay, so it's up to you whether you want to go with a Chrome browser or Firefox browser. Here are the versions. If you would like to add it to a Chrome browser, you need to click on it. If you would like to add it to a Firefox, you need to click on it. Now I just want to add it to my Chrome browser. The steps are one and the same. whatever we are following now in order to add to a Chrome or a Firefox. So I'm clicking on a for Chrome now. It's navigating to the Chrome add-ons extension page. And here for me, to remove from Chrome add-on option is displaying. The reason is I have already added this add-on. That's the reason it's displaying as a remove from Chrome. Whereas if you are trying for the very first time, you can find an option which is add to Chrome. Once after you added this add-on, on the top right corner of your browser, you can find a close button. Just below the close button, you have this toolbar, among which if you mouse over on this option, Selenium IDE option is getting displayed. Click on that. As soon as you clicked on that, this is what the pop-up it is getting displayed in Selenium IDE. See here it is stating that welcome to Selenium IDE 3.16.1, and here are the options whatever we have. So the first option I'm selecting is my requirement is to perform a record and a playback. So that's the reason I'm selecting a first option, record a new test in a new project. So I'm selecting and I'm giving a name as a demo project. Okay, my project name, I'm giving it as a demo project and click on an OK. Whenever you give it as a demo project, usually it will ask the application URL. See here, before you can start recording, you must specify a valid base URL of your project. Your test will start by navigating to the URL. So how these people has designed this Selenium IDE means whenever you are trying to create a new project in Selenium IDE, you have to specify on which application you want to perform these operations, so that the first action what Selenium IDE will do is it will navigate to that particular URL. So my requirement is simple. I want to perform a search operation on a bing.com. So I'm copying the Bing URL and I'm placing. See here in a base URL, they have given a placeholder where you need to give the URL from the HTTP protocol. See, I have given my URL specifying with the protocol https www.bing.com. And now click on start recording. As soon as I clicked on a start recording, a new Chrome browser got opened for me, in which whatever the URL I have specified, it opened that URL. And if you observe at the bottom of this browser, okay, if you observe at the bottom of this browser, the one which I have highlighted, see it is displaying a message which is the Selenium IDE is recording. So whatever the actions you are performing on this browser, your Selenium IDE is recording that. So my requirement is to perform a search operation. So I'm just entering a search value and I'm clicking on a search button. That's it. This is what my test case I want to automate. I want to record using Selenium. I did that. Now, see here, there is a tab for Selenium IDE. Click on that. And at the extreme right end, there is a stop button displaying. And whenever you mouse over on that, stop recording option is getting displayed. Just click on the stop recording. As soon as you clicked on a stop recording, it's prompting me an option to name my test case. As of now, I don't want to give any name, hence I'm choosing as a later. So for the actions, whatever you have performed on the browser, see these many commands got captured by my Selenium IDE. So whatever the action I performed on a browser, all those things. So the first command, it opened an application, hence it captured an open command. Later, we clicked on a text field and then we entered a value. So it captured a command for both a click and a type, but I don't want to use a click, hence I simply deleted that. Type is a command which will be entering a value, and click is a command which will be performing a click operation. So we have recorded a simple test script. Now I just want to play back my script. See here, I do have two play buttons. Mouse over on the second option, it is displaying as a run current test case. I'm clicking on this option now. See, on a browser, it opened the application and it performed that operation on this browser. Okay, it performed the operation on this browser, and the click command, it doesn't performed the click operation. The reason might be the property whatever it captured is not a valid one, or with this property your Selenium was unable to perform this operation. So, when you are dealing with this component, we can give an appropriate property within your script. That's the second way. But this is how you can record a simple script and you can play back a script. Once the script got executed, see in a log, you can find the details about it. For suppose if the script got a failed, and even the details will be failed. For suppose here I'm doing insert a new command. My command is a click and ID equal to Surendra. So whenever I give this ID equal to Surendra, what Selenium ID will do means on the browser, it will search for a object with an ID property as a Surendra and it will try to perform that operation. I know this is a wrong property. So when I run my test script this time, it will fail stating that, see here, trying to find ID equal to Surendra in a browser. It's not a valid property. It will wait for maximum of 30 seconds and later it will fail the test script. If at all the property whatever we have a given is not a valid property, then the test script will fail with no such element exception. So with the property whatever you have specified in your script, your Selenium was unable to identify such kind of a messages will display. See here, implicit wait ended with one error. That's it. So failed. So it was unable to perform operation on this particular object. That's it. That's a straightforward and a simple thing. So this is the way how can we use Selenium IDE for record and a playback. And the next option is a Catalan recorder. See what exactly this Catalan recorder is. Catalan recorder, or we can call it as a Catalan studio. This is another editor and which is a complete tool. We can call it as a test automation tool, which is a Catalan. So the Catalan was built on top of a Selenium only, and it uses almost all the commands whatever we are using in Selenium. So the syntax is bit different in Catalan, but the commands, everything are one and the same in between Selenium and the Catalan recorder. Okay, it has a lot many advantages with respect to Selenium, which is a different tool. So we can perform record and a playback feature not only with Selenium IDE, with a Catalan recorder also we can do that. So directly I'm jumping onto my browser and let me search for Catalan recorder. See here, Catalan recorder. And here there is a second option. I'm just clicking on a second option. See, it's navigating to the same Chrome extensions page, and it was already added, hence it is displaying as a remove. For you people, it will display as add to Chrome option. Just add to Chrome. Automatically it will be added next to your Selenium ID. This is the Catalan recorder. Whenever you click on this icon, it will prompt us this Catalan Studio. Almost the options are one and the same like our Selenium IDE itself. So here we have a record option. Click on a record option, and now directly in a browser I'm performing operations. Bing.com, Surendra Jagannatham, and click on a search button. That's it. I recorded this. Go to the Catalan Studio and stop the recording. So as soon as you stop the recording, see the script code execution, this recording got stopped. And this is the way how can we do this particular one. Okay, how can we do a simple record and a playback? See, I have already my a few some of my test scripts is there. That's the reason it captured in an improper way. That's the reason what I'm doing means I'm selecting all the commands, right click, delete all the commands. Okay, I just want to delete all the commands and I want to recreate my test script. So records. So open the bing.com, enter Surendra Jagannatham and click on a search button. Now go back to Catalan Studio, click on stop recording, see the commands got a capture. You can click on a play button, automatically it's going to perform that particular operation. For suppose if you want to change the text, see here, lucky trainings, and now run the script. See here, this time it is entering the lucky trainings and it's getting info related to that particular one. So this is all about the Catalan Studio Recorder. And there is an option for us to see here. We do have an export. So we can convert this script into the recorded script into Selenium Java JUnit. This is how it's going to looks like. You can convert this script into Python unit testing. This is how it's going to looks like. And if you want to convert it into a protractor, you can convert here. So there is an option to convert your test script, the recorded script, into a desired programming language. So it's going to be a basic option, and if at all you are completely new to the programming or automation testing, then you can record your test scripts in Catalan Studio and you can convert it into your desired one. For suppose my requirement is a Selenium JUnit, I will convert here, I will copy this code and I will paste this code in my program and I can execute it. Like that, we can perform this operation. Cool. So this is the second option, which is a Catalan recorder. So these are the two recording options available in Selenium. Cool. That's all I have, guys. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. So today we are going to discuss how to install Selenium for Python. So here we have listed down all the steps. To proceed further, what I'm doing means I'm navigating to my Selenium official website downloads page. And here, if you scroll down, from this website itself, we can download any component related to Selenium and we can download everything from here. See, if you observe, Selenium client and WebDriver language binding. In order to create a script that interact with the Selenium server or local Selenium WebDriver scripts, you need to make sure that you have a language specific client drivers. Okay, language specific client drivers. So whatever the programming language you want to use, you need to choose respective drivers. So what I'm going to do as per our training program, we just want to see how can we use the Selenium with respect to Python programming. See here, Python programming is having a 3.141.0 and there is a download button. Clicking on this download button is navigating to a Python page where it's navigating to a complete Selenium project. See here, Selenium 3.141.0 pip install Selenium. So they have given a command how to install this one. Guys, if you remember pip, when we have installed a Python, by default with the latest version of Python, we are getting this pip. Using this pip, we can install any component or any packages which are built on top of a Python. So here there is a library which they have built for Selenium. You can use this command in order to install that particular one. Okay, so let us see the various details what they have listed down in the project description. Introduction: Python language binding for Selenium WebDriver. The Selenium package is used to automate a web browser interactions from Python. Okay, that's fine. And here, this is the Selenium official website. This is a package API. If you navigate to this package API, it contains the list of commands, the user actions, what exactly we can perform. So slowly we are going to study about these options one after another, and then the DAO community and all other information they have listed down here. Several browsers are supported like a Firefox, a Chrome, Internet Explorer, as well as a remote protocol also will be supported. Okay, that's fine. So in order to work on Selenium, we are using Python, but there should be some version restrictions, right? Supported Python versions are Python 2.7 or 3.4 plus. Above 3.4, whichever the version might be, we can use it. If you remember, we have installed a Python 3.8 some version. To cross check that, Python hyphen hyphen version. See here, my version is a 3.8, which is meeting these requirements. And then installing. If you have a pip on your system, you can simply install or upgrade to your Python bindings using pip install hyphen u space Selenium. With this, the Selenium is going to be installed. Okay, that's fine. They have given down how to install this one. So as we have opened down the command prompt, and if you remember, at the time of a Python installation itself, we updated the environmental variables. So wherever you are in a command prompt, you can directly access the Python. So here they have a given command as pip install hyphen new space Selenium. Let me type it. Pip install hyphen new space Selenium. Let me see whether I have given it in a proper way or not. See, pip install hyphen new Selenium and I hit enter button in a command prompt. Whenever you hit an enter button in a command prompt, it will try to connect to that particular project and it will get all the information from the Python central repository and it will be downloading the complete information into your machine. See here, installing the collected packages. and successfully installed Selenium 3 dot this version they have a mention here. See here, successfully installed 3.141 package. Okay, good enough, done the deal. So what I'm doing right now means I just want to use a certain pip commands to see where exactly my Selenium component got installed. So switch back to the Word pane document. Pip list is a command. So here, what I'm going to do right now means open the command prompt and type pip space list. So what this list is going to do means it will be listing down all the components related to the Python which were installed to your machine. See here the package and as well as a version. See, pip is a package which got installed. Selenium is a package which got installed. So it is displaying in a list with which we can confirm that this got installed successfully. But one thing is I just want to see the physical folder where exactly it got installed. So here what I can do means pip show that particular package name. Pip show whatever the package you want, you can type in the package. See here in my machine, these are all the 4 packages which it got installed. See, these are all the 4 packages which it got installed. And from those packages, I want to go with the show Selenium. Okay, show Selenium. Let me clear this and let me hit enter button after show Selenium. So as soon as you hit enter button in a show Selenium, see here name is Selenium, this is the version, and summary is Python binding for Selenium. This is a home page, other and license, and this is a location. See users app data local Python. See, this is a location which it got mentioned. Copy this location, open a folder, and navigate to that particular folder what it has listed down. See, it has a Selenium package and all other components related to the Selenium got picked and installed here successfully. So this is the way how to install Selenium to your machine. Okay, for a Python library. And now once I am done up to here, let me switch back to the official website documentation itself. They have a given something. See, so far we completed up to the installation and they have a given some more information. Let's walk through that information and see what they have a given that info. Selenium requires a driver interface with the chosen browser that needs to be installed. So what exactly that one means? See here, assume that you want to run your test script on a Firefox. It requires a Gecko driver, which needs to be installed before the examples we have to run. Make sure that you have updated here in this particular part some kind of an information it is displaying. Okay, so my majority of the situations I want to execute my test scripts on a Chrome browser, and I'm choosing this a Chrome option. And see, there is a link. I'm trying to open it in a new tab. So whenever I open that a Chrome option in a new tab, this kind of an options are getting displayed. See, supports a Chrome 80 version, some exe files are there, some 79. So the list of versions are getting displayed in detail about this Chrome driver or WebDriver for Chrome. This page we will study moving further. For now, we are focusing about an installation. Whenever you want to see a practical examples, then we will see this particular one. Maybe in the next lecture, we will study this one. Okay, for now, I'm just closing this window and switching back to this Selenium website. And here, guys, they have given some examples. Example 0, example 1, to multiple examples they have given for us. So what I will do means let us try to explore these examples and see how whether we were able to execute these examples or not. So let us start our next session with this example itself. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session we discussed about how to install Python to your machine, right? Selenium Python to your machine. So if you switch back to this official documentation where we have seen a couple of example listed down over here. So let us try to create those examples. So in order to do so, I would like to create a new project. I don't want to continue my scripts on the previous project where we have studied a Java examples. So go to file, a new project. I'm giving it as Selenium examples. The project name itself is a Selenium examples, and I would like to open it in a new window. So my PyCharm is suggesting whether you want to open it in this window or a new window. So I would like to go it in a new window. So whenever I have chosen a new window option, the previous window will be there, and it will open a new window with a new project in which the Selenium example project, whatever we have created, will be displayed out over there. Okay, that's fine. So once this project got created, if you switch back to the browser and see here, example 0, what they have given, open a new Firefox browser, load the page at the given URL. Okay, load the page at the given URL. So this is what the thing is, and the sample program is from Selenium import a WebDriver. So what exactly this means from Selenium import? If I write it without using this one, what it will happen? So let me switch back to my editor. I'm creating a new Python file, demo1. So in this demo file, I don't want to go with the from. I don't know what exactly the from is. Let me skip this from. And browser is equal to webdriver.firefox. See here, webdriver.firefox, and I'm storing it in a browser is equal to. Say it is throwing an error message, and whenever you mouse over on this unresolved class WebDriver, so it is suggesting me to create a class, but I don't want to create a class. So I need to create an object to my WebDriver. With that particular reference itself, I want to perform an operations. Good. So let me add a comment first. Okay. So we have already installed Selenium package to your machine, right? If you see the command prompt, see the Selenium package is already installed, and even we have a verified in a physical location also. So once this package got installed, WebDriver is a component of a Selenium, which we already know that. So within this editor, I want to write my WebDriver program, for which I need to use those commands. In order to use those commands, we need to specify to our editor that use this WebDriver from the Selenium package, whatever we have installed. For that reason, we are using from. See here, from Selenium. Okay, so whenever I'm typing it as a Selenium, I'm not getting any auto suggestions. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, I typed it as from Selenium, and after that, see, from the Selenium, I want to import this WebDriver. So the syntax is same I'm following, import WebDriver. Even for this WebDriver also, I'm not getting any auto suggestions. But whenever I mouse over on the Selenium, it is stating that install package to Selenium. See, it is not auto suggesting, but it is suggesting me to install this package here. What exactly the meaning is? Let me comment it out. So whenever we are getting these issues, the first thing what you need to do is go to File, Settings, and my project name is Selenium Examples. See, in the left hand menu you can find your project name. See here, project Selenium Examples, and there is an expand option. Just expand it. From those options, you do have a first option, which is project interpreter. See here, this is the first option. So just click on that first option, and here it is displaying the packages, the Python interpreter, whatever we have selected, and it is displaying a pip and setup tool package. See, this editor doesn't have this Selenium package what you have installed in your machine. That's the reason it is not auto suggesting us for that Selenium. So in order to add the Selenium package, see, we have a plus button here. Click on a plus button and a pop-up will display. On this pop-up, there is a search button. I want to go for Selenium. Search for Selenium. See the first link, Python binding for Selenium 3.141.0. Whichever the version you want of Selenium, you can specify that particular version here, and there is a install package option. Click on this install package. So whenever you clicked on this install package, it will take a few seconds to install this complete package to your machine. And once it got installed successfully, see here, installed successfully packages Selenium message got displayed here. See where here. See this message where I have a highlighted installed successfully packages Selenium message got displayed for me. Now close this pop-up, and in the previous pop-up you can find the Selenium list here. Earlier the Selenium was not listed, and now the Selenium got listed here. And now close this pop-up and switch back to your editor, which is navigating to the demo example. And now let me try to write from, see here, whenever I'm typing as a Selenium, I typed the three characters SCL. See, auto suggestion Selenium is coming here. Okay, as soon as I hit the space, okay, import, and then we need a WebDriver. See, this WebDriver from Selenium is coming, just to select it. That's it. Automatically we have a imported. So it means in this demo one class, what is the objective of this particular line? With the line 13, okay, we are specifying that in this class, we can create a program for WebDriver as we have successfully imported it. Okay, as we have successfully imported it, we can use it. Okay, that's fine. So I understood what exactly this line 14 significance is. So from the Selenium complete package, import this WebDriver now. Okay, now I'm switching back to my browser where we have a default example. This line is successful. And the next one is browser equal to webdriver.firefox. I don't know the syntax, but let me try here. So browser is equal to webdriver.firefox. I have specified that. And after the Firefox, there is an open brace and close the braces. And then they use browser.get. So browser.get, and here they are specifying the URL. So in the single quotes they specified the application URL. Even I'm updating that. Okay, that's fine. So I don't know what exactly this Firefox and the get significance, but for now let me try to right click, run as this demo one, and see what it is happening. See here, we got an error message stating that object is not callable. Okay, whatever the syntax you are trying to define in the line number 15, it's not callable. There will be a separate syntax. So here the example whatever they have given in an official website, I just use it the same code. In a simple words, I can say I copied and pasted the same code in my program. It's not working. So let us create a new program and see how this is going to work, and in a different syntaxes. So I just created a new program here. Okay, so in this new program, let me try to write down my test script here from Selenium import WebDriver. So I have defined that, and driver is the object which I am creating. From the WebDriver, call the Chrome. Okay, whatever the Chrome is there, just call it. And whatever the Chrome driver instance is there, I'm storing it in a driver. So moving further, if I use a driver dot, I can perform all the operations on a browser. So now driver dot, see here, these many commands are getting displayed for me, and I'm using a get command first of all, and a http www.bing.com. I am specifying it as my URL. And now let me run my test script as a Java application, or just an application. And see here, the exception which I got is Chrome driver executable need to be set in the path. Okay, the meaning is you have to specify the Chrome driver exe file. Guys, if you remember, whenever we are discussing about Selenium library installation, at that time, we clicked on a Chrome library, which navigated to a new window specifying a Chrome drivers window. So we haven't studied about that particular concept, right? Now it's time we need to study about that particular window. For which, let me open my browser, and here is the drivers and this is the link for Chrome, right? I'm just clicking on a Chrome. It's navigated to the Chrome official website, and here the executable file, whatever you want to specify in your program, needs to be related to your browser. Means whatever the Chrome version is there in your machine, for the same version, we have to download the Chrome driver exe file, and we need to specify it in the path of your scripts. Okay, in the path of your script. So what I'm going to do right now, first of all, let us see what exactly our Chrome version is. So in the Chrome browser, go to help and see about the Chrome, and my Chrome is 79.03945. And from here, in the current releases for the 79, this is the exe file. Just click on that. It's opening in a new window. And here, there it is displaying options related to an OS specific. Mine is a Windows machine, hence I am specifying option related to Windows. So I'm choosing this one. As soon as I clicked on this one, it's a zip file which is getting downloaded. Once it got downloaded, you have to unzip that folder. So I'm clicking on a show in folder, and this is the file it got downloaded. Right click, win archive, extract to the same name. So I'm just trying to extract the content. See here, this is the folder which has the exe file, which is a Chrome driver exe file. If you switch to the PyCharm and see, it is asking Chrome driver executable needs to be specified in the path. See, this is the Chrome driver which is looking, and this is the Chrome driver what we have downloaded in this path. So copy the path directly in a copy the path, and go back to your scripts, and here within the double quotes specify that path slash the name of that particular file is chrome driver.exe. So go back to your program along with the path, specify chrome driver.exe. This is what the path that you have specified. Now let me try to run the demo 2 again and see how this is going to work. Still it is throwing an error message stating that syntax error, Unicode error, such kind of an error message it is displaying. So wherever this slash is there, let me change that slash to forward slash. Okay, I'm just changing this to this slash, and let me try to run my script again, run as a demo 2. This time it's not throwing any error messages, but it launched a new Chrome browser, and in which it opened the bing.com application. See, whatever the application URL you have specified, it opened that. So the bottom line out over here is this is the file, exe file you have to specify, hence it will automatically launch your browser. Okay, hence it will automatically launch your browser. That's it. So once it got executed, the next point of which I need to do right now is, okay, so we were able to execute it successfully for a Chrome. Let us say the first script what we have created for a Firefox. So earlier at the very first time when we defined the Firefox, we have given it in a small f. So it should be in an F uppercase. Now when I run my test script this time, again it is getting failed, but it is looking for Jago driver executable file. So it means for Chrome browser we need chrome driver.exe. For Firefox browser, we need checkdriver.exe. And from where can I get this Jago driver? See, directly navigate to Selenium official website downloads page. Okay, I'm navigating to the Selenium official website downloads page, and here search for browsers. Why to search for all the sites? See here, third party binding drivers and plugins. I'm just below that. You can find the browsers. Select this one. See here, Gecko driver is implemented and supported by a Mozilla Firefox. Click on a documentation. See, it is navigating to this particular one, and these are all the releases, whatever it is supporting. Depending on your need, you can download it. See, Gecko 0.26 will be applicable for 3.11 of a Python. Okay, that's fine. So Gecko releases I'm clicking on. Okay, whenever you clicked on the releases, it's navigated to this page, and here click on this release, and mine is a Windows machine. Let us see the exe files. See here it has a Win64. Of course, mine is a Win64. Just click on that one. Again, it's going to download as a zip file. And now once it got downloaded as a zip file, show in a folder, unzip that particular file using a Win extractor. Okay. And then once it got extracted, if you see it has a geckodriver.exe. To cross check, copy this path, jump on to your editor, under the Firefox specify the path, and you need to remove this slash. You need to update this slash here, which I'm just updating now. And at the end, you need to specify the exe also. Go to the file explorer, copy the file name, and switch back to your editor .exe. And this time, let me try to run my script demo1 and see. Run as a demo1, and it is stating that the directory is invalid. See user downloads specifying that the directory is invalid. So why we are getting that particular directory as an invalid? So this worked successfully from my right. This worked successfully for my Chrome browser, which is not working for my Firefox browser. Okay, let me see this one. So what I'm doing means, let me copy paste it in a new line, and in a parameters, I'm giving it as executable path equal to. So I have a given a keyword executable path equal to, and let me try to run my script again. See, this time when I am trying to give this path again, so it is stating that Selenium common WebDriver exception services unexpectedly exited. Status code was sent back here. Okay, so there is an exception specific to the Firefox browser itself. Okay, I do have an issue with Firefox then. Let me see what exactly the issue with this Firefox. So I was able to launch this Firefox browser and see what is the version of this Firefox. And the Firefox version is 70. See, the problem here is my browser version is updating here. So there might be a compatibility issue between, okay, the compatibility issue between the test, the exe file, whichever you have downloaded, and the browser version, as mine is the latest version and it's still updating, because of which there is an issue in communicating with the browser. But if you people can try, it's going to work on your machine. So this is the way how you need to specify that. And earlier here what I used means I used an executable path equal to. So in the same Chrome script, I'm creating a new line where in which I'm using this executable path equal to, and let me try to run my test script. Run as a Java application, even it's opening that. So it means, so you can either directly specify the exe file, or you can give exe path equal to. That's fine. So the point is, all the time we are specifying the file from your downloads folder. There might be a possibility to miss or to delete that file from the downloads. To skip that, what I am doing means right click on my projects, and here I would like to show in Explorer, so which is opening this folder. And in this project, I'm creating a new folder with the name as a drivers. And whatever the drivers are there, let's place these drivers here. So we have a Chrome driver. copy the Chrome driver exe file and paste it here. The similar way, we have a Gecko driver. Copy the driver exe file and paste it here within the drivers folder. What we have done right now, we just copied the exe files and we pasted that exe files within a drivers folder, and that too the drivers folder is within your project itself. So moving further, if there is any change, automatically you no need to search for that file directly, you can search within your projects itself. See here, drivers slash, we have the Chrome driver exe within that drivers folder itself. Let me try to run my script and see whether it is recognizing this or not. Whenever I choose run as a Java option, it's getting executed. So it means there's a driver is there within your projects itself. So it was able to recognize it and we perform this operation. So moving further, we are going to use in such a way like this. So the executable file within the projects itself. Okay, so here these are only two lines of a program, whatever we have, but it is performing the operations. So let us see what it is doing. This line number 6, whenever we are creating an instance to Chrome, automatically it is launching a browser. This is the first action, right? And we used a get command. Get is a command which is used to open application on the browser. Okay, open application on the browser. And here we are using driver dot for everything. What exactly the driver dot means? We are creating an instance to Chrome, means the browser itself, right? We are creating an instance to the browser itself, and we are storing that reference. Okay, we are storing that particular reference in driver. So moving further, okay, so moving further, if you would like to perform any operations on browser, we can use this driver instance itself. Okay, we can use this driver instance itself in order to perform that particular operation. Okay, we can use that driver instance itself in order to perform that operation. So the first one, driver dot webdriver dot chrome, specifying the exe file, will launch a browser, and driver dot get is a command which will open the application on a browser. Cool. So this is a basic program which will be opening the app. And if you compare this point with the Selenium official website documentation, so they have given a basic example 0, which is opening the application on a browser, right? We have done this and we know what exactly the first line, second line, and a third line. The only difference what we have done is inside this, we have passed the exe file path. Automatically, it launched a browser and performed the operation. So this is the first example how to create a program and how to perform operations on a browser in Python. Cool. That's all I have for today. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to study locators. So what is these locators? Why are we going to use this one? So this locators is hard for any automation testing. Whichever the tool you are working on, this locators is the most important concept for us. Okay, that's fine. So what is these locators? How we are going to deal with it? Let me start with an example. The task which I have given to you is go to classroom A, identify a person, and give $1,000 to him. See, this is the task which I have given to you. Assume that you are within a college and I am asking you to go to the classroom A and give $1,000 to a particular person. Just by looking into the task, I can understand that it's not at all complete. The reason is I mentioned here as a person. Within the classroom A, there are 30 people are there to whom I need to give. The task is not clear at all. So identify a person with the name Ramya. Assume that I have given this. Okay, that's fine. You will try to identify a person with a name Ramya, but assume that out of these 30 members, there are 4 people with the same name. Then again, it will be a bit confusing for you. So instead of specifying in this way, go to a classroom, identify a person with below information, and the info is name is Ramya, first name, last name equal to first name is equal to first, last name equal to last, father name is equal to father, and mother name is equal to mother, and address street 1, door number 1, flat number 1, something like that, phone number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, nationality, and all other details. If we have this much of information related to a particular person, even though in a class there are multiple people with the same name, we can identify a unique person as any one of this information will be unique, right? So like this, we can identify a person. So this we can treat it as properties for a human being. And left hand side, it's property type, and right hand side, it's property value. Name is a property type, and the value associated to that one is Ramya. Okay, that's fine. So this is a generic example. Moving on to automation world. Assume that you are on a Gmail account creation page. And when you are doing this task manually, by looking into the page, I can understand that where I need to enter the username, password, or first name, last name, all the details. Just by looking into the app, I can easily understand that. But how come an automation program know where exactly it needs to enter the value, right? How would a program will know? So everything displayed on a browser, our tool will treat it as an object. Treat it as an object. So developers, while developing the application, they will assign unique properties to each and every object. Okay, developers, while developing the application, it's their responsibility to add unique properties to each and every object. So here, everything displayed on a browser, we can treat it as an object. Link, button, image, radio button, text field, whatnot, everything, anything displayed on a browser, we can treat it as an object. And developer, while developing the application, they will assign a unique property to each and every object. Good enough, done the deal. So as an automation tester, it's our responsibility to identify all the objects with respect to their properties, and we need to pass on this property info to your script so that our program will try to interact with that object, and it will perform operation on that particular object. This is how it's going to work. So as an automation tester, you need to identify unique property for an object. Good enough. Done the deal. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. How to identify properties for any object in a browser, right? So this is the most important thing, how to identify that. So there are multiple options. The first option is HTML code in Chrome browser. In this HTML code, we can right click on desired objects followed by inspect element, and the second option is verify the complete HTML content of that page and identify proper objects from the entire HTML. Of course, we will see those options moving further. And the next one is Selenium IDE add-on for Chrome. And the third one is WebDriver element locator add-on. Of course, guys, these are the options, and there are a few more options are there. XPath locator, some other options are there. It's not mandatory to learn each and every option. The point is tool is one and the same, and then automatically we can switch between the tools. So first of all, HTML codes. So how to identify this one? So the first option is right click on a desired object, inspect elements. So for this one, what I am doing means a scenario, or else the scenario is identify. Okay, the first scenario is identify text field property, text field property in bing.com. This is the first scenario. And the second scenario is identify search button property in a bing.com application. So these are the two things. So let me move on to my browser, and here I'm opening the bing.com application. So let me write down the annotations. So this is my first scenario. This is the text field. And the second scenario is this button, this magnifying button. This is my second scenario. So I want to identify the properties for both. Okay. So among to identify the properties, we have a three options. Among those three options, right now I'm studying with the first option, which is HTML codes. How to identify the HTML code? Right click on a desired object and choose inspect element. So in my situation, as per my first scenario, text field. So this is what my first object is. Right click. At last, you can find an inspect option. Clicking on that inspect option, see, you can find a bunch of properties here, and one info is highlighting in a blue color. See here, guys, if you clearly observe, this info is highlighting in this color. See, this is the HTML information related to that text field. See, the color is in a gray color background. We can say it's in a gray color, with which we can say that this is a properties. These are properties related to the text field. Again, to cross check, whenever you mouse over on this gray color highlighted information, if you observe the browser, okay, if you observe the browser specific to this text field, guys, whenever I mouse over on that, it is highlighting with a blue color, with which we can say that this HTML info is related to that text field itself. Every HTML will start with a tag name, with a unique, or it start with a tag name. Usually this symbol followed by a name, whatever it is displaying, we can treat it as a HTML tag name. In this example, the HTML tag name is inputs. Okay, on the left hand side, earlier we have a written, right? Left hand side, it's a property type, and a right hand side, it's going to be the property value. Okay, left hand side it's a property type, and right hand side it's a property value. So it means id is a property type, and the value associated to this id is sp underscore form underscore q. To select that value, double click on that, automatically it will be selected. Right click, copy it. So we copied the value associated to the id property. You can use this property in your WebDriver program. Okay, in our program. So like this, you have a class, a name, type. These many properties are there for this particular object. Good enough. Done the deal. And once after we have identified this first scenario, see guys, I was able to identify the properties for this one successfully, right? The next point here is a scenario two. Identify search button property. So right click on a button again, inspect. So when I choose an inspect, see, this is a highlighting, and on top of this one you have a parent a child tag. See here, how would I know whether it is a parent or child? See, whenever you identified this one, there is a border here. If you mouse over on that, see a thin border is displaying. So this complete set is related to that button itself. When you click on this collapse icon, so this is what the property for that button is. Label sp underscore form underscore q. Whenever you mouse over on that, it is highlighting that object. The tag name is label, and we have property type is for, and property value is sb form underscore go, and we have a class property and array label property. Good enough. So if you observe the 2 points, the two scenarios, from those two scenarios, what I understood is every object has id, class, name, type, value, title, right? Class name, okay, we have already added. For array underscore label, a few more properties are there. These many properties are there for every object in a browser. Okay, so my next question will rise in my mind is, can I use all these properties in my program, which is a WebDriver program? Can I use all these properties in my WebDriver program? This is what our next question is. The answer for this one is, we can't use all these properties. By default, your WebDriver has only few commands or few options to identify. They are ID, class, and a name. So if an object is having these three properties, we can directly use those properties in WebDriver. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. If an object is having other than three properties, then how can we use those properties in our program? So this example, if you observe, the search button is having a for and an array label. Assume that these are the actual properties defined for that object. Then how can we identify object using a WebDriver? So the point here is, in general, if an object is having a different properties which are not default in WebDriver, then we need to choose either XPath or CSS selector. Okay, we need to choose either XPath or CSS selector, and in the real world, majority of the situations, we will use XPath. Okay, we will use XPath as a default locator for the objects which doesn't have a default properties like ID, class, and a name. Good enough. Done the deal. Now, what is an XPath? And we studied that. How to write down an XPath? There is a syntax for that. The syntax is / HTML tag name, open braces, @ property type is equal to property value. Okay, this is what a XPath syntax is, //. So if you observe this one, the HTML tag name is label. So / label, open braces @ the property type is for, for equal to, in the single quotes I need to specify the value associated to that. Select it, right click, copy is equal to, copy paste that one, close the braces. This is what the XPath I have written. Immediately another question will rise in our mind. How would I know whether it is a valid XPath or not? Right? How would I know whether it is a valid XPath or not? Again, there are two ways to confirm it. Within the same HTML window, press Ctrl plus F, which will open a find window. Okay, a find sub window. See here, I'm pressing Ctrl F. See at the bottom of the browser, I'm just drawing it 1 second. At the bottom of the browser, see here, this find option is displaying, and it is stating that find by string selector or XPath. Let me write a XPath again. So this is a for value / label, open braces @ for is equal to. And as soon as I have a written here, if you observe on the same line at the end, okay, on the same line at the end, 1 second guys, same line at the end, see, one of a one it is the display, and here the corresponding property is highlighting in an yellow color also. One of one means the property whatever you have created is a valid XPath, and even it was able to identify that particular object. Good enough. So we captured a XPath and we confirmed it using a first way. And the second way is, as of now, we are in a Elements tab. There is a Console tab. Switch to that. See here, we are on a Elements tab now. And now I want to switch to this Console tab. This one, the console is this one basically. Okay, so click on this console. Okay, I'm just clicking on this console, and here $x, as it is an XPath syntax, open braces, in the double quotes paste the XPath whatever we have created. This is what an XPath is. In the double quotes paste the XPath, close the braces, automatically it is displaying here. So the second syntax is $x, open braces, double quotes, XPath, close the double quotes and close the braces. That's the way you can identify whether it is a valid XPath or not. And in this situation, we have given a valid XPath. For suppose if I change my property as a wrong one, see here 0 of 0 is displaying. The similar way in the console tab, $x open braces, if I give a wrong property, nothing is displaying. We can say that we are unable to identify this particular object. So this is all about the first option. And in the first option, the A option, which is right click and identify the desired object, right? In the next lecture, we will see the further options, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, welcome to Selenium Python training. In the last session, we studied about how to use the first A option, which is right click and inspect element on a desired object. Now let us see how to identify the properties from the entire HTML. So I'm opening my application and I'm closing this one. I'm using the same earlier scenarios itself. One is identify the text field property and as well as this button property. So go back here. In order to display the HTML content of this page, we need to press either F12 or function F12 from your keyboard, which will be displaying the complete HTML of the web page. Okay, which will be displaying the complete HTML of the web page. And now here there are a few tabs, right? Element, console, source, and network. These many tabs are there. Among all these things, if you mouse over on the first option, select an element in a page. So just click on that. And if you scroll your cursor onto the browser, it's highlighting. And just place your cursor on a desired object and perform a click operation on that. See guys, the simple thing what I am doing means I'm selecting this first option and I'm scrolling my mouse onto the web page, and whichever the object I want, I'm selecting that particular object. Mouse over on that, just click on that object, corresponding properties will be displayed. And once after we have identified the properties, if it has a default properties, then we can copy it and we can use it. If that object doesn't have a default properties, like earlier video, we will be creating an XPath and we are going to use that particular XPath within our program. Okay, we are going to use the XPath within our program. So this is the way how to identify that. I'm repeating this step once again, guys. So go to the application for which you want to identify the properties and press F12 or function F12 from your keyboard, which will open this HTML info. The first option, which is whenever you mouse over on that, select an element in the page to inspect it. Click on that and go to the desired object and select it. Automatically, the properties will be displayed. So usually guys, among these two options, the first is the simplest option, which we usually prefer in a real world. We are not touching this second option. The first option is the most preferable used option. And the next one is using Selenium IDE add-on. Guys, if you remember the previous videos in a record and a playback session, we have already installed a Selenium IDE to our Chrome browser. Now I'm switching back to my Chrome browser and I'm launching my Selenium IDE and I'm selecting a new project as a demo project and I'm giving my bing.com application as a URL. So what I'm trying to do with this Selenium IDE, see with this Selenium IDE, what we can do here means whichever the application properties, whatever the object properties you want, just open that application and perform recording option on those objects so that your IDE will capture those properties, and once the recording is completed, you can switch to your IDE and we can copy those properties and we can use them in our program. This is the step. Okay, so click on a start recording. As per my scenario, I want to identify the text field property and as well as a button. So go to the browser, on a text field, enter a value. So Selenium IDE is recording, so it will capture the properties. And the similar way, click on the button. And once we are done with the desired operation, go ahead and stop the recording. And see, within a Selenium IDE, the type command got captured under the target of Selenium IDE. Okay, Selenium IDE has a target. Under the target of a Selenium IDE, it will capture various properties related to that particular object. We can copy it and we can use it in our program. See, it has these many properties. Select it. It has captured these many properties. Copy any one of the property and go ahead and use in your program. That's it. This is going to be the second option. Copy and use it in your program. That's it. This is the second option where we can use the Selenium IDE. And the third option here is a WebDriver element locator. Install this add-on to your Chrome browser first. Okay, install this WebDriver element locator add-on to your Chrome browser. So let me open my Chrome browser and I'm closing my Selenium IDE. I don't want it now. And in the Chrome browser, WebDriver element locator for Chrome, and click on a first option, which is a navigating to the Chrome store. And here I have already added this add-on. That's the reason remove from Chrome option is displaying. Whereas for you, add to Chrome option will display. Click on that add-on, add to Chrome and install that add-on. Once the add-on got installed, earlier you found a Catalan Studio and Selenium here, right? Prior to that, you can find this add-on. When you mouse over on that element locator option is displaying, click on that element locator. As soon as you clicked on that element locator, see here a delete option and a minimize option and no elements found in a page. We don't have any elements. By default, this element locator is in off. Just click on this button, which will move into an on state. And you can click on this button, which will move into an off state. And here we have a mark all button. Now, go to the desired application on which you want to identify the properties and then open this element locator add-on and now mark it as a on and mark all as a on. When you get your cursor out of this element locator, see here guys, when I get my cursor out of this element locator, for everything a dotted line is getting displayed. See here, everything a dotted line is getting displayed. If I click on my desired object, see here, the count got incremented to 1. The meaning is this locator captured the properties for that object. To cross-check, open it, and it has the XPath and a CSS selector, and there is a magnifying icon clicking on that magnifying icon has a tooltip 16. Clicking on that, 16 different properties related to that object got captured. Depending on your need, you can copy the properties and you can use it in your script. I just deleted that property and I'm closing my icon. That's it. So this is the way how to use a different types of locators. And among all these locators, guys, this is the only option which I'm using in my real world, which is the HTML code option. I'm using it in my real world. Okay, cool. That's all I have for this locators concept. And in the next session, we will see what is the default mechanism in WebDriver. See, the simple point is I'm capturing an ID property from a browser, right? How to use that ID property in a WebDriver? There should be some command. What is that command and how to use that command? We will see in the next session. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about an introduction to locator and how to capture the various kinds of properties related to an object we studied so far. The thing is, how can I use those properties in my scripts, right? So capturing the info is not a suggested one. We need to know how to use that particular properties in my script. It's a major thing. So if you switch back to your PyCharm where we have created a simple program, let me open the last program what we have created. This program, if you observe, we are opening an application, and if you observe, driver is the instance for the complete browser. Whatever the operations you want to perform on a browser, we have to use a driver. So there is a method in WebDriver, driver dot find element. So driver dot find element, what exactly the meaning means? In the browser, find an element. So whenever you have a specified find an element, definitely we need to give a property, right? So driver dot find element by ID property. So we are asking WebDriver to identify an object in the browser by its ID property. So if you remember the last session, at the time we told you that WebDriver supports a by default ID class and a name. And if we have any other properties, we need to switch to XPath, right? So what I want to do right now means, let us see the various supported find element in WebDriver. The bottom line is a driver.find element which will identify an object in a browser by you need to specify the property. Let's go back to my editor, PyCharm, and I'm creating a new file. So I'm copying this file and I'm pasting this file again. So I just want to create a new program, and in this new program I'm deleting all the comments whatever I have added. I don't want all the comments, I'm just deleting those comments. So now what I want to do now is driver dot, see here, driver dot find elements by ID. For understanding, I'm typing find. So whenever I type it as a find, see we have by class name, by CSS selector. So we know the class name. By default, any object will have a class name. We can use it. CSS selector, it's a different option like how XPath we are going to use. A link text, where I can use a link text. See, on a browser, if any object is having a link, or if anything displaying in a browser as a link, then we can use a link text command to perform that operation. See here, these many search results are there and almost all are links. So I can use Surendra Jagannatham hyphen YouTube as my link text, and I can give it here in my PyCharm driver.find element by link text, which will be identifying that. And there is another option which is a partial link text. So this is my complete text on a link, Surendra Jagannatham YouTube. I don't want to give that much text. I can use dash YouTube, which is a partial text on a link. Even your WebDriver can identify using that option as well. I know how to use by class name, CSS selector, link text, name. Name is a default property for any object. We can copy the name and we can use it here. We studied about a partition link text and the tag name. Every HTML info has a tag name. So we will be identifying the tag name for that object, and even we can give that particular tag name, and your WebDriver can identify using its tag name. And this is all about a find element. The various methods are find element by ID, class name, CSS selector, link text name, partial link text, and a tag. Let me add a comment and let me give them find element by ID, and the similar way driver dot find element by class name, uh, and the similar way driver dot find element by CSS selector, and driver dot find element by link text, driver dot find element by partial link text, and driver dot find element by tag name. And we have an XPath also, right? A driver dot find element by XPath also. See, I'm specifying the XPath. So these are all the various locators where your WebDriver will support. Okay, you can copy the locators and you can use here. See, driver dot find element, it's just identifying an object. After identifying an object, you have to perform your desired operation. Like if you want to enter a value to a text field, to enter a value, we can use a sendkeys command, which is our action. If you want to perform a click operation, I can use a click command. Like that, we need to specify the desired commands on top of the object. See here, the syntax will be driver dot find element by dot id dot desired action. So the desired action will specify what action you want to perform. Click, send keys. So we are going to study moving further with all the actions. Okay. So this is the way how to use this, and we can use any one of this to perform our desired operation, guys. Cool. That's all I have. In the next session, we will see with a small example how to use these locators and how to perform a simple operation. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we studied a brief introduction about locators, how to identify various page properties or different object properties, and how to capture that information, and creation of usage of those properties in a basic script. Now, I would like to create a new scenario. Okay, so my scenario is perform search operation on a bing.com. Okay, this is what my scenario is. So the steps what we need to do in achieving this scenario is open the browser, open the bing.com application, identify property for the search field, and use it in the program, and use a desired command to perform it, and identify the property for search button, and use a desired command to perform this operation. Okay, so these are all the four different steps which we people need to follow in achieving this scenario. So what I am going to do right now is, so let us, so what exactly the best practice I am going to explain you now. So before jumping on automating any scenario, so what we need to do is we need to verify that the scenario manually first. This should be a first step. Once after we verified the scenario, then we can perform the further operations. So on my browser, I'm opening the bing.com, and I am entering some name, and I'm clicking on a search button. That's it. This is what my scenario is, and I verified that scenario manually. Good enough. So go back here. And if you switch back to the steps, I know the command to open a browser, which is webdriver.chrome, specifying the exe file location, will open the browser. And even in the last session, we studied in order to open an application, driver.get command, and for which you need to specify the application URL which you want to open, which can be done. So I know how to handle the first two steps. So let us create a new program and place these first two steps there. So I'm creating a new Python file demo3, and here import, okay, from Selenium, import webdriver. This is the first thing. And then driver is equal to webdriver dot Chrome, and we need to specify the executable file path. So I have already used this line in a previous script. Copy that line and paste it out over here to save my time. And after that, I need to use a get command. So driver.get and specify the application URL www.bing.com. I have specified the URL. So we are done with the first two steps. Then the third step is identify the property for the search field. How to identify a property for any object we studied earlier. Right click on a desired object and choose an inspect on that object. Automatically corresponding properties related to that object will display, and this object has an ID, class, name, these many properties. Among all these things, I'm preferring an ID property. Double click on that ID and right click, copy the property. Now switch back to your program. Driver dot, so we need to use a find element, as we have already studied which command we need to use in order to identify an object. See here, find element. See this command by ID. We have an ID property, so I'm using this one. And in the double quotes, specify the ID property. So driver dot find element by ID is a command which will be identifying my object, which will be identifying my object. And once after we identified our object, as per my step 3, it needs to enter a value into a search field. So or else enter a value into that field itself, right? In order to enter a value into that particular field, we need to know which command we have to use. So here I'm using a dot, and let us see the commands whatever we have. Clear, I don't think it's the valid command for that. So I'm just typing here, and we have a send keys command. Send keys is a command that we are using in WebDriver in order to enter a value to a particular text field. Send keys to enter a value to a text field. As of now, either to enter or we can say append a value to a particular text field, we can use the send keys command. So go back here. I'm using Surendra, and I have okay, I'm using Surendra and I entered my value. So just okay. So once after we entered a value, the next point what I need to do is, okay, once after we entered a value, if you switch back to the steps, we are done with the third step. Now switch to the fourth step. Identify the property for the search button. So right click on this search button, inspect, and it has some for property whatever they have a given label equal to for, and it doesn't have a default properties. In this situation, I am writing down my xpath. We know the syntax for this xpath is, okay, we know the syntax for this xpath is slash slash tag name open braces at the rate of property type is equal to, in the single quotes we need to specify the property value. Okay, so before taking that property, I'm cross-checking whether my XPath is valid or not. I'm using Control F here. The HTML tag name for this one is a label, and the property type is a for, and a value is sp underscore go slash slash label open braces at the rate of for equal to, I specified that, and here it is displaying as one of one. Okay, it is a valid property, hence I am copying this XPath, switching back to my editor. So driver dot find element, and here this time we have an XPath. Select the XPath, and now On this object, manually I'm performing a click operation. So in WebDriver also, we need to use a click command to perform click operation on any button, image, or a link, or a radio button, or a checkbox, whichever it might be. We can use this click command itself. So go back here, dot click. Okay, that's fine. Once after we are done up to here, at the end, okay, let's leave about the end. Let me try to run this script. And in the next scenario, we'll explain what we need to add few lines at the end of your test script. But let me run my test script. Run as a demo 3. Whenever I am trying to execute my test script, it opened a browser, that's fine, and in which it's opening a bing.com and it entered a value to the search field and it clicked on a search button. So the search results got displayed here. So I'm just closing my browser. Okay, just I'm stopping down my execution of my test script. Okay, so once it got executed up to here, if you clearly observe in the last session, we created one scenario and it launched a browser. And in this situation also, it launched another browser. We are not writing any commands to close the browser, right, guys? What it will happen if we are not closing a browser? Usually, our system will allocate some memory for every program. After some time, if we are not terminating the browsers means we will encounter some memory issues and the speed of our machine will be reduced. Okay, to get rid of those issues, at the end of every program, we are using a quit command. What is the significance of a quit command means? It will close the browser and it will release the memory which is allocated for that program. And directly, once after, okay, let me run my script this time and see. Run as a demo 3. Run this a demo 3. It launched a browser. It opened, it should open the bing.com application. It terminated the browser. I didn't see whether that action got performed or not. So that's the reason. Before using a quit command, we use a time dot sleep. Okay, we use a time dot sleep for few seconds. So time is the one which we are using this in Python to specify certain amount of time, and it is asking import time. So I have imported this time directly. See, on top of my test script, it should have a import time. So using this time, what it will happen means time dot sleep. This is a command which will wait for 2 seconds, which will wait for 2 seconds. And here quit is a command which will terminate the browser and release the memory. So at the end of every program, it's mandatory for us to add this time dot sleep followed by this quit. Now, this time when I execute my test script, after performing the operation and before terminating the browser, it will wait for the specified time interval and then it will terminate the browser. So that as an end user, we can see whether that action got performed or not. Okay, we can see whether that action got performed or not. So this is the way how to create a simple program and how to use it, guys. So that's all I have for today. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today I want to execute my test script without specifying the driver exe file. What does it mean? If you go back to the executor and if you observe any one of the previous test scripts, every time for the browser, you have to specify the executable file path, then only it's executing. Now, we can use an option in this Python using which we can run our test script on the browser without specifying this line, for which we need to know about this WebDriver Manager package. Now, I'm going to my Chrome browser and I'm opening this WebDriver Manager. and it has a more details on it. So you need to check out whether this package is installed in your machine or not. I'm opening my command prompt first, and in the command prompt I am using pip list. So whenever we are using a pip list, see, I can find a webdriver underscore manager. It was already installed for me. So if it is not there in that list, then you can use pip install webdriver manager, which is going to install this particular package. And once this package got installed, go ahead and create a new program. Copy the existing program and paste it here with a name as a 37. And in this program, delete all unnecessary commands whatever we have. So I'm just keeping only few commands here, guys, which will launch the browser, and see here, which will open the application, and then which will enter the username, password, and all of this stuff. And I'm also deleting this actions chain. And if you switch back to this documentation, they have a given that you need to use this package to work on a Chrome browser. Copy this package name, go back to your script and paste it here. And before using that, make sure that this WebDriver manager is there under your settings. Go to File, Settings, and here the WebDriver hyphen manager should display here. If it is not displaying in this list, click on this plus button and search for WebDriver manager, and see here, selected install packages, automatically it will be displaying here. That's it, I just installed that particular package. And after installing the package, the next thing is we need to use this command to launch a browser. Copy this line, go back to your editor, this line, driver instance is equal to, that's it. I haven't specified anything else. Whatever the two lines are there in the browser, I copied and I pasted those two lines here. Hello, hi everyone, welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to study about how to run a test script without specifying the exe file. See guys, if you observe any one of the test scripts, whatever we have created, we need to pass the exe file within our program. So I need to write down a test script without launching this exe file, or without specifying this exe file, for which we are using a WebDriver manager. We have a Git official website and a documentation for this. I will be publishing this reference link in the video as well. And now here, if you observe, they are asking us to install this package to your machine. So I'm opening my command prompt, and before installing, I'm just cross-checking by using a pip list and whether I have that a WebDriver manager package or not. So here we have a WebDriver manager package in my machine. If you don't have that package, use this command in a command line and install this package. Once you have installed this package, go ahead and create your own program. Say I am copying the existing program and I am pasting the existing program with the name as a 38. And see, my 38 is data driven. I don't want it. So let me create another new program, guys. 31, copy it and paste it into a new program again with the name as 39. So I'm going with a 39 and new script. Okay, one second. Let me see the appropriate scripts. One valid script. Okay, 26 is the script. Okay, I'm copying it and I'm creating a new script with the name as a 40. And in this 40, I'm deleting all the commands below this. Okay, so I kept only few commands, which is open the application and maximize the window and perform these operations. And I am deleting this exe file. And if you refer to this documentation, they are asking this package to be imported for the Chrome driver manager. I copied this package and I kept it in the imports. And after that, in order to launch a browser, you need to specify this WebDriver manager dot this line. Copy this one and paste it here. And driver is equal to. So we are just specifying this as our browser instance. And now when I run my test script this time, just by copy pasting those two lines, it's launching a browser and it is performing the operations on a browser. Whatever the actions we have, it performed all those actions in a browser. So if you clearly observe, guys, we haven't specified any exe file. Directly our script is working and it's executing successfully. Like this, you people need to use a WebDriver manager and a Chrome driver manager in order to launch a browser. For suppose if you want to run your test script on any other browsers, this documentation has a Firefox browser, IE browser, all those things. Depending on your requirement, you can use it and you can run your test script on a respective browsers. So for me, I'm considering Chrome as my default browser and I executed my test script on a Chrome browser successfully. So this is the way how to execute our test scripts. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to discuss about how to handle checkboxes in Selenium Python. So what I'm going to do right now means let me open my document and let me list down the steps what I want to do right now. So the first thing is my scenario is handle checkbox. This is what my scenario is. In order to handle the checkbox, what are all the various steps required for us? The first step is open the browser and application. Those are one and the same. I'm not writing down those steps. The next point is identify the property for the checkbox. Use a click command on that object. Okay, use a click command on that object which will be updating that particular checkbox. Okay, good enough. So let me switch to the application where exactly we have these checkboxes. I'm opening the bing.com and I'm navigating to the bing.com settings page. On this particular page, you have this search suggestion checkbox. See here is my checkbox search suggestions, and by default, the checkbox is in a checked mode. Now, let us write down a WebDriver program which will be toggling the status of this checkbox. So, I'm creating a new program here, new Python file, demo 5. And here on this program, the import and other things are one and the same. So let me copy the content from the previous script whatever we have created and paste it here, and delete all the comments whatever you have in that test scripts. Okay, delete all the comments whatever you have in that test script. Let me delete that. So I don't want all these commands too. So here the updated script have import to time, import as WebDriver, creating an object to Chrome, and launching a browser. So it means opening the application on a browser, and at the end we have wait for some time and even it's terminating the browser. Now my application URL is this bing.com settings page. So copy the URL and update the URL here. Okay, I'm just updating my URL here. Now, once after we updated the URL, the next point here is this is my checkbox. Right click on a checkbox, inspect. So whenever you performed an inspect operation, we noticed that it has an ID property. Copy that, go back to your program, and here driver dot find element by ID, and I'm using a simple click command on top of that. Nothing more than that. I'm not doing anything else. Just a simple click command I'm using. Now, let me run my test script and see how this is going to work. Run as demo file. Just run the demo file. It launches a browser and it should perform the operation on a checkbox. See here, the checkbox went into an unchecked mode. So, click is a command. Okay. On a checkbox specifically, when you want to deal with the checkboxes, click is a command which will toggle the status of the checkbox. Toggle the status of the checkbox. Okay, but my requirement is I don't want to toggle it. Okay, I don't want to toggle it. Based on the status of a checkbox, I need to update it. What does it means? For suppose, if my checkbox is in checked mode, then simply print a message that it is already checked. If it is in not checked mode, then check it and print a message that successfully checked. Like that, you have to create a script. Okay, let me copy this demo 5 and create a new program and demo6.py. I just copy pasted my content now. And in the demo 6, what I am doing means all these comments I'm deleting from here. And now instead of using this click command, I'm going to use a different command here. That is displayed, is enabled, and is selected. These are the three different commands we have. Is selected is a command. The output of this is selected is either true or a false. Okay, the output of this is selected is either true or a false. So here, what I'm going to do right now, so is selected is either true or a false. If it is in a checked mode, then it will return a true, else it will return a false. See, I don't know how this is going to work. Directly, I'm storing it in a P1. Print status is plus P1, or else instead of doing that directly plus P1, I have only this message, right? Plus P1. So when I run my test script, let us see what exactly the outcome from this P1, and based on that we can understand what it is capturing. See, it returned as a true. The true means checkbox is already in a checked mode. Okay, checkbox is already in a checked mode. Now, simply I can write down an if condition here specifying that if it is true, then perform this operation. If it is a false, then perform this operation. We need to write down a condition here. So let me write an if. If here I'm giving it as a P1. So when this content will be executed, when the value present in a P1 is a true, print already checked. If this is not the case, then we need to go to an else block. Else, I need to perform a click operation on that checkbox. Click followed by print. What I would like to print here, successfully checked it. So here this is not a clear, this is click, right? This is a click. Now let me run my test script and see what it is returning to the console this time. As per my scenario, it was supposed to print a true first, followed by already checked to the console. See, true got a printed and already checked got a printed to the console. Like this, we can handle the checkboxes. Usually, we can use a is a selected command to know what exactly the status of a checkbox, and we can update it. Usually, this is selected is used on checkboxes and as well as a radio buttons. This is how you can deal with checkboxes. That's all I have. See you again in the next session. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about how to handle checkboxes. The next scenario which we want to cover is handle dropdowns. Sorry, handle radio buttons first. Okay, radio buttons. How we need to handle a radio button? In order to perform this radio button operation also, I'm going to the same script or the same application, which is a bing.com general settings page itself. On top of the web page itself, directly we found three different radio buttons. One is a strict, moderate, and a off. Three different radio buttons are there. And on those three options, by default, a moderate radio button got selected. And as per our requirement, we need to change the radio button to strict. That's what your test case is. So you need to create an automation test script which will be selecting a strict in that radio button. So scenario, select strict. Okay, good. So the various steps what we need to do are, the first step is which is one and the same, which is opening the browser and from there opening the application. And once after we are done with this opening of a browser and opening of an application, the next step is on this page, identify the property of the desired objects, and we can use a simple click command to change the status. Okay, we can use a simple click command to change the status. So right click on a strict, inspect, and the strict is having an ID property. Okay, let me go back to my editor, close all the existing scripts, copy the previous scripts, and paste it to the project again. Paste it. So I'm creating a new name as a demo 7. Open the script. See here, this is what the script which it got open. I don't want all the stuff. I'm deleting the stuff. So I'm just keeping only one thing, which is launching a browser and terminating a browser. That's the thing. And it has an ID property. Copy the ID property, go back to your editor, driver.findElement by ID, and I'm using a simple click command. So when I run my test scripts, this time it should select that strict button. So run as a demo 7. See, strict got selected, and after a few seconds it will be terminating the browser. That's fine. So guys, if you remember in the yesterday's session, we used is selected command to know the status of the checkbox. So what I'm doing means, after updating, okay, after updating this particular radio button, I'm using is selected command, and I'm storing the result in a P1 and a print P1. Let me see what exactly it is printing to the console. Whenever I executed my test scripts, it should update that checkbox radio button, so it should select it, and later is selected is a command, it should get the status. So guys, if you remember, whenever I am explaining about that is selected, it's going to apply for both the checkboxes and a radio button. If it is selected, it will return a true. See, as of now I am applying this is selected on a strict radio button, as it got selected, hence it is returning true to the console. So the bottom line is, we can use is selected on either the radio buttons and as well as the checkboxes. Depending on your project needs, you can use it. Okay, is selected. And based on that particular status, you can perform the operation. The ultimate output of the is selected is, if it is selected, it returns true. If it is not selected, then it will return false. Okay, then it will return false. That's it. This is the way how to handle a simple radio buttons, guys. Okay, this is the way how can we handle a simple radio buttons in Python. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. So today we are going to discuss about how to handle drop downs. Okay, so usually whenever you are working on any kind of a real-time applications, we will encounter a situation where we need to change a value inside a drop-down, right? So let us create a simple program. How can I get, or how can I select a value from a drop-down? So in order to do so, let me show you the scenario. See, on a same bing.com page, we have these results drop down, or else results, where in which it is having a multiple options. I need to write down a WebDriver program which will be changing down these options in a drop down. So here the scenario is, the first scenario is, use sendkeys command and see whether we can change the value in dropdown or not. So I need to use a sendkeys command. In order to do so, the various steps are, the first one is open the app, open the browser. This is one and the same. Identify the dropdown property and use a sendkeys command, and as an input to sendkeys, pass a value which is existing in the dropdown. Okay, which is existing in the drop down. So for this situation, you know what I am doing means, I'm creating my new test script. So copy the existing script, create a new program, and give the name as a demo 8. I don't want to use other programs and I'm closing it. And I don't want to use my previous script. I deleted that. So I just kept only the application opening and terminating. And here, let me right click on my drop down and choose an inspect. So whenever I choose an inspect, it has an ID property. Copy the ID property, go back to the program, driver.find element by ID, and I'm trying to use a sendkeys command. And for the sendkeys, you need to give a value which is already there in a dropdown. So the second option we have in a dropdown is a 10. Let me try passing 10 here and let me run my test script. Run demo 8. So whenever I'm executing my test script, let us see how this is going to work. Manually, I maximized my browser, guys. We will see how this is going to work. See, 10 got updated in a dropdown. So the bottom line is we can use a send keys command in order to select a value from a dropdown. Okay, we tried it and it's executing successfully. And the next way is in WebDriver, we have a selector class using which we can select a value from the dropdown. Okay, in a WebDriver, we have a selector class using which you can select a value from a dropdown. So what I'm going to do right now is we need to create an object to the selector class. So let me copy the existing test scripts and paste it in a new program, and I'm naming it as a demo 9. In the ninth program, see, this is what driver.findElement is my drop down information. So I'm storing my drop down information in a dd variable. As of now, dd contains in future wherever I'm using dd means it's a drop down information itself. Okay, it's a drop down information itself, dd. Now what I'm going to do right now means select of dd and store it in a s is equal to. Okay, select is a class basically, and it is throwing an error message whenever you mouse over on this select, import this name, and here it is displaying more options. So under this import this name, it is giving a lot of suggestions. I know that my select class is from Selenium. So what I am doing means manually on top of my test scripts from Selenium WebDriver, we have a support. Okay, we have a support, and in that support, there is a selector class. Import the selector class here. Okay, import the selector class here. Okay, that's a straightforward thing, or else Selenium support, and from the support import the selector class. Under Selenium we have a WebDriver in which you have a support. From there we are trying to import the selector class. And now whenever you mouse over on this, okay, select S. Okay, select. So whenever you mouse over on this, this is how we have a created. Now S dot. See, I'm not getting any auto suggestions related to this selector class. I can confirm that this was not successfully imported. Again, to cross check, what I am doing means get. See, not even a suggestions are coming out over here. So this means the selector class is not imported. So select, and here I'm trying to use this selector class here. And whenever I am trying to use this selector class, cannot find a reference in a select, cannot find a reference in a select, create a function module. I don't want to create that. See, somehow we are using a wrong instance of the selector class. Let's debug this and identify what is the root cause behind this one. Okay, so the issue what I have done right now is I haven't imported it successfully. Under the support, you have a UI class. From the UI, import this select class and create an object. Now, S dot, if you observe, all the select options are getting displayed. Select by index, select by value, select by visible text, select by index. So every option in the drop down has a unique index. Okay, every option in the drop down has a unique index. If we want to select first value in the drop down, then we need to give index as a 0. And if we want to select second value from the drop down, then we need to give index as 1. Like that, we need to pass on the index. In my situation, let us see how many values are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would like to select the third value. So 0, 1, 2. So if I give index as a 2, it was supposed to select a 15 from the drop down. So go back here, select by index 2. Let me try to run my test script, and in my execution, it should select 15 from the dropdown. Let us see how this is going to work. Scroll down to that object. See, 15 got selected from the dropdown successfully. This is one option. And another option is s dot select by value. So each and every option in the dropdown has a value property. See, select a class. Every option in the dropdown is starting with the tag name as an option. And moreover, it has an individual value property. So what I am doing means in the value, it is having a 50. So option value as a 50. Now, let me try to run my script. In this execution, as we have a given value property as a 50, it should select the value 50 from the dropdown. See, in this instance, 50 got selected from the dropdown. Good enough. And the last method we have in order to select a value from a dropdown is select by visible text. See here, auto is having a visible text. So I'm copying the text from the browser and I'm giving it as an input select by visible text. Now, when I run my test script at this time, it should select the auto. But one thing we can observe here is by default that value is an auto which it got selected. There is no specific difference we observed here. But this is the way how to use a select class in order to get the values or in order to select the values. So among all these things, we have a few more options. If you scroll down and study all the options, we have options method. S dot options. I don't know what exactly this options is going to do. So what I am doing means P1. So whatever this options method is getting, I'm storing the result in a P1 and now print P1. Okay, I'm just using this print P1. When I run my test script and let us see what exactly this P1 is returning to the console. I don't know what exactly these options is. Let us see here. See, it returned some web element information. And how many info it got returned? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See here, 5 different sessions got retrieved and printed to the console. So it means, what I can understand means, options is a command. By looking into the print value, I understood that options is a command which will capture all the values in the drop down and it will store in a variable. That's fine. So as of now, when we use a print statement, it is printing all the web elements. But my requirement is I want to print text from all the objects. Okay. So in order to do so, in order to get the data from all the objects, then we need to use a for loop. Okay. So we have already studied about a for loops in Python. So for space, I'm using a variable element in where we have all these values in P1. See, P1 is a list. Whenever you have a defined like that, this will be rotating on all the data present in a P1. And now what it's going to do right now means element dot, okay, element dot get underscore attribute, okay, of the value. So we are trying to get the value and we are trying to store it in a P2 and a print P2. So let me try to run my test script and see what exactly it is returning to the console. And here we use element dot get attribute method. Run as a demo 9. Okay, I'm just executing this demo 9. Let us see what it is printing to the console, whether it is printing the output or printing the error messages. See here, it's still printing this stuff itself, which is the web elements. Okay, so it printed both the stuffs, guys. So somewhere we are using this web element, it's printing. Okay, see here, we have a for loop, it has a print, and even it has this print p1. Print p1 is printing all the web elements, and the for loop is printing all the values. So I don't want this print p1, it is confusing. Let me comment this line and let me rerun my program. So whenever I executed my program, so finally what it returned means get attribute is a command which is getting the attribute value. See all the values in the drop down, it got printed to the console. Okay, get attribute is a command which is capturing a specific attribute for that object. So whatever the value, see here, attribute of a value. See, for the first value, it has a -1, 10, 15, 30, 50. These are the options. See, -1, 10, 15, 30, 50 got retrieved and printed to the console. Like this, we can get text from the drop down and we can print it to the console. This is the way. How can we use this particular drop down, and what are all the various operations we can perform on a drop down? See, you can use a select a class, and using any one of these three options we can select a value from a drop down, and we can use this option in order to get all the values from a drop down. Okay, that's it. And using a for loop we are printing that information. So this is the way how to deal with drop down, guys. So that's all I have for now. See you again in the next session. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to discuss about overview on find elements. See guys, we know what exactly a find element means. So what is a find element? It will identify, it will identify an object in the browser, right? With the specified property. Whatever the property you have specified, it will try to identify that particular object in a browser. Whereas find elements, see the only difference out over here is plural s. So it means it will identify multiple objects in a browser. Okay, that's the same thing, guys. So here find element will identify only one object, whereas this find elements is the one which will be identifying multiple objects in a browser. Whatever the identification mechanism we have, like find element by id, class name, css selector, all the options we have for the find elements also. Okay, so whenever we use driver dot find elements, then it will try to identify multiple objects in the browser, and definitely we need to give an identification mechanism for that. So find elements, see here driver dot find elements by dot id equal to 123. Assume that. So in this situation what it will happen means it will identify, it will identify all the objects in the browser which are having an id property as a 123. That's fine. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. If there are no objects with that property, what it will happen? Right? If there are no objects with this particular property, it won't throw any exception. It won't capture anything. That's it. Okay, if there are values, it will capture the values. If there are no values, it won't capture any values into that. Okay, here I have a given ID as an example. Depending on your application, depending on your object, we can use this particular identification mechanism. I can use either ID, class name, CSS selector, XPath, link text, partial link text, any one of these things I can specify here. Okay, any one of these things I can specify here. That's fine. So what I'm going to do right now is, let us use this find elements command and create a scenario. So scenario is identify all the objects in the bing.com home page. Okay, bing.com home page, which are starting with the tag name as A. See here. So this is what my scenario is. I need to identify all the objects in a web page which are having a tag name as A in a bing.com. So the various steps are: open the application and the browser. This is going to be one and the same. After that, we no need to use any commands in our scripts, as our objective is very clear, which is we need to get all objects which are starting with tag name as a. So directly I no need to do anything. So directly I can go to my scripts, driver dot find elements by dot tag name as a. That's it. I can capture that particular information. Okay, let me create a program for this scenario and see how this is going to work. So go back to my editor, and I'm creating a new script. I'm just copying an existing program and creating a new script. And in this 10th program, so this is having a different sets of commands. I'm just deleting all these commands, and my requirement is a bing.com. Hence, I'm just changing this URL to bing.com. That's it. And after that, we need to use find elements. See here, all these things are a find element. If you scroll down, you do have a find elements also, elements, and by tag name, and the tag name which you want to give is a, and the list output I'm storing it in a p1. Okay, so whenever we are using find elements, the output will be collection of multiple ob collection of multiple objects. Okay, so we can use a for loop to print all the values. Okay, we can use a simple for loop in order to print all the values. If you remember the previous scenario, whatever we have created, even we use the options method, and using that particular options, it's capturing the collection of multiple values. Right, the same thing, the same for loop I'm using. So what I'm doing means directly copy that previous program for loop and paste it here. So I haven't changed anything, guys. Directly I copied my previous program for loop and I pasted it out over here, and I am trying to print this p2. Okay, let me run my test script, run as a demo 10. See, whenever I'm executing my test script this time, let us see here, it should print the stuff. See, it's trying to print and it got a printed nothing. Okay, so there is a small issue which we have created. So guys, if you clearly observe, what we are trying to do right now is we are just using an attribute as a value. But in this situation, we are not supposed to get the value. We need to get text from all the links. So in order to get the text from all the links, the only thing is p1 of elements. Okay, p1 of elements dot text. This method, from the p1, whichever the index is there, select that object and get the text from that. So I'm just using print this one now. P1 of a element dot get text. Whenever, how this is going to work means basically this will rotate the for loop on all the values present in P1, on all the values present in a P1. Initially, it will start from zero index from element onwards. Okay, zero index in the element onwards. Okay, that's fine. So what I'm going to do right now, let me try to run my script and see what it is printing this time. So it's getting executed on a browser, and let us see whether something is printing here or not. Okay, see here, an error message out over here is list indexes must be an integer or slices, not web elements. Okay, so something we are getting a different issue here. P1 of a element dot text is a method which we have used and it is not printing anything. Okay, so let us see. So whether it got printed anything, it doesn't printed anything. So it's having an issue with this print itself. P1 of a element dot text. Okay, so here what I want to do, p1 dot element dot, let us see all the objects or all the operations. Find elements, we have a find elements. So whenever we used a dot, it's getting all the commands. So get attribute, which will be getting the specific attribute for that particular object. Earlier we have okay, in the previous example we have a value property, hence we used a get attribute of a value. In this situation we don't have that, so we need to get the text. So let us see all the options whatever we have. Not, so we do have a text command, right? Text commands, I think this is the same thing, right? Run as a gmom. Let me see what it is printing. It should print the values, but it's not printing anything. List indices must be integer or slices, not web element. List. This is a list. Okay. So I guess it's having an issue by passing this value. Okay. By passing this value. So what I will do means instead of this P1, range of length of, okay, length of a P1. Let me see this one. So this is going to be the range and it's going to be the length of P1. Let us see whether it is working in this situation or not. See here, this time it is printing all the values. So we need to change the for loop. So here in a for loop, earlier we used a P1. It was not the case basically. We need to specify how many times it needs to rotate. And here length of a list is returning total number of values in the list. Okay, length of a list is returning the total number of values present in a list. See, all the link text got retrieved and it got printed to the console, the complete link text. So here what additionally I'm doing means, if you remember guys, when we are studying the checkboxes, we discussed about is selected, right? Is selected, and we have is displayed also, which will check whether the object is displayed in the browser or not. Okay, which will check whether the object is displayed or not. So here what I am doing means, if p1 of a element, which is a web element, dot is displayed, which is a method which we are using to check whether that object is displayed or not. Whenever that object is displayed, then print the text. Okay, then print the text. Okay, let me run my script again and see what it is printing. run as a demo 7. So almost it will get the similar output. The only difference is the number of values which it is returning will be reduced in this case. That's it. Number of values which is returning will be reduced in this case. That's it. This is the way. How can we use a find elements a command, and how can we get all the values, and how can we print those values to the Python console? Okay, this is the scenario. So we have successfully executed it, and we printed all the values to the console. And now what I'm going to do now here in this situation, length of a list is the method of which is returning the total number of values in the list. So here print length of length of p1. Okay, length of p1. When I run my test script as a Java application or a Python script, this time I need to see the total number of values here. The first thing, it's going to be 59. There are 59 objects are there in a web page which are starting with a tag name as a. Good enough. Now if you observe the find elements here, I have a given a point. If there are no objects with that property, it won't capture anything. See, my name is Surendra, right? See, I have entered the property as a Surendra. So I am asking my WebDriver to identify all the objects in a browser which are having a tag name Surendra. Definitely it will be 0. Now, when I run my test script this time, what it will happen means, let us see what the length it is returning to the console. As per my command syntax, it was supposed to return 0. See, it got a returned 0 to the console. Okay, it got returned 0 to the console, stating that there are no objects with the given property. Okay, there are no objects with the given property. The main advantage with respect to these find elements is, if there are no objects, just it will return size or count as a 0. Whereas when we are using find elements, and if the object is not there, then it will throw no such element exception. Okay, and moreover, when we use a find element, the output we can store it in a web element, whereas when we are using a find element, we can store it in a collection of multiple values. We can store it in a collection of multiple values. This is a basic difference between a find and as well as find element and as well as find elements, guys. Okay, so this is a basic scenario of this find elements. Good. We'll continue the topic in the next session. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about how to use a find elements a command, and we have seen an example on a find elements. Now, if you remember the example or the scenario what we have created, identify all the objects in the bing.com which are starting with the tag name as a. This scenario, I can also write it as identify all the links in the browser. The reason why I can recreate this scenario like that one means, usually all the links in the web page will start with a tag name as a itself. Okay, every link usually will start with a tag name as a itself. So I just decoded that particular line and I have a given in this way so that we can easily understand that. So this scenario and this scenario both are one and the same, as the links in a web page are starts with a tag name as a. So I can call it out majority of the links. Okay, majority of the links usually will start with a tag name as a. To cross check that, I'm opening a bing.com. Right click on this language, inspect. See, it is starting with the tag name as a. All the links are starting here with the tag name as a, and even images, it's starting with the tag name as a. So every link in a web page is starting with the tag name as a itself. So we can also call this scenario as identify all the links in the browser. Good enough. And then the next point which I need to consider out over here is Driver dot find elements is a method which will get all the object information from the entire browser, right? So the scenario which I want to create right now is get all the options in the drop down. And for that, the first scenario is going to be the bing.com, and the second scenario is Salesforce account creation page role drop down values. Okay, so these are the two scenarios. So on a bing.com, I need to get uh, auto. In the last class, we have a study, right? 10, 15, 20, 30, 50, some values are there, right? So I just want to get those values using a WebDriver program. And on a Salesforce account creation page, we have another drop down. So first of all, let us see this one. So my requirement is to get all objects in the drop down. Okay, good enough. So let me navigate to that drop down and see what those objects are having and which tag name or common property all the objects have. So now right click on this object inspect. So whenever I have a performed this particular operation, see there is a select a class, and if you expand that, all the options in the drop down are starting with a common tag name as a. Okay, all the options are starting with a common tag name as a, sorry, option here. See, if I highlight this one, how many drop down values are there? Every drop down option is starting with a tag name as an option itself. So directly I can use a find elements command. So I noticed that all options in the drop down are starting with the tag name as an option only. So I can use my WebDriver commands to get all options. So here driver dot find elements by dot tag name of option. I would like to get them with all the options. That's it, nothing more than that. So let's switch back to our editor and let us create a new program for this. So right click, excuse me guys. So right click, paste that program, and I am naming that program as a demo 11. And I just want to close all other programs. And here, let us delete all these comments for our understanding purpose. So I just want to delete this line too. Okay, I'm not changing anything else in this script. I'm not changing anything else in this script. Okay, so the next point, what I'm doing right now here is the URL got changed. So copy the URL, update the URL in your test scripts, update the URL in your test scripts. And all the objects are starting with the tag name as an option. Hence, I'm changing my tag name to option. That's it. So driver dot find elements by tag name as an option. Now, when I run my test script this time in this situation, the drop down is having all the options like a -1, 10, 15, 30, 50. All these values are there. And see, all the options got a captured and it got a printed to the console. Auto 10, 15, 30, all the values got a printed as we are using a text method which will be getting the text on that particular objects. Good enough, done the deal. But if you observe this, okay, it captured all the values and printed. With this, we successfully created one scenario. This scenario is successfully completed, and my required values got printed to the console. Now, the next scenario is Salesforce account creation page role dropdown. So here, developer.salesforce.com, and I'm clicking on a sign up. So whenever you clicked on a sign up, it's navigating to the account creation page. And in this page, we have two drop downs. One is a role and another is a country. Okay. Right click on a role, right click on a role, inspect. All the options in a role drop down are starting with the tag name as an option. And the similar way, right click on a country drop down and inspect. And if you observe, even all these options are also starting with tag name as an option. Okay, that's fine. Let's keep this aside. But my requirement is I'm using a find elements command. So copy this program, create a new program on top of it. So here 12, I created a new program and change the application URL to this Salesforce URL. I'm updating my application URL within my program, and then driver.find elements and print. My requirement is to capture the values in the role dropdown. Okay, I have a specified just driver.find elements, and let me run my script and see what it is printing to the console this time. Okay, let it execute and see what it is printing. No? See, it printed my role values, and there are 235 values are there. But my role dropdown is having just 5 to 6 values, but the counter here it retrieved as a 235. The reason is we use driver dot find elements, right? Driver dot find elements means it will try to identify in the entire web page. But as per our scenario, we need to get the data from the role drop down. So instead of using driver.find elements, I can use role drop down dot find elements. Okay, let me do that particular one now. So here, instead of using this driver data find elements, let me comment this line. And here, what is the object information of this role? Right click, inspect. See here, this object is having an ID property. Copy this ID property, go back here. Driver data find element by ID, and I'm storing it in a obj is equal to. Okay, obj contains this drop down object information, and now obj dot find elements I want to use here. Obj dot, I'm using a find elements by dot a tag name, again I'm using it as an option, and this result I'm storing it in a p1. And now the further commands, I'm not changing anything. Print the length of the p1 and print all the values in the p1. So let me run my test script and see the difference. Earlier, whenever we used a driver.find elements, it captured a 235 values, and now I'm using obj.find elements. See, this time it captured my required values, and all the values in a role drop down got printed to the console. So the bottom line out over here is, if at all you want to capture properties on a specific object, identify the object first, and then use a find elements command on that object. Okay, use a find elements command on that particular object which is capturing the values. So this is the way how to capture these many values, guys. That's all I have. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today I would like to see the scenario here is perform tab operation on all the links in the bing.com. Okay, so the various steps which we need to do in order to achieve this one is, we already have a test script, right? We already had a test script. We already have a script which will get all the links and print info to the console, right? Copy that script, and in the for loop, under the if condition, which is if the link is displayed, then along with printing the text to the console, add the logic to perform tab operation. Okay, good enough. So let me switch to my PyCharm first and see what exactly that script is. So the demo 10 script, if you observe, so here we are capturing the links from the bing.com, right? We are capturing all the links from the bing.com and we are printing that info. So I'm copying this demo 10 and I am pasting this script with the name as demo 13. Okay, in this 13th script, first of all, delete all the comments from my script. So the steps, what it is specifying is, under the if condition, you need to specify the logic to perform the tab operation. See here, here we have an if condition. Here I need to write down a logic. That's fine. But how can I perform tab operation? Right? We can use send the keys a command to do so. Okay, we can use a send the keys a command in order to perform that operation. For the send the keys a command, we can pass input as keys dot, which will list down complete keyboard commands, and based on our need we can call them. Okay, based on our need we can call them. Say switch back to your editor. P1 of a element, that's fine, it's going to be an object, right? Dot send keys. Okay, for this send keys we need to use keys dot, I want to perform a tab operation, keys dot tab. But here send keys, keys dot tab, it's not recognizing. When we mouse over on that, it's giving a suggestion, import webdriver common data keys data keys. Okay, it identified that particular keys, so I'm just using an import on this one. And if you switch back to the top of your test script, see, from Selenium webdriver common data keys, import the keys. Okay, the corresponding package got imported. And here, instead of tab, see, whenever I type keys dot, all the keyboard related commands it is displaying: arrow, up, down, right, backspace, cancel, clear, everything whatever we have in a keyboards, it's just displaying those things. From all the keyboard operations, I'm picking a tab operation. Now let me run this script and see what it is performing the operation. So I'm maximizing the browser manually, and see here, see, it is performing the tab operation on all the links, guys. So that's the reason all the links got displayed here. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. And guys, one small thing which I observed here is, whichever the browser it is launching in minimized mode itself. Right. So I need to write down a command which will maximize the browser. Okay, which will maximize the browser. Switch back here. Let us see that the command in the driver dot, see here. I can see window handles. I don't want this one. And maximize window, minimize window. In this situation, I want a maximizing. So maximize window. Save it. Let me try to run my scripts. Maximize window is a command which will be maximizing the browser. Say, let us see whether the WebDriver is launching, it's maximizing the browser or not. See, it was maximized by my program itself. So with which we can confirm that our WebDriver was able to perform this operation. So window maximize is a command which will be maximizing the browser. Below command will maximize the browser. We can always use this command on every script so that the browser will be launched in an maximized mode. That's it. So this is a high overview on this scenario, guys. We'll continue the topic in the next session. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to see how to handle frames in a web page. So immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. What exactly a frame means? Let me show you a pictorial representation for the same. Assume that this is your web page, and we know that the complete web page is having a HTML, right? Which we are identifying, and we are giving the HTML information to your WebDriver program, right? Frame means within the browser, they will be considering a separate part and creating it as a frame. So here they are treating it as a frame 1, and this one as a frame 2. Okay, this one as a frame 2. Immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. Okay, that's fine. So what's wrong? It's having a HTML and we have a two different frames. So what's wrong in that? So directly my WebDriver can identify this frame and perform the operations, right? No, it's not the case. Whenever they created a frame in a web page means frame will have a separate HTML. So the browser HTML, the main web page HTML is a differ, and the frame HTMLs is differ. They are not one and the same. So it is having a one HTML. This frame is having another HTML. Another frame is having a different HTML. So whenever you are dealing with an applications which has these types of frames, then what it will happen means your WebDriver will try to identify an object in this particular HTML, whereas your desired object is sitting out here. Your desired object is sitting out over here. What it will happen, this HTML is differ and this HTML is differ. WebDriver will try to identify in one HTML, as that object is not there, it will throw no such element exception, as this is a frame which is having a separate HTML. Now it's our responsibility to tell to our WebDriver that switch to the frame first and then identify an object, so that our WebDriver can switch to the frame and then it can perform the operations on the frame. Like that you have to specify. This is a theory concept, and immediately another question will rise in our mind. How would I know whether there is a frame in a web page or not? So first of all, let us start with an example and see how we are proceeding further. So in order to do so, I'm going to this application, which is a jQuery UI draggable. On this application, we have this one, or else we have a date picker. On this application, see, this is a text field. My requirement is to perform a click operation on this. Okay, I need to write down a test script for that. Okay, let me copy the existing program and paste it with a new name as a 14, and then in the new script delete all unnecessary commands. I have deleted that, and my URL is changed. This is what my URL is. Update my application URL in the line number 8. And after updating that, my requirement is to perform a click operation. Right click, inspect, and here it is having an ID property. So driver dot find element by ID dot click. That's it. I'm not using anything, just a click command. Now let me try to run my test script and see how it's performing this operation. It needs to maximize the browser first, and then it needs to open the specified date picker URL. Okay, it specified the date picker URL, and it was supposed to perform a click operation on the text field. It was not yet performed. Let me switch back to my editor and see here. In the editor, we got an exception, and the error message here is no such element exception. Unable to locate an element with this property. So whenever we see this error message, the first possibility of this error message might be, maybe we have a given invalid property due to which we are getting this error. So go to the browser and cross check whether we have a given valid property or not. For suppose if you have a given wrong value, just update your script and run it. Okay, just update your script and run it. For suppose you have a given a valid property, but still you are getting this error means we can say that the desired object may be sitting on a frame. Okay, good enough. How can I confirm whether it is on a frame or not? Right? How can I confirm whether it is having in a frame or not? See, if you observe, the frame is having a separate HTML code and the main web page is having a separate HTML codes, right? And moreover, usually frames in a web page will start with either iframe tag or a frame tag. So to get an answer for this one, go ahead and study the HTML of that object. Means see the parent nodes of that objects. Okay, see this is what a date picker is, and if I scroll up, see I'm just highlighting that info here. See, this is what my object is. I'm just checking out the above parent tag. It is having a HTML here. Let us cross check whether this HTML is a browser HTML or not. But I noticed here that this is not a browser HTML. There is a iframe tag here. So the ultimate point which I observed here is this object is inside this frame. How can I confirm that? See, next to the iframe, there is this expand symbol, collapse symbol. Click on the collapse. Whenever you collapse that, the object, whatever you have identified, is not displaying here, right? So, with which I can confirm that it's definitely inside a frame itself. So, the frame is having a property src followed by a class name. Okay, the frame iframe tag which is having this one. So this is the way how can we identify whether there is a frame in a web page or not. Good. Finally, by studying HTML of that object, we identified that there is a frame in a web page. So how can we ask our program to handle that frame? Right. We need to use switch to frame concept in WebDriver. And as of now, the frame is having a class name. So go back here to this program, driver.findElements by dot a class name and store it in a fr equal to. Fr is an instance which is storing that frame information. And now driver dot switch to, right? Driver dot switch to dot frame. See here I can specify the frame and the frame property is fr. So I am asking my WebDriver to switch its execution to this fr. Now run this script and see whether this time it is performing the operations or not. So let it execute, and it's establishing the connection with the browser. And then this time it performed a click operation. Successfully, it performed a click operation. Like this, we can handle a frame. And here, so driver dot switch to dot a frame dot a frame. And for this a frame, I can give index 0, 1, 2, like that. I can give index if I know my exact frame number. Usually we have to copy the frame information, create a web element, and passing on that web element is the best option to identify frames. So this is the way how to identify a frame and how to write down a program in WebDriver to switch to the frame. And then the next point is, once after your actions got performed, if you would like to come back to the main web page, then you can go with a default content. This default content is a method which will come back to the main browser, which will get the control to the main browser. So from this screenshot, we asked WebDriver from this main browser to switch to this frame, and later using the default content, we are giving the control back to the browser itself. That's it. So this is a straightforward thing which you need to consider. This is the way how we people can handle frames. Okay, cool. That's all I have. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to see how can we select a date from a date picker. See here we have a date picker. Whenever you clicked on this text field, a calendar is populating, and clicking on any date or any number, the date is updating in that particular field. So this is the scenario, and there are two ways we can handle it. So the first way is I can see that it I can see that as a text field. So I will try to use send keys command. Okay, I will try to use the send keys command. I will pass in the dates, whatever whatever it is selected. Okay, this is going to be the first option. And the second option is we will follow the manual steps what we are doing. So as for the manual steps, what we are doing means click on the text field, select a date. Okay, select a date. This is the thing which we need to do. So let us start with the first option. So I'm taking my previous script as a reference, right? Click on a 14, copy, create a new script here, paste a new script, and I'm changing the name to 15. So this is what my new script is, and here in this new script, I'm deleting the default content. So here I'm directly using a send keys command, and the value which I am passing is this date. Copy it and paste it here, and I would like to select 31st December 2019. And now let me try to run my script and see whether the date is selecting or not. See, directly I used a send keys command on that particular text field, and I am passing my date. Let us see whether it is updating the date in that field or not. So it's getting executed. See the date, whatever we have passed in, it entered that date successfully. So this is the way how to handle this date picker in a first way, where I can pass in directly the desired date as a send keys command. The second way is we need to follow the manual steps. So here what I'm doing means right click on this code, copy it, and paste this a new program and changing the name as a 16th new script. And in this new script, what I am doing means I don't want to use a send keys. I would like to perform a click operation. So whenever we perform a click operation on this text field, a calendar is populating. So I have to select a date. So right click on any number and choose inspect, and I can find it as a as a tag name. See here, I observed that I observed that dates are starting with the tag name as a. So we can use link text command to perform click operation. Usually, if anything is starting with the tag name as a, if you want to perform click operation on that, we can use link text as a WebDriver command. See here now what I am doing means driver dot find element by dot link text. I would like to give link text as a 31st dot click. That's it. Let me run my test script and see how this is going to work. Run as the demo 16, executing that particular script. it should select the date from that date picker. See, let us see how this is going to work. See, it picked the date. That's it. Successfully, it got executed. But the date it is selecting from the current month. For suppose if we need to select next month date, then manually we will click next button before selecting the dates, right? The same way in our automation also, if you want to select next month date, then simply identify the property for next button and then use a click a command on that. Later use the date value. Okay, that's fine. So let me switch back and see how this is going to work. So what I'm going to do right now means go back to the browser. Let me perform a right click operation on this next button inspect, and this next button is having this lengthy class name. So as it is having a class name, directly I'm writing down my XPath open braces at the rate a class is equal to. I have identified this object, copy this XPath, go back to your program. Before selecting the dates, driver dot find element by XPath, and I'm using a click operation on that. See, this one will be selecting the next month and then it's going to select 31st in the next month. Now, when I run my test script this time, it should select date in the next month, which is Jan 31st. Let us see whether it is updating that info or not. In the browser, it's navigating and Jan 31st got selected successfully. So this is the way how to handle this date pickers, or how to select a date from this kind of a pickers. Okay, that's all I have, guys. See you again in the next session. Hello, hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about different kinds of scenarios, and now we are going to discuss about how to handle drag and drop. Okay, drag and drop functionality in WebDriver. Okay, so for this scenario, I'm using the same jQuery application which we have used, and here this is a draggable. Say my intention is navigating to this application, and then we have a drag me around object. I need to perform a drag and a drop. Say I need to drag this object and drop it somewhere else in this page itself. Okay, so the scenario is handle drag and drop. And the various steps to achieve this one are, the first one is open browser and a app. It's going to be one and the same. And switch to the frame is a common when you are working on any scenario within this jQuery.com. Whenever you are working on any kind of a scenario within a jQuery.com, make sure that you have a switch to frame concept. See, if you remember in the last session, we have seen how to handle this date picker. So it is having a jQuery UI.com slash date picker, like that. Whichever the application you are working on within this particular one, make sure that you people are using this switch to frame. And then we need to create an object to the class which supports all those methods and then perform that operation. Right, this is what we have to do. So what exactly all those operations means? See guys, manually by looking into this scenario, I can understand that, or I can say that we are performing this drag and drop manually, right? But how would I know whether this action is performing or not? right? So in order to do so, we have a class which is an actions chain class. Okay, actions chain, and we can use any kind of command there. So first of all, let me create an object to these action chains so that I can understand the various commands whatever we have. So go to your editor, close all your programs, copy the last test scripts, paste it, and name it as WebDriver 17. So in this 17, after switch to frame, I don't want to use anything, hence I'm closing this. See here guys, opening the app, maximizing the window, and here we need to change the URL. So instead of a date picker, I'm changing it to draggable. Copy this draggable URL, update this URL in a script, switch to frame. That's it. We have this switch to frame so far. And after that, now let me create an object to this particular one. Drag me around. Right? The click inspect. It has an ID property. So go back here. Driver dot find element by ID, and I'm storing it in a obj is equal to. That's fine. As said that we have to create an object to action chains dot. See, we are getting these many commands, but I am not getting the appropriate commands. The reason is until and unless we import the right package, we can't see all the supported methods. So let's import the proper package and then see the various methods we have in that. So here, actions chain, whenever you mouse over on that, unresolved references action chain, and even it is suggesting that under the WebDriver common, you have this action chain. Okay, select it and let us see what it got imported. See here from WebDriver, import the actions chain. Okay, that's fine. Let me leave it and scroll down here. Actions chain dot. See, these many commands are displaying. In my situation, I want to perform a drag and a drop. And moreover, one small thing which we need to remember here, guys, we have multiple packages. If we are not importing a proper package, we can see the command, but at the time of execution, we will end up with different exceptions. So we need to make sure that we are importing the appropriate packages. That's fine. Go back here and manually, guys, if you observe, I'm performing a drag and a drop operation on a browser. So go back here. Among all these things, I'm performing a drag and drop. But here we have two commands. One is a drag and drop, and another is a drag and drop by offset. So when can we go for a drag and drop means if I know the source, what I need to drag, and the destination where I need to drop. In such situations, we can go for a drag and drop. If we don't know the destination, if I know only the source what I need to drag, and if I don't know where exactly I need to drop, in such situation, we can go for a drag and drop offset. So in the current example, we know this is the one which I need to drag, but I don't know where exactly I need to drop. So in such situations, I'm going for the second option, obj, comma, x offset. I'm defining as a x coordinate of 150, comma 150, dot. See here, once after we are done with these x offset and a y offset, what we have to specify as part of a x offset or a y offset means, guys, usually Okay, the x coordinate and as well as a y coordinate. In the current situation, I don't know the exact x coordinate and a y coordinate, hence I am passing 150 and 150 as a random coordinates here. In this situation, I'm giving 150 and 150 as a random coordinates here. And let me try to run my test script. After that, we are using a perform method which is used to perform that operation on the browser. Whatever the operation we have selected, it will perform that operation on a browser. Okay, let me try to run my test script and see how this is going to work. It's getting executed, draggable, and see, it doesn't perform this operation. Go back and see here, the script got a fail stating that action drag and drop data perform, drag and drop perform, missing one required positional argument of y offset. So we have passed all the arguments, right? See here, let me look into this command again so that I can see what exactly I'm missing. Drag and drop self x offset y offset. For suppose self obj 150 comma 150. We no need to pass this self usually. Okay, still it's not coming. Okay, so what I want to do right now means, where is this import from the WebDriver? Instead of directly importing from this WebDriver, what I want to do means, from this WebDriver, go to common. In this common, you have a actions chain, and from that import this actions class. See, I changed my import statement now. Okay, earlier directly I used a WebDriver import the action chain, and I'm changing my import statement now. And let me try to run my script again and see whether this time it is performing or still it's throwing any error messages. Okay, action chain x offset y offset, still it's not performing. Most recent callback file user line number 16 in module action chain drag and drop dot perform type error by offset missing one required positional argument which is a y offset. Okay, let me change these things to 50 comma 50. Anything we are changing a value here itself, right? We are just giving a normal value x and y, the value we are specifying. Mm, I'm just changing it to 1. Let us see. It is saying that one argument is missing, right? Let me add a one more argument and run the script. I know it's wrong, but let me try this. If it not worked, I have to explore this one. Just let me see after this execution. Okay, so before jumping on and performing this one, what I will do means, let me add a time dot sleep after opening that application. Okay, let me run this time and see whether it is performing or not. I'm assuming that it might be a bit synchronization issue. That's the reason. What I am doing means, right after open the app, before switching to the frame, wait for 8 seconds. That's what I have specified. Let us see this time whether we are getting an error or not. If we are getting an error this time also, then we have to look into this issue. Okay, fine. Let me explore this issue. Just give me okay. Let's see this issue once. Okay, cool. So I understood the issue here is, guys, I missed a small step here. For this action driver, we need to pass our WebDriver instance. So usually action chains open braces, we need to pass the driver instance, followed by we can perform the further operations. So here obj comma 150 comma 150 dot perform, like this we have to define, not this one. So the only issue which I made here is for this action drive action scene, basically I haven't passed my browser instance, whereas here I'm passing my browser instance. That's the only thing. So every time whenever we are creating an object to the action scene, it's mandatory for us to pass our driver instance. That's what I did right now, and that's what the only correction which I have made. And let me run my script. It's getting executed. Let us see. And earlier, guys, with this one, even we changed the import statement, right? Let me switch back that import statement also and see whether we were able to perform this operation or not. So it's still waiting. Let us see. After few seconds it should change this. As see here, it was supposed to be here, it dragged up to here and it terminated the browser. That's fine. And here earlier it was till this WebDriver itself, the package, right? From Selenium WebDriver directly import action chains. By looking into the exception, I just navigated till the appropriate path and now of the import statement, and now I'm deleting that path and I'm trying to execute my script and see if it is working or not. If it is executing successfully, then we can use the same import whatever we have now. Okay, good enough. Let us see. As soon as it open the application, it will wait for few seconds as I have given 8 seconds of time. So see here, it performed the operation. So it's not related to the import statement. Either you can use this import statement or you can use this import statement. It's up to you. Whichever the import you want, you can use it. It's related to the complete issue is related to the driver instance. See, we are creating an object to the actions class, but we are not passing the browser instance, right? So that's the issue. So this is about a first scenario, and we have another scenario on a drag and drop, which I will cover in the next video. Thank you. Bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about drag and drop by offset commands, where in which, if you remember, guys, whenever we are writing down the drag and drop offset, we passed x coordinates and y coordinates as a parameters to that, right? So usually, a quick question will rise in our mind: how can I capture my object coordinates, right? How can I capture my desired object coordinates? How we are going to get that information? So in general, in that example, I have a given a sample reference, which is 150 comma 150. If you want to pass on appropriate information, we can capture the coordinates for the object first, and then we can pass on the information. Okay, pass on the information. Okay, so the scenario out over here is capture coordinates for the draggable objects. Okay, so among all these, we have a draggable, the first script what we have created, and we have an object for this one also. Let me copy that script. So this is what my script here is. This is what my script is. So let me copy these scripts and let me paste this script again. And I am changing the name to 20. And I just want to close the others. And in this script, I don't want to perform this operation. As soon as we created an object, I want to get the coordinates for that object. So obj dot, let me say the various methods whatever we have so that I can analyze that. Okay, size. And here for this size, it is displaying as a p of. Okay, so somewhat size is a bit a different one I'm capturing, and I'm storing it in a s is equal to. And obj dot, see here, After the size, let me explore all the methods whatever we have is selected, clear, find elements, get attributes, ID, location. So location, I felt that this might be a bit a different thing. L is equal to. Now print S and print L. Okay, let me run my test script and see how this is going to work in this situation. Okay, so I'm trying to print what it captured in a size, and even I'm trying to print what it captured in the location. Okay, let it execute and see based on the output. See, whenever we retrieve the size, the first print, it is capturing the height and the width of an object. Whenever we are using a location, it's capturing the x coordinate and a y coordinate. So when we use this size, below command will capture the height and width of the object, whereas this one below command will capture x and a y coordinate of the objects. Okay, the x and a y coordinate of the object, this will be captured, and this will capture the height and the width, guys. Just a minute. Okay, so height and the width got a captured, and another one is a capturing x and a y coordinate. So depending on our need, we can use it in your program. This is how we can capture the x and as well as the y coordinates. And we know we have a get attribute command. If you remember, we studied about this get attribute. For this get attribute command, we can pass any property, so this get attribute will work on an object itself. Obj.get attribute, what it will happen means it will be getting the specified property for that object. For suppose this is what my object is, right click and inspect. So for this object, I have a given an ID property. When I use a get attribute dot a class, it will be capturing the class name. See here in this example, in this property, I'm specifying the class, and I'm trying to print this one, print this one. Okay, and I'm trying to print this one. Now let me try to run my script and see whether it is printing. This is what my class name is: UI widget content, UI draggable handle. This is what my class is. When my script got executed successfully, that's how the class name it should return. So web element has no attributes, get attributes. Okay, it has an attribute class, right? Which one we are using? Obj. Okay, let us see what I have done. Obj dot get attributes. Okay, again, the syntax is wrong, so I have to use this syntax. So print get attribute. I'm just passing the updated command get attribute, and let me try to run my script this time. Okay, so let us see what it got printed to the console this time. It's getting executed, and usually it will take a few seconds to complete the execution. Let's go back to the editor and see the class name got printed to the console. See UI visit, the class name got printed to the console. This is the way how can we print the info or capture a specific property for an object. Okay, good enough. Okay, so this is the way how to capture the coordinates and as well as the attributes of an object, guys. And depending on your need, so in the previous example, if you don't want to give a random coordinates, then we can capture these coordinates and we can increment that and we can use it. But of course, we are not touching this concept most frequently in your real world. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. Thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. So in the last session, we discussed about how to handle a drag and drop part one, where, in the last scenario, we have only source and we moved it using x coordinate and y coordinate. Right. Now, what we are going to do is the next scenario is let me switch back to the browser once. See here, we have a resizable. See, this is also similar to that of a draggable. The only difference out over there is earlier, see, in the draggable objects, we perform this drag and drop. The similar way in this resizable, we are performing a drag and drop of this left hand side or else the right hand side bar. Okay, this bar I can perform this drag and drop. So the only thing is both are almost one and the same, right? The scenario is perform resizable operation. The steps are, if we observe the scenario manually, almost it's one and the same like the draggable script whatever we have created. What I observed is only two things are changing in that script. One is application URL and the second one is the desired object information. As in this situation, we don't know to where we need to drop, hence we can use same drag and drop by offset command and 150 comma 150 coordinates which we have used in the previous program. So in order to achieve this scenario, what I am going to do right now is copy the previous scripts and then update the URL, update the property and try to run the scripts and see whether it is working or not. So that's it. These are the steps, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is the recent script, I'm copying it and I'm pasting it again, 18th. And here I want to change my URL to resizable, copy it. This is going to be the first update. And the second update which I have to do is this property. Right click on this bar, inspect. See, it has a class name, lengthy class name. Whenever we have such kind of a lengthy class names, directly we can go with an XPath itself, // div open braces at the rate a class is equal to. So we have a one of a one. We were able to identify it. Go back here and earlier we have a obj driver dot find element by ID. Now I am changing it to driver dot find element by XPath. That's it. In an earlier example, we have an ID property. Earlier, we have a ID property, and now I changed it to XPath. And now let me try to run my script and see how this is going to work. Run as a demo, run this demo script, and let us see whether this resizable operation is performing or not. Let it execute. Okay, so it will take a few seconds to wait. We have explicitly given a thread.sleep. See, it performed that operation successfully. Good enough. So like this, with a simple modification, the previous script, we can use it in a different scenario. Okay. Finally, I noticed that with about two modifications, my script is executing successfully. Awesome. Right. And then here I want to go with another scenario. On the same app, we have a droppable functionality. See, the basic difference between the previous draggable and this droppable is earlier, I don't know where exactly I need to perform a drag operation or a drop operation. My destination is not there, hence I have used a coordinates. Whereas here in this situation, I know where exactly I need to drop. In such situations, we can use a second command. So copy the previous scripts and paste it again here with a new name. And prior to that, let me list down the steps. Perform, drag and drop on the URL, which is a droppable application. The various steps are: copy the draggable scripts in the create new object, or else we can say create objects for both source and destination, right? And in the action chains, instead of using drag and drop by offsets, use drag and drop commands and run your scripts. Let us see. So I have already copied my draggable script. Now let me try to create an object for both the source and the destination. Prior that, once after you have copied the scripts, update the URL, delete object creation, and delete actions chain command. Delete all the three commands. See, in the new script, I'm just deleting this draggable object creation, and I'm deleting this actions chain, and I have to update the URL to droppable, copy the URL, and update this URL in your script. That's it. Here we no need to wait for this much of time, hence I'm giving it as a 3 seconds itself. As soon as we switch to the frame, now the next operation is identify the drag me target object. Right click, inspect. It is having an ID. Okay. src is equal to driver dot find element by ID, and my destination is this one. Right click, inspect, and my destination is a droppable having an ID property. dest is equal to again driver dot find element by ID, and I have to create an object to these action scenes, but we have to pass the driver instance, and here we can use drag and drop, and we have to pass the source, and we have to pass the destination and a perform. That's it. Let me run my test script and see whether it is performing this operation or not. It's executing, and let us see this one. Okay, it should perform this operation. See, the drag and drop got performed successfully in this situation. Good enough. Done the deal. And after a few seconds again, it will terminate the browser. Cool. So this is a basic scenario how to perform a drag and drop operations, guys. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. So today we are going to discuss about handling tooltips. Okay, so what exactly the tooltips means? So whenever we mouse over on any objects, okay, whenever we mouse over on any objects, some message is displaying, some message will display, which we can call it as a tooltip message. Okay, let me show you a simple example. On the same jQuery application, we have this tooltip. Clicking on that, it's displaying here, and whenever you mouse over on this text field, see, we ask for your is only for statistical purposes, such kind of a tooltip is displaying. Now my requirement is I need to write down a WebDriver program which will be capturing this tooltip message. So what are all the various steps we have to do? So the first step is copy previous codes and use it till switching to the frame. Identify the desired objects on which we are getting the tooltip. Study the object carefully and see whether we can find the tooltip in HTML. So let me do that. Right click on this object, inspect. So whenever we perform this inspect operation, see it has an ID property and it has a title which has this tooltip. We noticed that the object has a title property and it has a tooltip message. So my task got achieved, guys. I know how to get a specific property for an object, which is I can use a get attribute command. So identify this text field and use get attribute for that object and use title as an input for that. Okay, title as an input for that and directly print that message to the console. Okay, print that message to the console. This is what the steps are. Okay, so first of all, let me perform the first step, which is copy the previous codes. So I'm trying to copy my previous program and I'm pasting my program again with a name as example 21 and study and delete unnecessary commands. See, in this situation, I don't want all these commands, and even I don't want this object as my application URL is changed. So copy the application URL, update the application URL in your program. Switching to the frame is a common, and now the text field is having an ID property. So go back here. So driver dot find element by ID, and I am storing that instance in obj is equal to. Obj is having that object information. Obj dot get attributes of title. For that object, get the title property and print tooltip message is plus P1. Now, let me try to run my script and see whether it is printing the tooltip message or not. So in general, guys, whenever you are working on any e-commerce applications, so this is one thumb rule. Okay, one second. This is the thumb rule which you need to remember. Whenever we are working on any kind of e-commerce applications, usually the price information will be stored in the value property or this title property. In order to capture that information, we can use get attribute command. Okay, we can use a get attribute command like how what we have done. See, in this example, it got a printed that particular tooltip message to the console as well. Okay, whatever the tooltip is there, it got a printed that a tooltip to the console. So this is the way how to handle this tooltips in WebDriver. Good enough. Done the deal. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to see how to handle auto suggestions. What does it mean? What exactly an auto suggestions means? Let me open a bing.com. See, on a bing.com, assume that I'm entering some value. Whenever I'm entering something, see below values are getting displayed. These values we can treat it as an auto suggestion. So here my scenario is get all auto suggestions and print them to the console. Whatever the values we are getting, print them to the console. The various steps in achieving this one are open browser and a app. And once after we open the browser and a app, enter value to the search field, wait for few seconds, then suggestions will be populated. Okay, suggestions will be populated. Identify whether there is any common property for all the suggestions. If so, we can use a find elements command. We know find elements is a command which will be capturing multiple objects information. So Let us see whether there is a common element or common property for all the objects or not. So right click on the first auto suggestion and click on an inspect. So whenever I clicked on an inspect, see strong, the name was split into a parts, and this is what my class name is. And this is coming from this one. So this is a parent and this is a child. So this is what a parent which is having a class name and a tag name as a li slash slash li open braces at the rate class is equal to. See here, I can find 7 outcomes from that. One, two, all the auto suggestions are populated. So we identified an XPath which is common for everything. So I can use driver dot find elements by XPath and we can print them using a for loop. Okay, I can print them using a for loop. Cool. So find elements by XPath and I can use a for loop to print entire information to the console. Good enough, done the deal. So let's switch back to our PyCharm editor and create a new program for the same. And guys, we already created a program which will be capturing all the links in the web page, right? Let me try to use that piece of a code here. See, this is what the piece of code, the demo 10. So let me copy this program and paste a new program and demo 22. Okay, in this script let me delete all the comments. These are creating confusing to me. I'm just deleting all the comments. See, it has a driver dot find elements by tag name. So my URL is a bing.com. Before performing, I need to enter a value to a text field. This is what my XPath is. Copy the XPath and paste the XPath in the editor for now and go back here. Right click on a text field, inspect element. It has an ID property. So go back here. As soon as we open the application, find element by ID and enter a value as a Suren into that. As soon as you entered a value into that, wait for few seconds. So the time whatever I'm giving it out over there is wait for 5 seconds. After waiting for 5 seconds, auto suggestions are getting populated and the XPath is this one. So go back here. By earlier we have a tag name. I'm deleting that. Driver dot find elements by XPath. This is what an XPath is. The result I'm storing it in a P1 equal to. And I'm not changing anything else in the previous program. The previous program, see here, this one is printing the total number of values. Below line will print total number of values in the list. And after that, below for loop, it is printing all the values in the list which are displayed. Now, let me run my script and see whether it is printing the output to the console or not. So my script is getting executed. And so one small thing is here, this script doesn't have a window maximize. Okay, I can add it at a point now. But if you observe, all these auto suggestions got a printed. And on top of my test script, driver dot maximize the window. And along with that, this is the way how to print the information to the console. And then what I want to do means, let me try to capture screenshot. Okay. In order to capture screenshot, we need to mention in which location it needs to capture it. Okay, in which location it needs to capture the screenshot. So over here, I'm just giving this as my path. Okay. So here, the corresponding command that we have to use is driver dot get screenshot as a PNG file. Okay, get screenshot as a PNG file. I'm selecting this option, and for this one we need to specify the file location. I know I have to change this slash to a forward slash. I'm just changing my slashes here, and even we need to give a unique name Hence, I am giving my name as demo22.png. So I have a given this name. Let me try to run my script and see whether it is capturing the screenshot in that location or not. See, in this particular location, we don't have any screenshots. It has an Excel file, two text files, and one PowerPoint presentation. My script is getting executed. Okay. So it entered the value and now it's waiting for some time to terminate the browser. Okay, so let us see whether the script got a failed or it got executed successfully. My script got a failed here. So the point of what it is saying means driver.get screenshot as a PNG. So get screenshot as a PNG takes one argument, but we passed two arguments. Okay, so I think again I have a given an improper command. So driver dot get screenshot as a file. Let me take this as a file and pass on this info, and let me try to run this script again. Okay, let me try to run this script again and see whether this time it is capturing or not. See, whenever we are getting an exception means definitely there is an issue with the command what we have a use. That's the reason I'm just changing my command and specifying that get screenshot as a file, and that file name I'm giving it as a PNG file. See, somehow it got this time it got executed successfully without throwing any error messages. Go to that location, see demo22.png file captured, and when I open that, okay, whatever the browser instance is there, it captured that the browser instance. So this is the way how to capture the screenshots. In order to capture screenshots in WebDriver, we need to give get a screenshot as a file, and we need to specify the location followed by a file name. We need to specify file location and file name also as an input to this function. Okay, as an input to this function. That's it. So this is the way how to capture auto suggestions and even how to capture a screenshot in WebDriver. Cool. That's all I have, guys. See you again in the next. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today, we are going to study about mouse over operation. So what exactly this mouse over operation means? See, here I'm using this amorites.com as an application to validate this scenario. So in which whenever I clicked on a manage button, see here we do have a multiple options are getting displayed like manage, before you fly, packages, visa and passport. So among all those options, so whenever you mouse over on before you fly, corresponding options are getting displayed here. Now, I need to write down a WebDriver program which will perform the same operation, which is before you fly mouse over operation. That's what my scenario is. So the various steps in achieving this scenario are, the first one is open the browser and the app, and the next thing is click on manage button, identify the property related to it, and use a simple click command, and later we can use actions class to perform this action, which is a mouse over operation. Okay, which is a mouse over operation. Fine. So let me create a new script. So in order to do that, I'm copying an existing program and modify the basic commands in that. Okay, fine. Let me navigate to my PyCharm, and my last program is 20 seconds. Right click, copy it, and paste the new program here. And I'm changing the name as a 23rd. And on this one, I don't want all these things. So as soon as it maximizes the window, I just want these commands. So the first three commands will launch a browser, open an application, and maximize the browser. And last two commands will wait for some time and then it will terminate the browser. Now, copy the application URL and specify the URL within your program. Good enough. So far we have completed the first two steps. Now we need to click on a manage button, then only the information is getting displayed. So in order to do so, I need to identify a unique property for manage. So right click, inspect, and here see it has a data ID, data link, a class. These many properties are there. I'm considering a data link property to write down my XPath, and the HTML tag name is a slash slash a open braces at the rate data underscore link is equal to. See here I got a one of one which is invalid XPath. Copy it, go back to your program. Here driver dot find element by XPath, and once after we identified that, just click on that, and whenever you perform a click operation on that, see these options are getting displayed. So right click on a before you fly inspect, and the before you fly is having a data link in a different way, manage before you fly, and the HTML tag name itself is a. So in the previous XPath, I am updating the content in a data link. See here, it is pointing to before you fly the same objects. Copy these objects, go back here, driver dot find element by XPath, and I am storing it in a obj is equal to. Obj is a complete object information. Once after we captured this object information, let's use this action driver. See, we have a created action driver object in our previous sessions, guys. Let me open my any of the previous scripts. See, actions chain of a driver. The same command I'm going to use. So copy it and paste it here. Dot. In order to perform operation here, we need to go for move to elements. So, but here the auto suggestion, the commands are not displaying. The reason is action chains is not imported. So mouse over on this action chain and it is suggesting me to import. I just imported the required package, and now all these methods are getting displayed. Among all those options, move to element is a command which I can use whenever I know the specific object information, and I am using a dot perform. So here, move to element is a command which will move cursor to a specific object. Okay, that's it. And perform is the method which is used to perform that operation. Now, let me run my test script and see how this is going to work. I'm just trying to execute my test script here. We have a window maximize also. Okay, so it should maximize the application, uh, the browser in which we have the application, and see before you fly it performed a mouse over operation. Okay, cool, good enough, and even it terminated the browser too. Cool. So this is the first scenario where in which we performed a mouse over operation, and in continuation with that, the second scenario which I want to do is after performing mouse over operation, click on any one link. Okay, after you perform a mouse over operation on that particular object, then my requirement is to perform a click operation on that. Hence, I'm just navigating to my browser, and let me list down the steps here. The steps are above steps plus we need to do below action, right? We just need to do a below action. So the point here is identify the desired object which you want to click. Okay, so what I want to do is under my before fly, so I want to click on a travel information. Okay, I have identified that. So the next point is capture property related to the desired objects. See here, under the manage before you fly, right click on a travel information, inspect elements, and it has a div tag. See guys, it has a div tag and it has a class name and even it has a role. So far, we know that if there is any object with a default or a different properties, the syntax we used in a XPath is a slash slash tag name, open braces at the rate of property type equal to. In the single quotes, we are specifying the property value. If it is a single property, if we want to specify multiple properties of an object, then slash slash tag name, open braces at the rate of property type 1 is equal to property value 1, and I can use an AND operator and type 2 equal to value 2. Sorry guys. So like this, we can pass multiple properties information. And for this object, I have a class and a role also. I want to pass these two things. Copy the class name, write down an XPath, slash slash div open braces at the rate of class equal to space and. So I need to give the role. I haven't seen that property. Let me inspect it again. And the role equal to heading. And at the rate role is equal to heading. Close the braces. See, whenever I perform that, whenever I have created that XPath, if you clearly observe, there are 11 objects it is populating. Okay, it is identifying 11 different objects. Okay, and one of 11, this is not my required object. So what I'm doing right now means, let me hit enter in this one. 2 of 11, the text on this 2 of 11 is some check online. See, below that you have a span tag, and on the span tag you have a actual information. So what I can do means, I can use slash span. So that's what my actual object is. So whenever I use a span tag, now it is highlighting the desired text, but there are 22 objects are there now. Among all the 22 objects, it is highlighting the first object, which is manage your booking. That's not my desired object. My desired object is a travel information, something like that, right? Travel information is my desired object. This is what my desired object is. But with that property, whatever I have given, see here, one point here is we identified a XPath for the desired objects, but we noticed that there are 22 objects in the same web page with that property. Then how can we identify our desired objects? In order to achieve this one, we have two ways. The first method is identify the count of the desired objects, like whether it is fifth or sixth or fourth or third. Identify that desired object count. This is the first way. How would I know whether immediately? How come we know the object index? Right? Or how can I know the object count? See, the simple point is, once we capture the XPath, we can press enter button there, which is incrementing that number, right? 1 of 22, 2 of 22, like that. Whenever you are clicking on enter button, if you found a desired text, then we can see or we can consider it as our count. Okay, see here, as of now, 1 of 11 is manage booking. I'm hitting enter button here. 2 of 11 is a different text. 3 of 22 is a check online. And 4 of 22 is a flight status and travel information. My required stuff is a travel information, which is 7 of 22. So I identified that. Okay, so the next step out over here is Finally, we identified the count as 7. Then how can I perform click operation on that? So there is a separate syntax. Open braces, xpath, close the braces, open this braces, and the count you can pass. This is a syntax which will be identifying the unique object with the count whatever we have specified. With the count whatever we have specified, it's going to identify that. See, my xpath is here itself. For this xpath, this is what my count is. So here the syntax is suggesting that open the brace before the xpath and close the brace after the xpath. See, I'm opening the brace before my xpath and I'm closing the brace after my xpath. And we need to mention the count in this type of a braces, and my count is a 7. So open 7, close it. See, whenever you have a given that now one of one is displaying and travel information is displaying for us, right? Travel information is displaying for us. So now as we identified a unique object, let's use this property and perform click operation. Okay, let's use this property and perform a click operation. So for this scenario, I don't want to change my previous program. I'm copying my previous program and I'm creating a new program on top of that, and I'm giving a name as a 24. And in this program, so here driver dot find element by xpath dot click. And what is your XPath? This is what my XPath is. Go back here, paste it, and let me try to run my script and see whether it is clicking on travel information or not. It's executing our script. Let us see. Okay, so it should maximize the browser and then it should click on a manage. See, the travel information got a click, hence the travel information screen got a displayed for us. So this is the way how to select a option from the list of options. And this is one way. As I told you that there are two different ways. We have studied only one way, which is identify the count of a desired object and perform the operation. This is a one way. And we have a second way, which we will continue it in the next lecture. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we discussed about how to handle a mouse over operation and then perform a click operation on a specific object. And there we have studied two different approaches are there, in which we studied one approach. And now the second approach which we have is basically capture all the objects information using a findElements command and then use a for loop and see whether the desired value is there in that list or not. Okay, fine. For which what I'm doing right now means, let me copy the existing script and create a new program. Say I have created a new program, and from the program, I'm copying the XPath once. Go to the browser and see how many objects are coming. See, there are 22 objects are coming from this XPath. So here, delete this line. Now driver dot find elements by XPath, and I'm storing it in a val equal to. Now for elements in, right. So now I need to rotate this for loop on all the values present in this particular, on all the values present in that particular list. So range of length of a value, we have already studied about these for loops. So I'm just using the same for loop here. Now I need to get the individual values, right? So what I want to do right now, let us get the individual values from that list, and let's see, excuse me, yeah, let's see whether we are comparing it with the desired value or not. Okay, so in order to get the text, what I am doing means val of a element dot text is a method which is capturing the text. So I'm storing it in a text1 is equal to, and I know my desired text is a travel information. So I'm storing my desired text in a starting of my script itself. Text2 is equal to, what is my text? I want to click on travel information, right? So here of 7. So let me capture the text of this travel info. Okay. So this is a travel information text. Copy the text and store the text in an another variable. See, this text2 is desired text which I captured from the browser and stored in a variable. And here, whatever the text it is capturing from the application, we are storing it in a text2. Now, I can use a conditional statement here, which is a if block, specifying that whether these two texts are equal or not. So in order to compare the two strings, we need to write down an if condition. If text1 is equal to text2, the meaning is whenever the content present in a text1 and a text2 are equal, print the text1 which it got captured, and then val of element dot click. I just want to perform a click operation on that. That's it. This is a straightforward thing. And once after we are done with this particular one, I don't want to continue my for loop. The reason is my desired activity got performed. In such situations, if you don't want to continue your loop, you can use a break command which will be terminating that particular loop. Okay, which will be coming out from that particular loop. The control will be coming out from that loop and print test completed. Okay, print test completed. Good enough. Let me run my test script and see my desired text here is, okay, my desired text is a travel information. It should click on a travel information. Let me run my test script and see how this is going to work. So it's getting executed, it's launching a browser, and then once the page got loaded successfully, it should maximize the browser. See, the travel information got a click, and if you go back to the script, travel information got printed and test got completed successfully. So guys, if you clearly observe what we have done means, we used to find elements, we captured all the information from the browser, and we know what is our desired info. Hence, we passed it as a string, and using an if condition, we compared both the strings, and whenever it is matching, we are asking script to perform a click operation and come out from the loop. So earlier, when you use a find elements, directly we will be printing the values to the console. Whereas in this situation, we are just selecting our desired object and coming out from the loop. So this is the way how to handle mouse over operations and how can we perform a click operation also after mouse overing. So that's all I have. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to study a new scenario which is multiple window handling. Okay, so using a WebDriver program, how can you handle a multiple window? First of all, we should know what exactly a multiple window is. Generally, whenever we are performing some operation on a browser, if we click on something, a new window will be opened. Okay, a new window will be opened. If required, we can work on that, or we will close that window, right? If it is required, we can work on that. We can close that particular window. As we will be performing that operation manually, we know how to switch to the new window and how can we perform that operation. But when we are getting such activity using an automation program, then my tool should know how to switch to a window and how can we perform operations on a window. Another simple example is, see, I have opened a multiple Word documents. See here, I have a three Word documents. One is a class, another is a document 2, document 3. Whichever the document I want to perform an operation, I need to select it first, then only I can perform the operation. The similar way, when you are performing operation on a window, if new windows got opened in a browser, then explicitly you need to inform to your WebDriver that switch your control to that window and perform operations on that window. Like that, you have to give inputs to your WebDriver, then only it can perform operations on that. Good enough. In order to achieve this one, I'm using a Salesforce application. Okay, so let me list down the steps. First of all, let me walk you through those steps so that you people can understand that. So, sorry, I'm opening login.salesforce.com. I have a user ID and password. Directly, I'm logging into my application. And once after I logged into my application, on the top right corner, I can find a create and I'm using a user. So I'm navigating to a create a user screen. So this is what my create a user screen is. And in the create a user screen, here we have a magnifying icon. See, I'm just highlighting that. So we have a magnifying icon. Whenever I click on that icon, a new window got opened. Now we need to switch to the new window. In the search field, I need to enter Surendra and I need to click on a search button. This is what my requirement is. This is what exactly the scenario I want to do. Let me list down the manual steps. So the first step out over here is log into Salesforce application, click on a create, select a user, which is first option from the list, and then in the user creation window, select magnifying icon, which opens a new window in which, okay, which opens up a new window in which enter a value to the search field, click on search button. So these are all the steps which I have to do. Okay, these are all the steps which I have to do now. Okay, good enough. Let me create a new script and let's do all these steps one after another. So let me close all the existing scripts, copy the existing program and create a program and name it as a 26. Okay, and in this, whichever the unnecessary commands are there, delete it. I don't want all these things. I just want a browser open and then a maximize window and a terminating a browser. And from this URL, my desired application URL is login.salesforce.com. I'm copying that and I'm specifying that URL within my program. Login.salesforce.com. I have specified my URL. And after that, we need to enter the username and a password. See, let me log out from this app. Okay, so this one, in order to log in into an application, we need to enter uname, password, click on login button. So these are the three actions which I have to do. So identify uname, password, login button properties, and perform operation on that. Okay, perform operation on that. So on this login page, right click on a username, inspect, and I noticed that username is having an ID property. Copy it, go back to your program, driver dot find element by ID dot send keys. So copy the username from a browser. I'm just copying it from a browser and I am pasting it here. The similar way we need to enter the password. I just copied the line and I pasted it again, and let me see the property for the password. See here, the password is also having an ID property, and I'm updating here, and I am entering my password. Guys, even if you try with my credentials, it won't work. I'll tell you why it's not going to work. Okay, so I entered a password. If you want to practice this scenario, you have to create your own account. My test account, it won't work for you. It will trigger a verification code. I will show you what code it will be triggering. And finally, driver.findElement by ID dot click. That's it. So these are three lines, will be entering the username, password, and click on a login button. So I am adding my comments. Below three lines will enter uname, password, click on login button. See, upon clicking on a login button, it will take some time to load the page. So the thing what I am doing is time.asleep, I'm giving 35 seconds. There is a reason for giving 35 seconds here, which we will study moving further. But for now, let's give it as a 35 and let's move further. Okay, so once after we enter these credentials and wait for some time, the screen is populating, and in this particular screen, I need to click on a create menu. See, this is the one. Right click, inspect, and what I noticed is the title it is having a create menu, and the tag name is a. Let me write down an XPath / a open braces at the rate title is equal to create menu 1 of 1. Copy the XPath, go back to the program, driver dot find element by XPath dot click. Okay, I just performed a click operation on that. As soon as we performed a click operation on this options are populating. Right click on a user, inspect user, and my user is having this text. Okay, / span open braces at the rate class is equal to. See here, there are 8 different objects with that particular text. Okay, there are 8 different objects. So one is a setup, and the second one is where is our desired object. See uh, see here, not only the span, and when we expand the span, it has another span custom objects. So I can directly give this class name. So okay, I have given a wrong class name. I updated my class name, and there are 6 objects, 6 different objects getting displayed with this XPath. And the first object is a XPath, and the second, third, fourth, five, six, like that, different objects are coming. So guys, if you remember the previous example, if there are a multiple objects with the same XPath, we can identify the index and we can give that index, right? So select a user, which is the first option. In order to do so, we can use the previous scenario where we discussed 2 options to handle in mouse over to perform a click operation on a multiple objects. And what I'm doing right now means, as this is the first object, hence I'm not using anything else directly. I'm giving that a XPath and asking my WebDriver to click on it. So what it will happen when we do so, usually WebDriver will click on first object. If there are multiple objects with the same property, okay, if there are a multiple objects with the same property, your WebDriver will try to click on a first object. I know my desired object is a first object, hence I am not giving anything. So I can go to my program here, driver.find element by XPath, and I can use a directly click. Either I can use this click, or the other way I can handle here is I can use a find elements, capture all the info, use a for loop, and print all the text, and click on desired object as discussed in demo 25 example. In this example, we have a created. See, in a for loop, we are trying to click. You can use that option, or the another option is you can also use demo 24 example option, which is identify the count first and write customized XPath, which is XPath and the count here. You can use this one. Either of these three options you can use here. Among all those options, I'm choosing a different one, which is I'm not selecting anything and I'm clicking on an OK button now. Okay, so directly, as soon as you clicked on a create user, it will take a few seconds to load the user creation screen. Hence, I'm using a time dot sleep after this command and I'm giving 8 seconds. Wait for 8 seconds. And in this page, before jumping on and clicking on that magnifying icon, let me enter my first name. Right click, inspect. And see, it has a ID name, first name. Go back here. Driver dot find element by ID dot send keys. Surendra first name. And whenever you are working with a Salesforce application, okay, whenever we are working with a Salesforce application, every page has a frame. Before execution, let us cross-check this HTML content once to see whether the desired object is in frame or not. If it is in a frame, we can ask it to switch to the frame, right? So here in the HTML, I'm just scrolling up. See, this is in a table body. Okay, it is inside a table, it's inside a script, and it's inside a form. And above, there is a separate HTML. So if you scroll up, it is inside a iframe. See, whenever you mouse over on that, this particular piece is highlighting. So I sensed that this is a frame then. So the frame is having a title property. Copy the title property, slash slash iframe, open braces at the rate title equal to specify the title property. And guys, one thumb rule which you need to remember is if an object is having, see, this object is having a name property, but it has a dynamic value. So whenever an object is having some values in that, don't prefer that particular property. Don't prefer that property at all. So that's the reason I'm just using this one as my frame. So copy this one, go back here. Before entering the first name, driver dot find element by xpath, and this is what my frame one equal to. Hello, hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we are trying to store this frame information. So frame, the complete object information we are storing in a frame one. See, the reason why I have a given as a frame one means there are a multiple frames are there in this page and moving further pages also. That's the reason I have a given it as a frame one. Okay. Now driver dot, I need to switch my control to the frame. Switch to dot frame, and that particular frame is a frame one. So I am asking my WebDriver to switch to this frame first. So let me add a comment here. Below two lines will click on a create and then it will click create a user. Below two lines will switch to the frame in, okay, will switch to the frame in user creation page. And after that, below line will enter first name. Okay, after entering the first name, the next point of what I need to do is I need to click on this magnifying icon. So right click, inspect. So here this object is having a tag as a img and a alt as a property. So slash slash image at the rate alt is equal to that info. So here again driver dots find element by xpath dot click. I'm just using it to perform a click operation on that. So as soon as it performed a click operation, it will open a new window. Hence, I am asking it to wait for 5 seconds until the new window got opened. So whenever it clicked on that, this is how a new window got opened. Now we need to ask our WebDriver to switch to the new window. By default there is certain mechanism which we need to follow, so which we need to follow. Directly we can't say that go to the new window and switch to the new window. We need to capture the total number of windows opened by our WebDriver. So driver dot get, or I'm using window handles. Window handles is a command which we are using to capture the windows information of a 0, which will be capturing the first window information. The similar way, driver dot window handles of a 1, which will be capturing the second window information. About two commands will capture both window information, both the window information. Now we need to ask our WebDriver to switch to second window. So my requirement is to switch to the second window. In order to switch to that second window, I can use driver dot switch to dot window of second. So this line will be switching to a new window. And once it got switched to the new window, I need to enter a value to the text field. Right click on a text field, inspect, and here I noticed that it has an ID property. So go back here, driver dot find element by dot id dot send keys Surendra. So I just entered this particular value. But if you clearly observe this HTML, it is having a frame set. It means there are a multiple frames are there. The object, the search field, whatever you are trying to identify is inside this frame set. So here, which is having an ID property and the tag name is a frame. So prior to that, driver dot find element by ID, and I am storing it in a frame 2 is equal to, and now driver dot switch to dot frame 2. I am asking my WebDriver to switch to the second frame. Switch to frame in the new window. In the new window, it's going to switch to the frame, and now below command will enter a value in the new window. Good enough. Done the deal. These are all the commands which we have created so far. Okay, good enough. So if you switch back to your Word document and see the steps what we have created, the first one, login into a Salesforce is completed. Click on a create is completed. Select users is completed, and a user creation, click on a magnifying icon. We have written the command, and in the new window we asked it to switch to the new window. And search button, of course we can do that. So the search button, see here, where is the button? So right click on a go button, inspect, and the go button is having a name property as a go. So go back here at the final stage. Okay, here driver dot find element by name. Right, where is this by name? Wait, let's by ID by XPath eh, by name dot click on it. Okay, that's fine. We just perform this operation. That's it. So this is the simple script what we have created. Okay, good enough. I have completed my script. So one thumb rule which I need to remember is we are working on a Salesforce application which has a lot many restrictions. So when you try to execute your scripts, at max, you can run 5 times in an hour. After that, it won't allow you to log in. Allow you to log in. This is the first thing. And the second thing is, okay, and the second thing is, for my accounts, whatever I'm showing right now, it has security settings enabled. Okay, it has some security settings enabled, due to which whenever I'm trying to log in into my application using Selenium scripts, it will trigger a verification code to our register email ID. As of now, I have to copy that code and paste it in the browser. That's the reason after login, I kept 45 seconds to wait so that manually I can perform this operation. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. Can't we handle this operation? Yes, of course. Whenever you are working on your real-time application, we can ask developers to disable this security settings for our accounts. Automatically, they will disable that and you can execute your test scripts. Okay, good enough. Done the deal. So what I'm doing right now means I'm trying to open my Gmail, and in that Gmail, the verification code will be triggered. So let me run my test script here and see. Run as demo 26. Run this demo 26. It will launch a browser. It will navigate to a Salesforce application, and it should maximize the browser, and then it enter the credentials and see the verification code asking it sent to my email. So I'm opening my Gmail ID and I'm copying the verification code and entering here manually and clicked on a verify. As I told you guys, this time I'm doing manually as per my account, but when you are working on your real time, you can disable this notification. There are some settings which you can disable automatically. These notifications, it won't pop up. So generally, whenever you are working on your applications, if it has this kind of a security settings, we can request developers so that at the time of automation testing, they will disable these notifications. Okay, so it switched to the user uh, creation page, and it clicked on a new pop-up, and then it will try to enter a value in this particular search field. So it entered Surendra and it clicked on a search button. No values are there, and it will terminate my browser. That's it. My script got executed successfully. And here, another question will rise in our minds. Okay, as of now, we WebDriver control is in new window. If I want to perform some operations on main window, then what I need to do, right? So here at the end, once you are done with these options, so driver dot switch to default content. Switch to default content is an option which we are using in order to switch to the main window, or I can use driver dot switch to window. Again, I can use first here. In the first, we have already captured the first window information, right? I can use the first so that the control is switching to the first window and you can perform operations on a first window. Like this, we can handle multiple windows in WebDriver, guys. Cool. That's all I have. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today, we are going to discuss about a web table. So what is a web table? See, usually in the real world, developers, when they are developing the application, if your application is having a huge amount of data, so they will represent it in form of a table so that everyone, by looking into the table, they can easily understand what exactly the data is. So a best example here is the HTML W3 schools, whatever I have opened. This, they have represented in a table. It has a two columns inside that. This is my first column, a tag column, and this is my description column. And we have a multiple rows inside this. Okay, we have a multiple rows inside this. Now, using our WebDriver program, what I need to do is I can frame multiple scenarios here. Get second, third, and four row names in tag name column. So this is what my first scenario is. I would like to get the row names for the tag name column. See, in the tag name, the first is going to be the tag name, 2, 3, and a 4. All these info I need to capture using my WebDriver program. Okay, the steps here are identify XPath for the desired three objects and see if there is any similarity between all of them. So here, second object, third object, and a fourth object. See, I have a listed down here, second, third, and as well as a fourth object I have a listed down here. And now what I'm going to do, right click on a second object, inspect, and here this object is under a TD, under a TR, and it has under a T body table. So what is this table T body TR? So table represents whole table, T body represents the table body, and then TR represents a row, TD oblique TH represents a table column. See here, a row means the horizontal line, this complete horizontal line. See, whenever I mouse over on a TR, the whole line is highlighting. The whole line is highlighting. And if I expand the TR, see, it has a two TDs. The first TD is highlighting the tag name, and the second TD is highlighting the description. As per my scenario, I want this TD itself. So I can write down my XPath tr1, tr2. So slash tr of a 2, it is identifying the complete table row slash td of a 1. In the row 2, identify the first table column. tr2 represents a table row 2 slash td of a 1 represents that particular one. This is what an XPath for that object. Copy it, paste it here in the document. The same way for the third one, if you observe here, the row number is changing. Hence, I changed it to 3. See, automatically the next object is identifying. So here, only the TR is changing. And for the next object, in order to get the fourth object, again, the TR4 is changing here. So here, if you observe, I pasted that XPath too. If you clearly observe, guys, for all the three objects, I'm highlighting the common XPath. See, before a number, it is a common. Only thing it is changing for all the three objects is the number part itself. See, before the number, whatever I have highlighted, it's common for all the three objects. It's common for everything. The only thing it's changing here is a 2, 3, and a 4. So what can I do means, as only number is changing, why can't I create a for loop in which I can add number dynamically in such a way that before XPath plus number plus after XPath. In the before number XPath, I will store this one. And in the after XPath, I will store after the number. And the for loop, I want to start it from 2, 3, and a 4. So that whenever the for loop is a 2, the I value is 2 in a for loop, it is generating this XPath. And whenever the value is 3, it's going to generate the next XPath. Like that, we have to create. Good enough. So go back to your program. Let me create a new test script for this. So demo 27, and in this 27, delete all unnecessary commands. I don't want all these commands deleted. change the application URL. I'm just copying the URL and I'm just updating the URL. And once after the URL got updated, this is what my XPath is copied. And I thought of splitting my XPath before the number and after the number. So go to this document. Before a number is equal to, after number is equal to. What is before number? See, whatever is there, copy it, paste it in this before number. And what is after number? Copy it and paste it here. Now my requirement is before number plus 2 comma 3 comma 4 plus after number. This 2 comma 3 comma 4, it should come from the for loop. See, this 2 comma 3 comma 4 needs to come from for loop. Okay, this should come from the for loop. Okay, good enough. So let me start my for loop. For, and here what I am doing means, okay, for, once we started this one, here I don't want to give my index or anything, hence I am representing with a dash here. For dash in range of, I want to start from 2 and I want to end it till 4, hence I'm giving here as a 5. In range of 2 comma 5, and here it should range from 2 to 5. It will start with the 2 and it will end with a 5. In range of a 2 to 5, and here the next point is, once after it's ranging from 2 to 5, then my XPath is equal to before number, right? My XPath is equal to before number plus that dash, right? That dash plus after number. Usually this is an integer. So whenever we are trying to add a string and integer, it will throw an error message. That's the reason I'm using str of this value. So whatever this integer is there, as we are using a str, this value will be converted into a string now. So the whole thing is converted into a string xp1. So initially the for loop will start with the 2. If you observe what xp1 is going to generate means before number plus 2 plus after number. This is what the XPath of that object it's going to generate from that xp1. So once my XPath got generated, directly I can use driver dot find element by XPath of xp1, and I can use a dot text command which will be getting the text from that object. Value is equal to, and here print value. That's it. Now let me try to run my script and it is printing on all the 3 values here or not. So I'm just executing my test script. See, if you observe the browser in a minimized mode, it's still loading the browser. And once the browser got successfully loaded, it will try to execute it. Whether if it is failed, we can get an error message. See here, the 3 values got returned to the console. Let me cross check those 3 values. The first value is exclamatory mark, the second value contains doc type, and the third value contains a exclamatory mark, doc type a. All the 3 got retrieved successfully and we printed that to the console. So with which we can understand that though we haven't specified it here, we can use it in a range. For the range, we have to go with a start index and as well as a stop index. Good enough. So in this example, the first scenario, what we have created, we captured the tag name. So the next scenario I want to create here is get 2, 3, and a 4 from description name column. See here, I want to capture it from the description name. See, the only point which I identified here is the description is under TD2. That's the only thing I have identified. Change instead of a TD1, when I am changing it to TD2, it's identifying the desired object. 2, 3, and a 4. So here TD1 is representing the tag name and TD2 is representing the description. So I can copy my existing scripts and I can create a new program here with a name as a 28. And in the new program, after number, instead of a TD1, I'm just changing it to TD2, which is representing the second column. And now when I run my test script as a Java application this time, or run as my script as an application, this time my requirement is it should get the description and it should print to the console. Okay, let us see, it's loading the application. It will take bit more time to load the complete application, but the 3 lines got retrieved. Defines a comment, defines a doc type, defines a hyperlink. See, comment, a doc type, hyperlink, all the 3 values got retrieved and printed. Good enough. Upon changing TD offer to, my previous script got worked here. And the third scenario is get 2, 3, 4 row names in both tag name and the description column. See here, guys, this time I just want to print both the things, tag name followed by a description. I copied my script and I pasted here with a new script as a 29. Okay, and in this 29, the after number I'm splitting into two parts, after number description, and the same way after number tag which has the TD1. See, TD1 I'm storing it in an after number tag, and TD2 I'm storing it in an after number description. So my XPath 1, it's going to be after number tag, and the similar way here I can use tag name, and this value I'm printing here. In the same for loop, I can add a one more logic. XPath 2 is equal to before number plus str of that dash plus after number of a description. Again, description is equal to driver dot find element by XPath of xp2 dot text, and here print description. That's it. I just used this print description. Now, when I run my test script this time, it will be printing both the tag name and as well as a description to the console. Okay, tag name and as well as a description to the console. Let us see. See, tag name, description, tag name, description, tag name and description for the 3 rows got retrieved and printed to the console. Good enough. In order to complete this scenario, we can use two after numbers, and we can use the above logic in same for loop for 2 times. That's it. And the last scenario is get both tag name and a description for all the rows in the table. This is what the last scenario is. I need to get all the rows. Okay. So here the toughest point is, how come I know the total number of rows in the table? Right? The total number of rows in a table. The simplest way is identify the table, and on the table I noticed that all the rows are starting with tag name as a tr. Hence, on the table object, I can use a find elements command with the tr, which will be capturing all the values or all the rows in the table. And in the above for loop, instead of using a 5, we can use length of that list. List means the total number of rows. It will be rotating on all the values. Good enough. Let me copy this scenario and create a final scenario with a name as a 30. And in this scenario, I need to write down my XPath for this table. See, the table is having a class name. //table open braces at the rate a class is equal to /tbody. This is what my actual table is. So copy this table, go back to your script. As soon as we open the application, driver.findElement by XPath table is equal to. And now in this table, we have a multiple objects, right? We have a multiple objects which are starting with a tag name as a tr. So find elements by tag name as a tr. Find elements by tr. And this tr is equal to table rows is equal to. In order to know how many rows are there, we can use len method. See here, print len of table rows. Automatically, it will be printing the total number of rows value. So the same length of rows, I'm just replacing this 5 with that value. So what it will happen, this loop will start with the number 2 and it will end with the total number of rows in a table. So when I run my test script this time, it should print both the tag name and description for all the rows present in that particular table. And this we can call it as a dynamic way of handling a web table. The reason is in future, if your application is having a 300 rows, this script will be retrieving 300 rows. So here we have a 120 number of rows. In future, if your script is having just a 3 number of rows, the same script will be retrieving all the 3 rows of information. So this is the way how to handle web tables, and this concept we can also call it as dynamic web table handling in WebDriver. Cool. That's all I have. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to discuss about weights. So immediately a quick question will rise in our mind. What exactly this weights is? Is that really important for us to perform automation testing? Yes, of course. So weights are used for synchronization purpose in a real world. An example for this one is assume that in a previous scenario, we created a test script for Salesforce login and then performing further operations, right? If you remember that particular test script, after clicking on create a user button, we give time dot sleep for few seconds, roughly 5 seconds or 6 seconds we have a given there. The reason is whenever you perform a click operation on that particular button, it will take a minimum few seconds of time to load the next page. For suppose if we haven't given this a time dot sleep, what it will happen means your WebDriver program will perform a click operation on a user. Immediately it will try to identify the object in the next page. As the page was not loaded, we will be getting some exception. Usually, when you are working on any kind of a web applications, while loading up a browser, opening up a website, locating an object, okay, loading a screen or loading a part of a frame, if there are any images are there in a web page, it will take more time. In such situations, if at all we are not giving any synchronization commands, then our script will fail. To avoid all such synchronization issues, we need to use wait commands in our program. And in WebDriver, we have two types of waits. One is an implicit wait and another is an explicit wait. Implicit wait is a global wait. If you have a defined this wait on top of the test script, it will be applicable for all the commands which are there in the entire test scripts. Okay. And what it will happen means, assume that I have a given 30 seconds as an implicit wait. If the object is not loaded, then your WebDriver will wait for 30 seconds for that object. And if that object got loaded within 30 seconds, then it will continue and proceed further operation on an object. And if the object was not loaded within 30 seconds, and it will fail, stating that no such element exception. So when we are switching from different pages, we usually go with these kinds of waits, and we will be defining our automation test script with this waits itself. Good. So this is all about an implicit wait. And then explicit weight. What exactly an explicit weight is? Implicit weight is a global weight which is applicable for the entire web page, whereas explicit weight will be applicable for a specific object, for a specific alert or a text field, radio button. We can use this explicit weight specifically onto one object itself. Okay, so it means in an entire web page, the page got loaded, but at the bottom there is an image which will take more time than the expected. In such situations, we will use an expected or explicit wait in that situation, and we will ask our WebDriver to wait more time for that particular image itself or for that particular objects itself. In such situations, we are using this explicit wait. Okay, so let's switch back to our editor, and let me create a basic program to explain you about these weights. And I am naming my test script as a demo 31. And let me close the other test scripts, and I'm deleting all unnecessary comments from my test script so that I can easily understand that. And at the end of the program, I want to place this thread.sleep. Okay, this is opening an application and this is terminating the script. And now here it's not we used a browser as an instance. I'm changing, so I copied a wrong script. Anyways, let me correct it. Okay, good. Okay, so once we have everything here in place, then the next point of what I need to do is, okay, the next point what I need to do is driver dot wait. So here by default it is an implicit wait, and you can specify the timeout. How much time you want, you can directly specify the implicit wait. At the starting of a program itself, you can define your implicit wait so that your test script will be applicable with that implicit wait itself. So let me open the previous test script, whatever we have this scenario. And in this situation, see here, driver dot implicit wait 30 seconds. So globally 30 seconds will be applicable for all the objects in a web page. Like this we can define an implicit wait. Then what about this explicit wait? How can we define that? See, this explicit wait will be defined using a WebDriver wait. Let me create an example for that. So I'm switching back to my editor. Here below the table rows, I'm writing down my condition, which is WebDriver wait. Okay, so WebDriver wait. Okay, WebDriver wait of driver comma 10 seconds. Mouse over on this WebDriver wait, it is suggesting us to import this WebDriver wait, and it got imported. And now I can use until. What is my condition? My condition is basically, I can specify my condition here. See here, until. We can define our condition here. Visibility. So it should get these options. One second, let me cross check this syntax. So for this one, guys, we have to import the expected conditions here. So I just imported this line on top of my test script, expected conditions. So all the expected conditions will come here. Expected conditions dot. See, the list of conditions will be displayed. So wait until the alert is present, the element is located, invisibility of an element, element not present. Depending on our requirement, we can choose any one of these things. And as of now, I'm giving it as a alert is present. That's a simple thing. For suppose I can use like this, or I can also define, instead of these expected conditions, we are importing here, right? This expected conditions as is X. Now here ex dot, all the options are getting displayed here. Either I can use as a ex, and I can use a ex dot, or directly I can use this expected condition. Depending on your requirement, you can choose any one of these conditions, guys. So the various conditions are element located or not, element clickable or not, element selected or not. Depending on that, you have to choose your stuff, and I'm choosing no element present exception or no such element. All these kind of things we can choose any one of these stuff here. So this is the way how can we configure these weights, implicit weight and an explicit weight. Depending on your project needs, we can configure any one of these weights. Cool. Good enough. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to discuss about alerts. So what exactly an alerts is? Alerts are blocking in nature until and unless we handle the alerts, we can't perform any operation on a browser, right? We can't perform any operation on the browser. And there are different alerts, simple alerts, text alerts, different types of alerts is there. But whichever the alert might be, the handling mechanism is one and the same in WebDriver. So let me show you this example. See, this is a form basically. On this form, when you are loading it, one second, whenever I'm just refreshing this form, you know, this is how the form looks like only for testing and alert. First name and a last name is there. If you stay on that application for few seconds, an alert is displaying like this. Okay, you don't need to do anything. Just stay on that page. This alert is getting displayed. Now you need to write down a WebDriver program. See here, until and unless I click on an OK, see I am unable to enter the first name, last name, anything. I can't perform any other operation in a browser until and unless I handle these alerts. Now we need to know how to handle these alerts. Okay, the steps in order to handle this scenario are, okay, the steps in order to handle this scenario are open the app and then wait for 15 seconds in the browser. Don't perform any operation. An alert will display. Now, you need to write down a WebDriver program to switch to the alert. Okay, that's fine. So let me copy the 29th program and let me create a new script here, example 33. Okay, and in this script I don't want all the these bunch of commands, hence I am deleting all these commands which are not required, and I am copying the application URL and I am just updating the application URL in my program. And once after I have updated my URL here, okay, the next point is, okay, once after we updated the URL here, the next point is wait for some time in a browser. So I want to wait for 15 seconds on a browser. As soon as we waited for 15 seconds, an alert is displaying. So driver dot switch to dot alert. The first method it is displaying as an alert. So we are asking our WebDriver to switch its complete control to an alert, and I'm storing the whole information in a. And now the various operations we can perform on an alert are, we can get a text from the alert, we can enter a value on the alert, we can accept, or we can click on OK button on the alerts, and we can click on cancel button on the alert. So these are all the various operations. Let us see the various commands to perform this stuff. To perform all these operations, we have to use the alert itself, the A instance. So switch back to your editor. A dot text is a command which will be getting the text, which will get the text from the alerts. A dot send keys is a command. If there is a text field on that particular alert, it will enter data into that field. And then A dot accept is a method which will click on OK button on the alerts. A dot dismiss is the one which will click cancel on the alert. So these are all the four different methods whatever we have. Among all these methods, in my situation, I want to get the text. So print A dot text method and A dot accept is the method which I am using. So here print successfully handle the alerts. Okay, successfully handle alerts. That's it. Let me run my test script and see how this is going to work. Run as a demo 33. It's launching the browser and it should open the application on a browser, and then it will try to maximize it. An alert got a displayed. Now my WebDriver program should handle this alert. So let's go back to the program and see here in the console, it should handle it. As we have a given time as a 15 seconds, it's waiting out over there. And a.text is a command. It's just capturing the text, which is an unexpected alert. And finally, it printed the desired message. So the bottom line is, on any application, if you have alerts, these are the four different actions. Depending on your requirement, you may choose any one of these operations. Cool. That's all I have for this alerts topic, guys. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today, we are going to see an overview on a JavaScript code and how to use this JavaScript code within your WebDriver program. See, what is exactly a JavaScript means? It's a scripting language that runs on a client side. Client side, we can call it as a browser and do some magic things when we are performing some operations on a browser. Usually, a quick question will rise in our mind. Why do we need to use this JavaScript in our program? In general, whenever you are working on any kind of an applications, if you have all the properties in a web page, and when we are performing certain operations like a click operation on a browser, your Selenium was unable to perform those operations, those properties there. In such situations, we will be using this JavaScript code in your program so that it will be interacting with that object. So almost if you are good after JavaScript, then you can play with this stuff in Selenium. And here, in order to execute JavaScript, this is the syntax which you need to follow. Driver.execute script is the syntax which you people need to create and which you people need to follow in your program. So what I'm going to do right now is, let me switch back to my editor and let me copy the existing program and let me paste the existing program here with a name as a 34 and delete all unnecessary commands from that. So I don't want anything. I'm just deleting everything. And here, once after specifying the browser, I just want to maximize my browser. Now, I need to perform three different, or the scenario which I want to perform out over here is perform a search operation on a bing.com using this one. So the first and the most important thing is we need to launch a browser, which was already done. Now we need to open the application. In order to open the application, the syntax whatever we have is, this is the one. Copy the syntax and just paste it out over here. I just updated my syntax here, guys. I'm not doing anything. I'm just updating my syntax here. And now when I run my test script this time, this line is going to open an application. Window.location in the single quotes, if you specify the URL, it will be opening the application. Let us see whether it is opening the application on the browser or not. It should open the bing.com. So let us see. My script is executing. Yeah, it opened the bing.com. And once it got a perform, my next thing is I need to enter a value to the search text field. Okay, so the corresponding command that we have is, this is the command. So copy this one again, driver.execute script, paste this stuff. Okay, driver.execute, paste this stuff. So here, document dot get element by id. In the web page, we are identifying an object by its id property. You can pass on the id here, and the value which I need to enter into that is Surendra Jagannatham. Let me run my test script and see this time whether it is entering a value into the text field or not on a bing.com application. It's getting executed. Let us see. See, it entered the value. And finally, I want to click on a search button. So the search button, the corresponding command we have is, this is the one. Copy it and paste it here. and updating this info here. Document.getElementById.click is a command which is going to perform a click operation on that particular object. So when I run my test script, this time it should perform a click operation here. Let us see whether it is performing those operations or not. See, the search results got displayed successfully. So this is the way how can we handle this JavaScript executor. The syntax is the driver.execute script, and if you are good with a JavaScript, directly copy paste it. And if you are unable to write down your code, you can search in a Google. For suppose if your requirement is to identify multiple objects, JavaScript code to identify multiple objects, search it, get it, and paste it here. Like that, you can execute your JavaScript within a Selenium Python. So this is the way, guys. So thank you. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to discuss about data-driven testing. So what exactly this data-driven testing means? Accessing the data from an external files. Assume that you are working on an application which needs a huge amount of data to work on the application. In such situations, we can define the huge amount of data within a program. In those cases, we will be defining our data in an Excel files, and we can get the data using certain mechanism, and we can use the data within our program. This we can call it as data driven testing. Ultimately, having the data in an external files and accessing the data in our program, we can call it as a data driven testing. In Python, the data driven testing or accessing the data from Excel will be achieved using XLRD module. One can retrieve the information from a spreadsheet. So we have to install this module. Hence, I am opening my command prompt and pip install XLRD. Let me cross check this name here. Pip install XLRD. Let it install. So after few seconds, collecting the XLRD, downloading and installing, successfully install this XLRD package to your machine. Now what I'm doing right now means go to your Python editor and let me create a new Python file. So here, new Python file, demo 35. And here, if you observe the steps, first of all, we need to create a Excel file. So here I'm creating an Excel, and I'm defining uname, password, uname1, password1, and a uname2, and a password2. Like that, assume that we have these many rows of data here, 10 rows of data here in this file, and I'm saving this file to my desktop, or yeah, to my desktop Selenium Python, and here I'm giving a name as data driven. Okay, data driven Excel workbook, and I saved this file. So once after we saved this file, if you observe, you need to import this package in your program to use it. So go to PyCharm, import XLRD, right? That's what we have downloaded. Let me mouse over on that. Install the packages XLRD. Okay, automatically we can import it. That's fine. So once after we have imported this XLRD package to your test script, and then we need to specify the file location. See here, the location of the file you need to store. So here what I'm doing means location is equal to where I have stored my file. I stored my file on my desktop and under Selenium, under Python, data driven. So this is what my location is. I update my location here, and we know that we should give this a forward slash here, not the backslash. I'm just updating all the slashes in my test script. Along with, we need to specify the file name, which is the data driven, and the file is .xlsx. That's it. We have specified the file. So once after you have specified the file, you need to create an object which is opening the workbook. So here, what we need to use is xlrd dot open workbook of the above file. Whatever the above file is there, open that particular workbook and get that complete information in a WB. So WB is a workbook which holds the complete file. In that file, there may be a possibility to have a multiple sheets, and our data is in a sheet 1 itself. Now, from that workbook, you need to specify in which sheet our data is. WB dot get sheet, and we need to specify the sheet number, or here we do have a multiple methods. Let's see, WB dot get sheet. Okay, we have a get sheets, which is a multiple method. Get sheet, and the number of the sheet is a 0. I'm giving my index as a 0, which is representing the first sheet, and I'm storing the complete sheet information in an S instance. Okay, or I can give a name as full name sheet S. Now sheet dot get, this time I need to get the cell data. So sheet dot cell, and I can specify 0 comma 0 dot value. Okay, sheet dot cell value. Okay, sheet dot cell row xls 0 comma 0 dot value. Okay, and I'm storing it in a p1 equal to print p1. Let me run my scenario and see whether it is failing or passing. See here, self, list index out of range, and the get sheet. Line number 6, we are having the issue. Which line? This get sheet. We are having an issue with the get sheet. Let us see this issue. So let me cross check here. Seems like I have used a wrong method. So let me cross sync and the sheet by index. So the method I have to use is sheet by index, and the index is 0th, which is going to be the first sheet, and 0 comma 0. See, whenever I am using sheet dot cell, it is accepting a row number and a column number, and usually the rows and the columns will start with a 0. When I run my test script, I'm getting this uname information here. For suppose if I change it to 1 comma 0, and when I run my test script, the uname 1, and again when I run it to 2 comma 0, it's capturing the different information. So here the first parameter is representing the row, and second parameter is representing the column, using which we can get the information from an Excel file. Good enough. Done the deal. Okay. On top of this one, now I just need to get the total number of rows are there in the sheet. So let us see sheet dot n rows is representing the total number of rows. The same way sheet dot n columns is representing the number of columns. So print n rows, and the same way print n columns. When I run my script, I know my sheet is having a two different columns and 11 rows are there. When my script got executed, 11 rows and two columns got printed to the console. The similar way, for suppose if I need to get the complete row information, so I want to get this whole row information. In such situations, we can use a simple for loop on a browser. Let us see that. So let's switch back to the editor. For I in range of, so I would like to go with sheet dot n rows. I want to run it on all the rows, and here copy these two lines and paste it here. So here this should be I, and this should be P2, and this should be P2. See here, the row number is changing dynamically. Whenever the for loop is rotating, it will be rotating on all the rows. So when I run my test script, see this time, all the row numbers got printed to the console. Okay, so this loop is rotating on all the rows, and here I'm changing the row value as a dynamic parameter I. Automatically, it will be capturing and printing all the rows to the console. So this is the way how can we get the data in a test script or from an external file. Now, what I want to do right now is I just want to derive a new scenario. This scenario is whatever the data we are capturing here, instead of printing to the console, I want to enter it to the bing.com search field. So here I am opening my previous test scripts, whatever we have created. Copy the first few lines of the program and paste it here on top of it. Okay, copy the first few lines of the program and paste it here. Okay, and then the first two lines, open the browser, and this line is entering a value. I would like to use this line here, and instead of entering this value, I want to enter P2. Whatever the P2 is capturing, enter that P2. On top of my test script, I would like to maximize my browser driver dot. Oh, it's not imported successfully, guys. Usually, whenever we use a driver dot, we need to get the various methods, right? I'm not getting my methods. Let me go back and imports and update my imports here. And now driver dot, so here maximize window. See here what I am doing means the first three lines are maximizing the browser, and the below lines are establishing a connection with an Excel file, and then we are retrieving all the rows from the Excel file in the this loop. What additionally we are doing means after it captured the value, we are just using a sendkeys command. Now, at the end of the program, we need to use these two lines, which will be terminating the browser too. Okay, that's fine. Let me run my test script and see this time whether it is entering the data to the bing.com or not. So here in the text field, it should enter. But what it's going to do now means, say all the values got appended one after another. It doesn't looks good for me. So before using any send keys command, I can use a clear command, which will be clearing the value from that field. And after entering the value, time dot sleep for 1 second. So after entering a value, wait for 1 second. Now, when I run my test script, first it will clear the field, then it will enter the value, then it will wait for few seconds. Let us see here how this is going to work. See, it entered, it's deleting, it's waiting for some time, and it's deleting. Like this, it's going to perform certain operations on a browser. This is the way how can we use a data-driven testing in the automation. Okay, cool. That's all I have, guys. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today, we are going to study about unit testing. So first and a most important thing, question will rise in our mind. What is this unit testing? Is it really important for us to learn for automation testing? Yes, of course. It's mandatory for us to learn this unit testing. So guys, so far if you clearly observe, we have studied different scenarios, right? How to handle a drop down, checkbox, individual scenarios are there. Assume that you are working on an application, and your application you have 100 test cases. For suppose I need to automate 100 test cases. Assume that like the way how you have written 100 different classes or 100 different individual Python files. So will you execute all the 100 test cases one after another? Do you think it's really suggested to execute all 100 one after another? It's not, right? Usually with a single click, how many automation cases we have created roughly for say 100,000, something like that. All the things should be executed in a single click. For such reason, and moreover, after the execution, we need to get a detailed test execution report also. Okay, once the scripts got executed, I need to get a report like how many scripts got executed, in which how many got passed and how many got a failed. Such kind of a detailed test execution report also I want to generate. In such situations, definitely my requirement is implementing unit testing in a automation scripts. So As we have already created a couple of scripts, let's see what exactly this unit testing is, how to create a couple of examples in a unit testing, and then how can I convert my Selenium test script into a unit testing script, and then execution, and then followed by a report generation. So this is what the process is. So if you observe the definition about this one, we have given some theoretical points, what I have elaborated right now. So Python unit test libraries inherits the root of the third party information, which is a PyUnit. And like JUnit, we have a key components in Python unit testing also. Here are the list of five different key components, whatever we have in a Python. The first one is a test case. So assume that if you remember the scenarios, guys, the scenario one, uh, log into Salesforce application. The scenario two, handle drop down, right? Handle drop down. The scenario three, handle multiple windows in Salesforce. See, we have created a three different scenarios in a three different classes. Every scenario I can create it in a test case. So here, the terminology you have in a test case, it's going to be a specific piece of functionality. So this scenario one, I can treat it as a test. This one, I can treat it as another test, and I can create a three different tests. And a test suite means in a single file, I can specify all these three tests, and with a single run, all the three tests will be executed, which we can call it as a suite. Group of test cases executed, we can call it as a test suite. Okay, in this example I am giving as count as a 3, but in your real world you can go with a 10, 15, 20, 30, depending on your functionality. You can configure your test suite and you can execute your test cases within this suite. The bottom line is a suite means a group of test cases executed in an order. We can call it as a test suite. And then the test loader is, it's a Python class which loads the test cases and suites created locally from an external data sources like a file. It releases a test suite object that carries those test cases in a suite. So it helps, in executing the test cases and as well as the test suites. And the next one is a test runner. It provides a runnable interface for the execution of the tests and deliver the test results to the user. See, all these things should be executed, right? A runner class will be required to execute all the stuff. And the test report means once after the execution got completed, we need to get a detailed report stating that how many scripts got executed, in which how many got passed, how many got failed. Everything we will be seeing in a report. So today what we are going to do means we will see how to create a test case, and then how to configure a test suite, and then how to execute a test case and a test suite, followed by a test report generation also. Okay, this is an high level overview. And the next point out over here is, let me jump on to my PyCharm editor, and here I'm creating one directory, a simple folder, and I'm naming it as a unit test. See, unit testing I have created, and in which I'm creating a file, and I'm naming that particular file as demo example 1. Okay, demo example Python file. As soon as I created this file, I am naming that, in that file I'm creating a class, and I am naming that particular class as a sample1 class. Okay, sample1 is my class, and in this particular class I'm defining two methods. My ultimate objective out over here is, in this class I just want to define two methods. One is an adding a method, and another is a subtraction of a method. Def add. So I just want to go add a comma b. Self is a by default, which we are getting for every method, and print a plus b. The similar way I'm defining def subtraction, again a comma b, and here print a minus b. So here if you observe, guys, this adding a method contains sum of two numbers, and we are printing the sum to the console. The similar way, the subtraction method contains subtraction of a two methods and printing that output to the console as well. That's it. We have created this. Now, the next one, what I am doing means I'm creating again a new file and unit test example. And this time, whenever I'm using a PyCharm, whenever I'm creating a new file, it is prompting with the different options. Among all those things, I'm selecting Python unit test. I'm just selecting this Python unit test. As soon as I selected the Python unit test, this is what the syntax it got imported. The ninth line, as of now, I'm commenting. I don't want to use this ninth line. I just want to comment it for some time. And on top of my test script, the first line it got imported, which is import a unit test. This unit test is a Python module using which we can perform any other operations. So here class, and the name of this class is a my test case, and here we are using unit test dot test case. So let me switch back to my documentation. See here, we can create a one or more test by inheriting the test class available in unit test module. To add a case, we also need to provide the corresponding test method. So at the time of a creation, definitely by default, you have to specify unit testing dot test case, as this is a test case specific to a unit testing. And by default, it created a method for us, dev test something. I don't want to use that particular method. So whatever the test you are creating here, every test should follow a test keyword. So dev test adding numbers. Okay, dev test adding numbers. And here I want to call the number method or the sum method, whatever I have created in a demo example. So here from demo example, right? From demo example, import. What is your class name in that demo example? My class name in the demo example is a sample one. See here, I'm importing this one. So with this line, what we are doing means we are importing that demo example Python file in this class, so that with the name dot sample one dot, see, I can call my add method, and I am specifying 3 comma 5, and the similar way I can add my subtraction method also. So in this unit test, this is my first test which is trying to add the numbers. And the similar way here also, I can create a one more method, def test subtraction numbers, and a self. Here sample one dot, and even sample one dot subtraction 5 comma 2. Okay, like this I'm just calling this one. And now let me run my test script. Run unit test. This is what my unit test is. I'm just trying to execute it, and here it's getting failed. Let us see what exactly this is a unit test and why it is getting failed here. Error yield self test method call to the failure. Okay, it's having an issue with the import module name. So here from demo example import a sample one, no module found with the demo example. See, the issue out over here is my file name is a demo example one, right? My file name is a demo example one. I have a given as a demo example. Let me try running my script again, and still it got a fail. Let us see the error message again. Process finished, and sample method test a subtraction of a number sample one sub 5 comma 2. See, it is having an issue in calling this method, right? A sample dot subtraction. Okay, so missing one required positional arguments. Okay, so we have these arguments. Okay, let me try adding self comma 3 comma 5, self comma 5 comma 2. This method is having self a comma b, self a comma b, right? Let me run my script again and see this time. See here, this time it got executed successfully, and the output got a printed to the console. See, run two tests, and it took this much of time in executing the test, and this is the output it got printed. So in this example, guys, if you clearly observe, what I have done means I created one class with the two methods inside that, and I created a unit test in which I called those two methods. So next thing is, let us try to create a new unit test directly in which define logic and see whether you can execute it or not. Okay, let me create my unit test here. New Python file again, unit test example2. Select the unit test file. I don't want this line, I'm deleting it for now. And even I don't want this default method also, I'm deleting it. And here what I am doing right now means, so def, for suppose in the previous example, for every test we are defining a test keyword, right? So assume that I'm not defining that keywords. Add a number and add number, print 2 plus 3. The same way, def sub number, and again print 5 minus 2. That's it. I haven't done anything, guys. Let me run my test script. When my script is executing, empty suit. See here, guys, it is returning as an empty suit. So it means it's mandatory for us to add test for every test keyword for every test, then only it will recognize it and it will execute it. See, ran two tests and output okay got a printed to the console, and the sum and subtraction got a printed to the console. So this is the way how to create a unit test. The reason why I have a created this example is, earlier I have a created one class and then a unit test, and the unit test I call this example. Few questions will rise in our mind. Why we are creating two classes? Why can't we define it in a single thing? See, like this I can define it in a single class. But if you have info in a two different classes, this is the way how to access that particular information. Good enough, done the deal. And then the next point out over here is, so once after we have a created a simple unit test, the next scenario is, for every unit test, let me switch to the documents, we can add an assertions. Okay, whether you want to execute it, once after the execution we have to add an assertion to your test script. So let me switch back to my editor, let me open the previous script, and we can add an assertion. In order to add the assertion, self dot assert equals. Okay, so I would like to verify this one. So what I want to do right now is 2 comma 2. See here, I'm giving equals as a 2 comma 2. Now when I run my test script here, this time it's executing successfully. For suppose 2 comma 12, I know these two are not equal. When I run my unit test, the assertion got a fail. It is displaying. Depending on your test case requirement, you can add any kind of an assertion to your test script. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. What are all the various types of assertions we have? So directly, we can type self dot assert. It will display the list of assertions whatever we have in Python, or what Python supports, all the assertions list will display. If you want to explore all the assertions, see, we have a reference link which has more details about the various types of assertions supported. Okay, various types of assertions supported. Good enough. So now what I want to do right now is, I want to create a scenario wherein which log into Salesforce application. So here, create a unit test which will log in into a Salesforce application. In order to do so, guys, the first and the most important thing which we need to know out over here is setup tear down. Okay, setup and a tear down, we can call it as usually the annotations. What these setup and a tear down? See here, we have a setup class, tear down and even the tear down class, we have a four annotations are there. What these four annotations will do means, assume that, see, this is an example. Your test has, your test case has, unit test has four tests inside that. As of now, in the previous example, we studied two tests, hence we have a given as a two tests. So if you see setup keywords, it will execute before executing content in test, and tear down keyword means it will execute after executing content in the test. Okay, if you see by default a test setup, only setup means if there are two tests in your scripts, before executing every test, the content present in setup will be executed. Okay, the content present in a setup will be executed. If you go with a setup class, if there are a multiple tests in a single unit test, before executing all the tests, the content present in this setup class will be executed, and it's only once. The same way tear down. So if there are two tests, after executing the logic in the after executing the logic in the test, it will execute content in that. If there are two tests, two times the tear down logic will be executed. And if you switch to the tear down class, if there are a multiple tests within a single unit test, after executing all the tests, the content present in a tear down will be executed. Okay, that's fine. This looks like bit simple. So before switching on to this scenario, let me create an example with setup and a tear down so that we can easily understand that. So here I'm creating a Python file, unit test example 3. I'm creating a unit file with a unit test example 3. And here let me delete this line. I don't want it. And even I just want to delete this line too. And here in this test, def test, I'm defining my test name as, okay, I'm defining my test name as uh, add, okay, adds, and print test one. The similar way, I would like to define another test, div test sub, sub, and here print test two. So I have a defined two different tests here. On top of it, here I am defining def setup. See, whenever we are defining it as a setup, it's representing none logic. So I'm defining setup, and here print setup method, which will execute before every test. Okay, which will execute before every test. The same way def tear down, delete this none, and write down the logic. Print tear down will execute after every test. Okay, let me run my unit test here and see the console, guys. See here, before executing the content in the test one, the setup logic got executed. And after executing the content in the test one, the tear down logic got executed. The same it repeated for two tests. If you have 100 tests, all the logics will be specified and splitted in this way. Okay, the same way, let us see with a setup class and a tear down class. So I'm copying the same example and I'm pasting the example with the name as unit test 4. Okay, unit test 4, I created the name, and here I'm reviewing setup and a tear down, and here I'm defining as def setup class. This time I'm defining this setup class, and print class will execute only once before all the tests. The same way, okay, def tear down class, print, okay, print, it will execute after all the tests. See here, when I run my test at this time, the assertion got a failed, something I have a missed. Okay, ran it in 0.03, type setup handled. Okay, what we have done, why it is missing. So the setup class missing one required parameter CLS. Okay, so CLS dot print and CLS dot print. Let me try to run this script again. See, it's trying to execute the script and CLS failed, assertion failed. So whenever we are using this test, it's getting failed with this CLS. Okay, so let us see what is the issue. Setup class and a tear down class, and my requirement is it needs to execute. Just a minute, guys. Let me look into this why it is not executing. Okay, the setup class and a tear down class. Okay, so one thumb rule which I have a missed is, let me switch to the documentation here. So whenever we are using these setup methods or setup class and a tear down class, it's mandatory for us to use at the rate a class method decorator for all the setup classes and a tear down classes. Let's jump back here, and I am defining it as at the rate class method. I'm using the same at the rate a class method on top of this one also. Okay, on top of this one also. And now let me try to run my script this time. Again, my script is getting failed. So I don't want these CLS instance in order to print the info. Let me delete these CLS instance and let me try to run my unit test again. Okay, this time it got executed successfully, but if you observe, the content in the setup and a tear down got executed only once. Okay, good enough. Immediately, a quick question will rise in our mind. We understood what exactly a setup is and what exactly a tear down is, but where are we going to use this concept in our automation world? Right? Let us continue this topic in the next session. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, we were discussing about unit testing. And at the conclusion, we observed one point that why are we studying about this setup and a teardown? What exactly the use of this one? See, let me give you a simple scenario first. Okay, so multiple test cases, or I can say multiple test cases. So my test case one, it's going to be log into Salesforce application. My test case two is going to be navigate to create a user page. My test case three is fill the form in create a user page. And my test case four, switch to new window, perform search operation, come back to main window. Test case 5, save the user. Test case 6, verify the user in users list, whether the created user is displaying or not. See, assume that these are your different test cases. We have to automate them. If you clearly observe these test cases, all are following the same flow. Means after login we are navigating, and then we are filling the form, and then we are switching to the window, we are saving, and we are verifying. It's going to be in a complete flow. In order to do so, what I can do means I can create my individual unit tests for performing this operation itself, whereas browser launch and a browser close, for these 6 test cases I can make it as only one time, which I will define in setup class. What it will happen if I define browser launch and browser close in a setup class? In one time, it will launch a browser. On that browser itself, it will perform all the test cases and it will terminate the browser. So it means with the help of a setup and a tear down, we are efficiently managing our test cases rather than writing multiple browsers for individual tests. This one, write down a test to log in and log out log in the browser, close the browser. Instead of writing all these things, using a setup class, we are launching only one browser, and using a tear down class, we are terminating that particular browser. That's it. This is a simple thing how you need to do it. Okay, good enough. Now, what I want to do right now means scenario, create a Python unit test which will cover about two test cases. Okay, about two test cases. I know in my previous scenarios, we have already covered it, and a 26 demo is the reference class which has a complete code for, okay, which has a complete code for Salesforce multiple window handling. I can use the code which I have written there, okay, which I have written there. Good enough. Now go back to your scripts, create a new Python file, and unit test example 5, create a unit test. And I don't want this one, I'm deleting that, and I don't want this one too, I'm deleting it. And now what else I need to do? I need to define a before class. See, in this example, I just want to use a setup class and a tear down class. So here, def setup class. Okay. In this setup class, we'll write a logic to launch the browser and open the application. That's it. And then even I will add maximize the browser also. And the same way, def tear down class. In the tear down class, I will add a logic to wait for some time and terminate the browser. That's it. Terminate the browser. This is only one time effort. And here, for these two things, I noticed that I need to add at the rate class method tag for both of them. Okay, at the rate class method tag, I added it for both of them. Good enough. And now here, I'm just defining my skeleton, guys. Def test login. Okay, in this test, I want to create a logic which will log in into the app. Means it will enter uname, enter password, click on login button. I want to define this logic here. And then in a def test create account, I want to write a logic to perform click operation on a create a user, to perform a click operation on a create a user and enter first name. That's it. This is what I want to write down here, guys. So I have defined my complete skeleton here, and I know that 26 demo class contains the complete code. So whatever the logic I want to write down in a login, whatever the logic I want to write down in a test account creation, I no need to write it separately. I can copy the content, I can use it here. Okay, that's fine. So open my demo 26 program. See, this is what my 26 program is. And this program, these three lines will launch a browser, will open an app, and will maximize the browser. Copy these lines. So that is going to define. See here, launch a browser, open an app, and maximize the browser. I have to define it here. Okay, I have to define it here. That's fine. I have copied it and I pasted it here. And then in the tear down, we need to wait for some time, and then we need to terminate the browser. Right? In the tear down, we need to write down a logic which will wait for some time and which will terminate the browser too. Okay, that's fine. So let me switch back to the example. At the end, we have these two lines. Copy these two lines and paste it here. That's it. That's fine. Done up to here. And then in the login, we need to write down the logic which will enter the username, enter the password, click on a login button, and wait for some time until we enter verification code manually. Okay, go to the scripts. Okay, go to the script, see the logic. See, these four lines will enter username, password, click on a login button, wait for some time. Go back here and define it here. That's it. I have defined them. And then the last point here is a create account, in which we need to click on create and then enter the first name. So go back here. See, these lines will be clicking on a create, and I am pasting here creates, followed by I have to write down a logic which will enter the first name. In order to enter the first name, I know that there is a frame in a web page, hence I am switching to the frame and I am entering the first name. That's it. I'm switching to the frame and I'm trying to enter my first name here. That's it. This is the whole logic I have copied from my previous program and I pasted it out over here. And now, the first thing is the WebDriver is throwing an error message. This class doesn't have a WebDriver. From Selenium import WebDriver. See, this error message was gone. And then here, whenever we are using this instance, we can use CLS dot. Okay, that particular instance dot we have to specify. The same way for this also, I'm using this CLS dot. And even we have to import a time, right? Import time. So I have a defined time also. For this time, I no need to use this CLS, anyways, leave it. And then for this login, we have a self. So here, self dot. So copy this, paste it here for everything. Self dot. Okay. The same way here, it is also having a self dot, self dot, self dot, self dot, and self dot. That's it. I have updated my test script. So here my setup class is having a logic to launch a browser and to open an app, and my login tester is having a logic to log in into an application, and my create account is having a logic to switch to the frame. Okay, now let me try to run my script and see whether we were able to execute the script, or it's throwing any error messages. Okay, we got an error message here stating that, see here, call traceback setup class cls dot driver unable to use it, self dot service dot start unable to start this service, right? It's unable to execute this service. So what I want to do right now is, whenever you created any JUnit test, at the end, this line is auto-populating. So guys, if you clearly observe, this line is auto-populating for every unit test. Let me add that line and let me try to run my script. Even still, my script is getting failed here, and there is an issue definitely with respect to this declaration itself. So what I am trying to do means global driver. So I'm trying to define driver as a global, and let me try to run it, and still it's getting failed. So definitely somewhere I have used a wrong syntax. Okay, self dot start, so it is not setting it up, it is not setting up. Okay, let me look into this issue once. Okay, just a second, guys. Hello, hi everyone, welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the last session, if you observe, we were encountering an issue whenever we are trying to interact with the browser specific to a unit test case. So the issue behind that one is related to the Chrome browser exe file. So what I have done right now means in the previous sessions we discussed about a WebDriver manager. So instead of specifying my exe file, I have specified this WebDriver manager Chrome browser. That's it. Apart from that, my script is one and the same. In the setup class, it has the info related to browser launch, opening the application window maximize, and it has a one test method which will log in into an application, wait for some time where I need to enter the verification code, and the create user has the other logic basically, which is creating that navigating to the create user frame, switching to the frame, and then entering the first name. And even the tear down is having a logic to terminate the browser. See here guys, we have a tear down class and as well as a setup class. As per the definitions which we have studied, if there are a multiple tests are there within a same class, the setup class will execute only once and the tear down class will execute only once. Let me run my test script. This time my script is getting executed, and now if you observe, it's opening the application, and then it should maximize, and then it should enter the username and a password, where the verification code screen should populate. And here I'm getting the verification code from the browser, and manually I will enter that verification code here. And then as we have a given some time which is 35 seconds, it will be waiting for that much of amount of time, and then it will be performing the further operations. See, it's executing, and then it will continue the execution, guys. Cool. If we observe this execution, what it happened means one script got executed and another script got, so another test got a failed. The reason is basically this Python is executing the test in an order basically. So it means the alphabetical names it is picking. As a C is starting first, see here, it is executing this create user first, followed by this method. So in order to execute the test in a proper order, so I'm defining this syntax, guys, A, B. So when I run my test this time, if you observe here, it should execute the test cases in an order now. So I copied my verification code and I'm entering here. If you observe your editor, this time a login test is executing as we have a given a prefix A to that. So usually in order to execute your test in a proper order, you have to give this a prefix so that our test scripts will execute in an order one after another. Okay, if you observe the browser as of now, it is waiting for the time, and then it clicked on a user, it navigated to the user account creation page, and it performed the operation. But here one thing I missed, guys. See here, after clicking on a user, before switching to the frame, we have to wait for some time. Time dot sleep for 3 seconds, I'm giving it as a 8 seconds. See, after clicking on a user, it's populating a new screen which is taking a few seconds of time, hence I'm giving this a wait time. And this time when I execute my test script, it will execute successfully without having any issues. So this is the way how to create our unit tests in Python, and then even how you need to configure the execution order as well. Good enough. Good enough. So this is the way how we can execute our test scripts in this. And in continuation with that, the next point which I would like to add out over here is how can I execute my unit test from the command prompt? In order to execute the test script from the command prompt, open the folder in the command prompt, or right click on the desired scripts which you want to execute, show in explorer option, choose that particular one. See here, my test script is a unit 6. Right click, show in explorer option. So whenever you have a selected that, a system path is getting populated, and here I'm typing as a command prompt and hit enter button. Automatically a command prompt is opening in that particular folder. And now Python space, my test name is a unit test 6.py. So whenever I entered Python space my unit test name .6 and hit an enter button, see here launching the Chrome browser, it is performing the operation, guys. And even it launched the Chrome browser and it is performing the operation. In this situation, I don't want to enter my verification code, hence my script will fail definitely. See here, I'm not entering my verification code. It will definitely fail as I don't want to copy it and paste it here. So let's see how it's going to looks like if anything got a fail. So this is the way how to handle or how to execute your test script from the command prompts. Good enough. And once this got executed, the next point which I need to consider out over here is within the Python test script, you do have an option to specify the verbosity. So here in this main declaration, we have to specify the verbosity. Okay, let me show you how this is going to work. Okay, see my script execution got completed and failed error equal to 1. And what is the reason behind the failure? It got displayed here. Now what I'm going to do means in my editor under this unit test main, I'm defining verbosity is equal to 2. And now let me clear the command prompt and run the same script from the command prompt again. See the difference out over here is with this verbosity is equal to 2, we can get a clear cut information about the test script, a detailed log. We can see it in either the command prompt or in the test execution also. For that particular reason, we are using this particular stuff, which is a verbosity equal to 2. But this is the way how to create a unit test and how to convert our Selenium test script into a unit testing script, followed by how to run your test script from the command prompt. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to study about the reporting. So what exactly the reporting means? See guys, whenever we execute our test cases, see such kind of a status passed or failed, such kind of a messages we were seeing in this terminal or console, with which we can say that the test script is passed or failed. But whenever you are working on a real-time applications, we need to share the execution reports. Okay, we need to share execution reports to the customer stating that how many cases got executed, among which how many got a passed and how many got a failed. Such kind of a detailed execution report we need to generate. In order to generate such report in Python, we have a two different options. Of course, we do have a few more options which we will be studying moving further. But for now, these are the two different options which we have. One is a HTML test reporter, and the second one is a Python PyCharm default reporting system. So let us see the explicit report, which is a HTML test runner report. So I'm directly going here and we do have a reference link for this. So open this reference link on this browser. Okay, so whenever we open this reference link, see here HTML test runner, you have to install this component explicitly. So open my command prompt first of all and see whether this HTML runner is there in my list or not. So I used a pip list, so it will be displaying the list of all the packages available. So HTML test runner is not there. So I'm using pip install HTML test runner and I executed this one. So whenever I am executing my test script, whenever I am executing this command in a command line, it's taking a few seconds and successfully installed this package. To cross check, I'm using a pip underscore list again and it should display this one. See, HTML test runner got a display. Good enough. This website is having a complete documentation about this HTML test runner. So if you observe, they have a given a sample unit test here, and at the end they have a given test runner equal to HTML test runner and the output directory. Once after you install this reporter, you have to import this one HTML test reporter in your test script. Along with that, you just need to define this line in your test scripts. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is the previously unit test script, whatever I have created is a unit test 6. Copy the unit test script 6 and paste it again. So I'm just pasting it again. Sorry, I would like to paste that one with the name as unit test 7. Okay, unit test 7 I have created. And okay, unit test 7 I have created. And in this unit test 7 on the top, as per the documentation, import HTML. What is the reporter name? We need to do here import HTML test runner. So go back here. So HTML test runner. So go to this one and cross check here, import a HTML test runner. So for me, the importer is throwing an error message and it is suggesting me to install the package. Just install that particular package. And after few seconds, I can use this. Okay. It will take a few seconds to complete the installation. Install package fail error occurred during this installation. Okay. So what I would like to do right now means go to file, go to settings, and under the settings, so here it should prompt the HTML test runner, which is not populating. Select this one, and here HTML test runner, select this one, install this package. So whenever I am trying to install this package, it will take a few seconds to install this one. Let it install. See, package installed successfully. Close this one. I can see there is a HTML test runner here, and automatically on the top this error message is not displaying. Now here I need to add a one more line, which is as per this script to generate a report. Copy this line, go back to your editor, add it here. And even if you would like to pass multiple parameters, I can define a verbosity equal to 2. So I no need to define like this in a separate line. I can use this line and I can generate it. Okay. And then what I would like to do right now here is test runner object. We are asking it to create a report in this directory. For now, what I am doing means let me create a folder. So new directory with the name as reports within our project, and copy the path of this particular file and specify the path here. Okay, directly the path here specified. Okay, one second, somehow I missed this. Right click, copy the path, absolute path, copy it, place it here. And we know we have to replace it with the forward slash. So the path, whichever it might be, I have to replace it with a forward slash. I just replaced it with a forward slash. That's it, nothing more than that I haven't done here. Okay, I just created this one. Now what I am doing right now means let me try to run my script. And guys, if you observe, this script contains two tests. One is a login and another one is this one, which is performing a account creation option. And I don't want to wait this much time. The reason is this time I don't want to perform the second test case. So my intention is my first test script should execute successfully and my second test script should fail. So right click, run this a unit test. So it will take a few seconds to complete this a test script. Let us see. So the browser is launching. It will try to log in into an application. Before executing the second test, it will wait for some time. And then in the second test, it will try to identify the frame or the menu item. As the menu is not there, it will definitely fail. My test will be failing out over there, my second test. Okay, so let us see this completely. Run one test and so console looking for the Chrome driver, file not found. Okay, process existed, finished. Okay, let me try to refresh. Okay, let me try to refresh my project once and see whether something is captured here or not. See, report is not captured. Okay, report is not captured here. See users reports. Okay, so let me open up my test script in the command prompt. So show in the Explorer and open this one in the command prompt. And I know Python space unit test 7. Let me try to execute my test script from the command prompt and see whether it is executing or not. See, my ultimate objective is it should generate a report. For that purpose itself, I have installed this plugin and I'm trying to execute my test script. See, test A login, it's executing, and then for the create user, an error get occurred. Yeah, I know that particular error. So here it should throw error, failed, one error. I know it got a fail, and generating a HTML report. Yes, in this folder, it generated a report with this particular name. My test case, it created a file with a name as a date time stamp. So within the examples, you do have a reports folder and it is having this date time stamp report HTML. Right click on that. Okay, right click on that, or right click, open with a Chrome browser. Whenever you open that with a Chrome browser, this is how it is displaying. Unit test results. You have executed this at this time and the total duration is 7 seconds, and you executed two tests, one is passed and one is failed. I know why it got a fail. The reason is the login page is not there. Definitely it should throw an no such element exception. See, no such element exception got a display here in a detailed way. When we trigger it from the command prompt, I got this report. That's it. So this is the way how to generate this particular reports. Good enough. And then see, if you observe all my unit test cases, whatever I have created are there in the unit test folder. Whenever you perform a right click operation on a unit test folder, see there is an option, run a unit tests in this folder. Okay, whenever I choose that particular option, it will try to execute the test present in that particular folder. Okay, so that's fine. This is the second way how you need to execute the unit test. But whichever the option you want, you just choose that particular test and right click and execute it. Automatically all the tests will be executed and a detailed test execution report it will generate, and we can see that particular report. So this is the first way how to generate a report using the HTML runner. And the second one is PyCharm is also having a default option in order to generate a report. So within the PyCharm, see here, let me highlight the place where we can see the reports. So here we do have a list of options. See here, we do have a list of options. Among that, whenever we mouse over on that, see here, import a test from file, and here export a test results. Click on the second option. So whenever you exported the test results, this is the file name it is asking, and this is the folder it is asking. So I want to go to my reports folder itself. So whichever the report might be, I just want to navigate everything into that reports itself. Click on an OK. And if you switch to that particular folder, this is a test report which it got generated. And when I open that, see, one test got a fail, and the reason behind the failure, everything it will be displaying here. So this is the way how can we configure a test script in PyCharm, PyCharm editor. Okay, how can we trigger a report from a PyCharm editor? So depending on our need, we can execute the scripts and we can see the report. See, let me run my unit test 7 once again, and see it's launching a browser. And once the script got executed, let me reproduce this step once again. Okay, so that we can see whether the report is generating or not. So in the PyCharm, so my test script is trying to execute, and then okay, that's fine. My script got executed, and I have it closed my browser too. And then here from these options, export the test result in the reports folder, click on OK. And if you have a look into the folder, this is the file which it got generated. Double click on that file, the detailed report it got executed. Okay, see, one got a passed and one got a failed. The reason why earlier it was not executed means earlier we executed the script from the command prompt. That's the reason it doesn't have a more details about it. As this time we executed the script from the PyCharm editor, it is displaying here. Total two tests got executed, one got failed and one got passed. This is the failed test, and this is the pass test. You can find a more details about it and why it got a fail and all other details. You can find it out over here. Okay, so this is the way how to see a different types of reports, and depending on your need, you can use any one of these reports in your projects. Cool. That's all I have, guys. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to study about page object model. So what exactly this page object model is? In the real world, majority of the frameworks, whatever you are using are implemented on top of page object model itself. See, the simple point here is, let me open the previous test script, the unit test, whatever we have created. So this is the test script wherein which we generated a report in the last session, right? This test script contains the page properties. See, the whole script contains a page properties here. So for suppose, assume that this is a username field, and as of now in this example we used in a line number 16. For suppose this ID property we used it in 15 times in different lines of a codes. Okay, we used one property, basically id is equal to Suren. Some property is there for an object, and we performed 15 different operations on a 15 different lines within our program. Great. Moving further, after a couple of releases, okay, after a couple of releases, for suppose if this property got changed, then what it will happen? Whenever this property got changed, then you have to identify all the 15 places and you need to replace it. I can say simply control find and control replace. Okay, you can do that. If I used it in a single class, for suppose if I use that property in multiple classes, then it will be difficult for me to update all the places where I have used, and somehow I may miss one or two places also. One or two classes I may miss updating that particular file, right? To avoid all such a things, this page object model comes into the picture. So in the page object model, what we are doing means we are creating individual classes, and whatever the page properties are there, we are storing all the page properties in those classes itself. Okay, in those classes itself. For suppose, let me show my test script what we have created. This test script has a login test and as well as a create a user test. So for this situation, I can create two classes. One is a login class in which I will define all the login page properties here. And the second class I can create is a landing page, or I can say a home page, where in which all the home page properties I will define here. And the third thing I can do is I can create a last class, which is a create a user page, in which I will define all the user creation properties here. Properties means it's a hard for our automation testing. All the properties we are going to specify in an individual classes. Finally, wherever we are writing down the test cases, simply call those properties. Okay, simply call those properties. So this can be achieved if I am considering a sample scenario now. I have to create two packages. In a first package, I can define the properties, and in the second package, I can define my test cases. Okay, so let me do this step within my PyCharm editor. So what I'm going to do right now is, see here, I'm creating a new directory, page object model 1. Okay, I created a new directory, page object model 1. And now here in this the directory, I'm creating one more directory for my pages, and my another directory is for my test cases. Okay, within my test cases, I have to create my actual logic. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is, so here in this situation, earlier we have already created one unit test case which will perform login to a Salesforce application, and even it will navigate to create a user page in which it will enter username or a first name value, right? Simply copy the entire file and paste it here. Okay, so my previous script, whatever I have created, is under the unit test, and it is in a unit test 7. So right click, copy it. Let me cross check this unit test 7. It has the reporting feature also there in that unit testing 7. Copy that and paste it here in the test, and while pasting, naming it as login test. Okay, in this test, what I want to do right now is, for now, I just want to focus only on a login functionality. Hence, I'm commenting the test script related to create user. Whatever the test is there related to create user, I just commented that. Okay, that's fine. So here, the ultimate objective of this page object model is we need to identify the page properties and we need to create them in a separate file, right? All the page properties, you have to separate them in a separate file. So here, I'm opening this login.salesforce.com. This login page has a username, password, and as well as a login button. So here, I'm going to pages and I'm creating a new Python file and I'm naming it as a login page. Okay, I created a login page and I'm defining a class, naming it as login page prop. Login page prop is going to define all the page properties here. And def, I can see init here. Init is a method which is a default constructor in Python. And what I am doing for this one is I am passing this driver instance to this init method. Okay, guys, the reason why I am passing this driver instance to this particular method. Okay, now, okay. This will create confusing. Let me delete that one. I don't want this init package. So forgot about it. I just created a new class. And in this particular class, we need to define the page properties, right? Whatever the page properties are there, we have to define the page properties here. So what I'm going to do right now is, okay, def and okay, let me create a method or, okay, so let's go with an init for now. I'm not passing the driver instance in this case. Okay, I'm not passing the driver instance in this case. Now, self dot, okay, and here, what I want to do right now is username underscore text field underscore ID property. So from the browser, whatever the username text field ID property is there, store it here. See, right click, inspect, and the ID property here is a username. Copy it and paste it here. The similar way, self dot password underscore, again it's a text field only and it's an ID property, is equal to, let me store my password property here. See, I am trying to inspect these properties, but we have already the login test where here we have those properties. So here self dot login underscore button equal to, let me copy the property from this previous test. See, the login button is having an ID property, and here login button underscore ID. See guys, I'm defining a naming convention in a clear way that username, it's a text field and it is an ID property. Password, it's a text field and this is an ID property. Login button and it is an ID property. So I have defined all my page properties within this particular class. Right, guys? We have a defined all the page properties so far. So once after we have a defined these page properties, the next point which I need to do is go to these tests, and here let us use those page here. So import and page object model 1, from where the pages are there, and from the pages you have a login page. Okay, from the pages you have a login page. Import what I want to import. I just want to import login. Okay, in the login page we have a login page dot a prop. Okay, we have a login page dot a prop. I have a imported here. Okay, so this should be from, right? I have changed from page objects. Under the pages we have a login page. Import this login page prop. And now once after we imported that one, then in the login method, I have to create an object to the page which has a properties, right? I have to create an object to the page which has a properties. So what I am going to do right now is login prop is equal to login page properties here. And now here, whenever I use login prop dot, see here, I can find the page properties, whatever I have a defined here. Login button ID, these things I can see here. Now, what I'm going to do now, earlier we already have a login logic defined. This line is entering the username, and now this property I have already defined in another class, and the instance here is a login prop dot username text field. So what I am doing means driver dot find element by login prop dot username text field. So this is what my property I have a defined. Call that from here. The similar way, call the password also from that particular page. The similar way, call login button from that particular page. See here, guys, in a simple terms, the page properties I have a defined here, these three, directly I'm calling my test here. The only difference between the earlier test, unit test, whatever we have created, and this test is, in this test, we are converting the properties into a properties file, and we are calling the properties from the page properties file. That's it. I'm just calling it from that file itself. Now, when I execute my test script, it should execute without having any issues. So let me right click run as this unit test. I just want to execute my script. This time it should perform this operation without having any issues. Okay. See, it should enter the username and a password. Let us see it whether it is entering or not. So it's not entering here. So there is some issue. Let us see what exactly this issue is. Yield traceback, there is an issue. Self.driver login page data properties has login page object has a no attribute username text field. Attribute error. So it's trying to access it, but it's getting failed here. Okay, so what I want to do right now means, let me comment these three lines first of all. Login page, let me try to print this info and see whether it is printing that property here in this case or not. Okay, I just want to see whether that page property itself is coming or not with this print statement. Whenever I used this one, it should get the username property and print here. So it's not printing that information as well. So the issue out over here is it's having an issue in establishing a connection with that file and accessing the content from that particular file, right? Okay, that's fine. So here, what is the issue? Login page. So we have to go with the login page dot properties itself, and I was able to access it, but I am unable to see. Okay, let me look into this. Just a minute, guys. Let us see what happened here. So guys, let me see this error message once again. See, from my analysis, I understood that it's having an issue in accessing the information present in a properties file itself. Definitely the error message it's stating as the issue is in a properties file. See here, if you clearly observe attribute error, okay, that's fine. It's an attribute error. And in this particular error, it is mentioning that login page object has a no attributes. See, at the time of a creation, I thought to create or not this init, right? Let me delete these inits, and wherever this self dot is there, just remove it. I don't want to use like that. In a simple class, I have these variables. By looking into this error message, I understood that this might be an issue with the init, the constructor, whatever we have created. I just deleted that constructor, and to cross check what I am doing means I'm just commenting these lines of a code. Majority of lines in my unit test got commented. When I run my test script this time, after launching a browser, I am asking it to print this field. See here, this time the username is populating. So it means it is capturing the data from that particular file. Now delete this line and uncomment this one. Okay, uncomment this one. So just let me uncomment this one. Okay, so uncomment this one, and even I just want to uncomment these lines as well. Okay, so these are the lines related to my username, and the only thing here, login prop, right? Let me update this login prop, and here after this one, so we need to define them in this proper order, right? The lines whatever we have created, so I'm just calling them in this one. So this is what my stuff is, so I have defined that. The only issue which I have identified is here we created a constructor earlier for a different purpose that created an issue. Hence, I deleted my constructor, and this time, I'm trying to run my test script, run as a unit test. So whenever I'm trying to execute my test script, it's getting executed. Okay, so it should enter the username and a password. Let us see whether it is entering. See, this time it entered the credentials successfully and it performed the desired operation. That's great. So this is the first test, whatever we have. And we have commented the second test, which is performing operations on two different pages. One is an application home page, and then the next one is on the application create user page. So for my understanding, what I'm doing means here, I'm creating another Python file and I'm naming it as home page. And I can create another file with a name as create a user page. So in the create user page, we can define all the properties related to create user. The similar way in the home page, we can define those properties. So here, my home page, this is what my object property is. Copy this object property, go back to the home page, and here create dot underscore button xpath. Okay, create a button xpath. This is what the property I have defined, and then create user xpath. So in the home page, we have two different objects. One is a create a button, and from there you need to click on a create user. These are the two properties you have to define in a home page. I have updated here, and I'm closing that page. And then in the create a user page, we have a frames and as well as an objects. So here, copy the frame information. So I'm defining it as create a user new frame equal to, so and of course this is an xpath, right? Underscore xpath. Okay, new frame xpath I have defined here. After this frame, the next thing what I need to do here, I need to enter my first name, which is an id property. Okay, first name underscore id is equal to, this is what my first name id property is there. So I have specified this information. Good enough. Now I have created these two properties in this file. Save this file. Now my properties are in a, for this test user or a create user, I have in a different pages. So first of all, uncomment this piece of a code so that I can write down the logic. See here, initially I uncommented this piece of code now, and then I need to create an object to the two different pages. In my situation, my desired objects are in a home page and as well as a create user page. So here, home page is equal to, I want to create an object to this home page, and prior that we have to import it, right? We have to import it, then only I can create an object. So here I'm going to this one. Okay, so one small thing I missed here, guys. So if you observe the login, we created a class where we forgot to create a class here in this home page. So class home page prop. Okay, so I have defined this home page property classes here. The same way in the create user page, I'm creating a new class create a user prop again, and let me specify this here. So all the properties are there within these classes itself. Now what I am doing means, from I want to import, right? I want to import those pages. Page objects model one dot pages dot, and this time I would like to perform operation on a home page, and the home page has a home page property. So I want to create an object to a home page property. See here, home page property equal to home page. So this is I have a defined in a home page. So home page property dot, I need to click on a create button first. The similar way, home page dot, I need to create user button. Good enough. And after that, the next page we have is a create user page. Again, from page objects, under the pages, create user page, import. Okay, create a user prop. What happened? So here, create user page. So what happened? Okay, the syntax should start with a create user. So copy this one and create user pop, it got a created. And now let me create an object here. So create a user is equal to creating an object to that. And now here, this iframe property I have a defined already. So first name and create a new ID property. Good enough. And this is the ID property. So create a user dot first name ID. That's it. I have a specified this info here. Like this, we accessed the information from a different pages. And here my time loading should be at 35 seconds between the login method and as well as a create user method, so that I can manually enter that particular stuff. So let me save my test script. That's it, guys. I have created my test script successfully with multiple pages, and somewhere it is throwing some error. Why? Let me delete this line, and here time dot sleep 35, save it. Okay, let us see how this is going to work. And prior to that, what I'm trying to do means, let me log in into my Gmail application so that I can directly capture my, right, I can directly capture my verification code, whichever it is triggering to my email. So now let me run my script and see whether there are any errors or not. See, there is an error in line number 35. Okay, line number 35, create user self pursuits. Okay, so create user self is having some issue. Identification error. Okay, so maybe they are not starting appropriately. Okay, what happened? Unindented does not match over indentation level. So there is a issue with respect to these gaps here, what we have created. Okay, let me see. This method should start here. Okay, this method should start here, and all these should start from here. Okay, not a problem. Let me correct this one so that it will execute without any issues. Okay, so I just changed this one. So this time the error message is not there. See, the point is all the this should start from this line, right? That's what this error message is stating. And here it is mentioning that create user is having an issue. And even I have already logged into my Gmail to capture the verification code. Now let me try to run my test script. Run as this unit test, and it's getting executed. And after login, let us try to get that verification code and put it here. So go to the browser, get the verification codes from the browser. Where is this code? Copy it, go to the browser, paste it, click on a verify. Okay, I entered the code manually, and let us see, guys. So it is trying to execute the login method as it is waiting for 35 seconds there. And once this 35 seconds got completed, then it will try to click on a create and then create users. It should perform the further operation here. Let us see. See, it created that. I created a test script till entering my first name. Okay, so it navigated till the create user and it entered first name successfully. So this is the way how to create a simple test script in page object model. Okay, so this is the simple way how to create our test scripts in the page object model. Good enough. So once we executed this test script, this is the login test which has all the page objects. Right click, show in an explorer, and let me open it in a command prompt. And now python underscore login page.py, I'm trying to execute this one. So it's having some module issue. So whenever we are having such kind of a module issues, we need to check out this line properly, and then you can run it from the command prompt. Automatically it will be executing the test script. But this is the way how to create and configure your test cases and complete overview on page object model by creating three different pages and using them in a single login class. Okay, cool. So in the next session, we will see an overview on a page factory model. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. In the today's class, we are going to study about a page factory model. See what exactly this page factory model. It's an extension of our page object model. So, okay. So whatever the page object model is there, in extension to the page object model, we are using this page factory model. Okay, that's fine. So what we are doing in a page factory model, in a page object model, first of all, we are specifying page properties in a separate class, right? In a separate class. What page factory is specifying means in the same class, write down the business logics using those properties within the same class itself. In the unit test, just call those method names. That's it. Okay, so the point out over here, what page factory is conveying us means wherever you are defining the page properties, there itself, see here I'm defining the page properties. So what it is saying means the create this one. So we have a defined one property which is create user new frame. What kind of an operation you are performing in the logic? So create a method here and perform that logic here itself. So perform that particular logic here in this particular class itself and simply call this method in the unit test. So call this method in the unit test. So the point out over here is Okay, so the point out over here is if we want to use the methods means we should have driver instance. With that instance only, we can see various methods. So that's the reason for this page factory, we will create a constructor in which we will pass on the driver instance, and using that instance we will try to complete those methods. Okay, so how it's going to looks like if we have a created a method. See in the login test, for suppose in a login method, see we have this line, right, which is entering the username. Instead of this line, what will comes into the picture now means here enter uname method, what we have created there. So I can say login prop is creating that object, so login prop dot enter username method I can call here. Automatically that method will be called and executed. This concept we can call it as a page factory model. Okay, so what we are going to do right now means let us implement this page factory model on the login first, followed by other two classes which are home page and create a user page. As my requirement is to work on a login page itself, so here again I'm commenting my test related to my create a user. See here I commented my test related to my create user, and it has only info related to the login page itself. Okay, and it has only info related to login page. Good enough. Now you need to go back to the login page, and here I have to create down my methods, so let us do that. So let me explain this one directly here, guys. So if you observe now here, we used this init declaration, and we have a defined the page properties, and the similar way we have a defined a method here directly. See here, for suppose this is what your login method is there. So I'm just defining my enter username logic in this. Okay, enter username logic here. So enter username is the method of which I have created, and I'm trying to do this. So if you want to perform further more methods, so like this I have a commented here. And in the login test, what I am doing right now means, see, in the login test, so we have already created an object for this. So directly enter username comma Surendra. I'm directly calling this method which is enter username. So when I run my test script this time, it doesn't have any other logics except entering the username. So once after it opened the app and maximizing the browser, it should enter the username. So it entered the username. For suppose if you want to expand this logic, see I have already commented down this username, password and a login button. Simply you can uncomment here and you can call those methods. Automatically your test script will be executed. And the similar way, if you want to implement this logic further on a different pages means you can create your own pages and you can call it like this. So this is the basic difference between a page object and a page model. See here, see page factory model. Page object model contains only these properties, and page factory model contains properties and as well as the logics using those properties. And in your test straightforward, you are going to call those methods itself. Nowhere you are not specifying the actual command. Directly we are calling those methods and we are using here this whole concept. We can call it as a page factory model. Good. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Today we are going to study about a GitHub. So what exactly this GitHub is? See, whenever you are working on your projects, it's mandatory for us to maintain a code repository so that everyone who are working on a project across the different locations, they can access the same repository. So GitHub provides us the repository where in which we can commit our code and we can pull the latest code. See, for suppose we are three people who are working on automation testing, so I can commit all my changes to that repository, and even once I'm done, others can pull my latest code into their machine, so that for code sharing purpose we are using this GitHub. So before jumping on and using this GitHub in your machine, make sure that whether this Git is installed in your machine or not. So in order to download this Git exe file, you can open this link and you can navigate to this browser, any browser, and depending on your operating system, download this Git exe file and run it. So once after we have a download it and install it, you can find a Git under your programming files in a Git folder, and it has a exe file, git exe file under the bin folder. Now copy this path and update the git installed location in your environmental variables as well. So I'm navigating to my environmental variables, in which under the path, edit it, and here create a new and specify the path of that git exe file. And now once after we have specified this path, at the very first time if you are using git on your machine, means open the command prompt, first run this command, which is git config global user email dot your email id which you have registered for the git account, and git config a global username dot any name you want to prefer. You just need to run these two commands in the command prompt. And once after you are done with this, if you don't have any account to GitHub, go ahead and create a free trial account from this GitHub. So you need to give your username, desired username, email ID, password, click on a sign up, and it will display the different options, whatever you have. Choose the free option and create your own account. So once after we created our own account, then you can commit the code whatever you have in a PyCharm. So the PyCharm is having a facility to commit the code directly from the editor itself. See here, we have a VCS section, and from the VCS section, import into version control. And whenever you mouse over on that, corresponding options are getting displayed. And here the last option is a share project on a GitHub. So I would like to share my complete project onto the GitHub. So click on this one, and it is saying that this repository is already there, would you would like to add it? Yes, I just want to add anyway, and I'm giving my name as Selenium demo. Okay, Selenium demo is a repository name, and I clicked on a share button. So here it is asking for a remote name, demo, and I'm giving it as a demo 1, and I clicked on a share. So as soon as I clicked on a share, see here, pushing to the git master, it will take a few seconds to commit the code to your git repository. And guys, one most important thing is, if git is already configured in your machine, this is the way how you need to do. Or if git is already configured in your PyCharm editor, this is the way how you need to do. See here, successfully shared the code on a GitHub. For suppose if your PyCharm is not configured with a Git, then what you need to do means go to File and go to Settings, and here under the version control, select Git tab first, and here path of the Git executable file should be the path whatever you have updated in an environmental variables. If it is not referring to that, just edit this path. And then in the GitHub, if your account is not there, just click on this plus symbol and enter your username and a password whatever you have created, and click on a login. Automatically your user account will be added here, and once your account got added, you can go to VCS, and then you can import into the repository and you can share the code. See here, earlier it shown a confirmation message stating that in the shared project of Selenium demo, your code is committed. So let me cross check here. Go to my user account, and here my user account I have created is a test 85871. It has a Selenium demo. Clicking on this Selenium demo link, see it is opening the complete code. So whatever the files you have, the complete code got pushed here. Good enough. And then the next point is, okay, you with this process we have a committed the code whatever we have in our machine so far. Now what I'm going to do right now here is, in the pom demo, I'm creating a new file and I'm naming that file as demo commit file, and I'm creating that. As soon as you created that particular file, it is stating that, would you like to commit that particular file to Git? Yes, of course, I would like to do that. Just perform an add operation. As soon as I clicked on an add operation, see, let's switch back to the editor, and in which folder I have added? Under the POM demo pages. See here, under the POM demo, and here we have a pages. It doesn't have that particular file at, right? Whatever the file we have created, it doesn't have that particular file. So I'm entering my code demo example. Once after you entered your code into the demo example, then you need to choose an option here, version control, in the bottom. See here, at the bottom, let me highlight this option. See here at the bottom you have a version control. You need to switch to the version control, and here you have a green tick which is a commit. So just click on that. As soon as you clicked on that, whatever the latest files you have created, it is showing those files, and it is asking us to add the commit message. So here I am adding final commit demo, and I'm using this commit. See here, whatever the code you have updated, even you can find it under this version also, depending on whatever the changes you have made, all the changes will be displayed here. Now I am marking it as a commit, so it will take a few seconds to commit it, and here it is stating that one file committed successfully. Go to the browser, just refresh this folder. Okay, whenever we refresh this particular folder, I have to see this information. See, under the pages we have that info, and the complete files are got uploaded successfully. So this is the way how you need to deal with this stuff. Okay, this is the way how you need to deal with these changes, guys. Okay, cool, that's all I have. See here, uh you can find this one commit, and when we have a committed that all the information, it's going to display the initial commit. So this is the initial commit. When you click on that, in the initial commit, it's going to display the info whatever you have made, and all the info it is getting displayed. So if how many commits you are made to your test script, you can see all the commits are here. Okay, you can see all the commits are here. That's it. So this is the way how can you pull your code to the repository. Okay, how can you pull your code to the repository? Okay, good enough, done the deal. Like this, you can create your own repository, and you can push your code, or if someone has already their code in Git, you can pull the code. You can perform these operations like this on a GitHub. Hello, hi everyone, welcome to Selenium Python training program. So far, we studied about GitHub and other stuff. Today, we want to study about Jenkins, which is a continuous integration tool. Jenkins. So, what we are going to achieve with the help of this Jenkins? See, usually, guys, we will be creating a jobs in Jenkins, so that in the real world, whenever we are working on a project, we can run our automation test scripts. Okay, we can run our automation test scripts from the Jenkins jobs itself. See, I can say that if a code has a committed to this branch, automatically run this script. Like that, you can configure in Jenkins, and my scripts will be triggered from Jenkins itself. And Jenkins is a vast subject. We do perform n number of operations in Jenkins, but in our sessions, we are going to study how to configure jobs in Jenkins, and then how to execute a sample program from Jenkins we are going to study as part of our today's session. So first of all, in order to work on that, we need to install Jenkins to our machine. So the only thing what we need to do is, Jenkins is having a .var file. We just need to download this Jenkins var file to your machine, for which I'm navigating to my Chrome browser, and Jenkins downloads. select this option and I'm clicking on a first option, which is a navigating to Jenkins downloads page. And here you do have an option on a left hand side, you do have an option to download Jenkins and the various options. And at last you have a generic Java package, and this is a .var file. Download it. As soon as you download it, this is a jar file, place it in a specific folder. What I have done means I have downloaded this Jenkins and I kept that jenkins.var file in my C drive. That's it, nothing more than that. Once after we are done with this part, then open the command prompt from this folder, and the command of which we need to trigger out over here is java jar space jenkins dot var. Okay, jenkins dot var. You need to write down this command. See here, let me try to hit this command in my command prompt. I'm just typing java jar space jenkins.var and hit on the enter button. Whenever you hit on that enter button, it will take a few seconds to load these Jenkins. Okay, it will take a few seconds to load this Jenkins. And guys, at the very first time, whenever you are installing, or at the very first time whenever you are using these Jenkins, the steps whatever you need to follow are bit differ. But at the end here, you see now Jenkins is full up and running now. So what I want to do right now here is go back here, and if you click on these images, as Jenkins I have already installed in my machine, the page whatever I see is a bit different screen, and the screen whatever you can see is a different screen. So I'm just trying to show you the images. So usually whenever you are trying to open the Jenkins, so the URL for this one is localhost 8080 is the URL from where you can access the Jenkins. And for me, this login screen is displaying, whereas for you people it will display a prompt where it is asking us to enter the admin password. And even on the same page there is a reference, a link for you, or a folder location where in which you have that password. Go to that location. Usually that file will be there under the users, under the Jenkins, under these secrets folder. You have that particular file. So this master key, you just need to copy the key from here and you need to put in there. And after that it will ask you to install the required packages. Just click on install all the required packages, and then it will prompt you to a screen where it is asking us to create your user. Create your own user by entering a username and a password. And then once you clicked on that, this is the screen it's going to populate. I have created my own user with this name and a password, and clicking on a login button, it's going to navigate me to my Jenkins inbox page where I can configure my builds out over there. Okay, so let me log in, let it log in into these Jenkins so that we can see how can I configure these Jenkins job. So let it log in. So let's see the command prompt. So Jenkins is full up and running. Let us see the info here. So it shouldn't take this much of time. Localhost 8080. So let me open it in the new prompt. So it should not take this much of time. And see, this is the screen it loaded. Now once it got loaded, now it's our responsibility to create our own jobs. As of now I have created already couple of jobs. That's the reason I can find this info here. Whereas at the very first time you are creating, nothing will be populated here. Okay, nothing will be populated here. So I'm going to select the new item, and here I'm selecting the freestyle project, and I'm giving a name as Python demo, and click on an OK. As soon as clicked on an OK, that next screen here is the configuration screen where you can do a number of configurations. For suppose if your project is there under the GitHub or SVN, you can specify here, you can specify the repository URL. Automatically your job will be getting the code from Jenkins. And then for suppose if some builds are triggered, then automatically you can do this configuration. Automatically the piece of code present here will be executed. And now what I'm doing means this is not my full framework I have created. That's the reason under the build steps, I'm going for execute a Windows batch command. So it's just like a command prompt itself. So what I'm doing right now here means a cd c colon. So I'm just asking it to switch to the C drive. And in my program, I know unit test 7 is the test script which I have executed successfully from my command prompt. So right click on this file, uh, show in an explorer. This is what my path is. So in order to run the script from the command prompt we use, so here cd space this file, and prior that c colon cd space, we are asking it to change to this directory, and then python, and my desired file name is a unit test 7. So what I'm going to do right now is unit test 7, right click, and I'm using a rename, or directly I can use a function f2 unit test 7.py is my name. So go back here, unit test 7.py. So I have just specified that, and click on a apply and save button. That's it. Automatically we created a job. See guys, the job whatever we have created so far is directly we are specifying the commands what we are triggering from the command prompt here. Okay, and then once after you did this one, click on a build now. As soon as you clicked on a build now, it is trying to execute the script. See, it launched a browser and it's trying to perform the operation. See, one build is executing, and if you select that, the build information, the console output, it's getting displayed. See, it's trying to execute my test script. Of course, I haven't entered the verification code manually. Definitely my script will fail. See here, running the test scripts and the complete details about the test script, we can see here within this particular Jenkins. Okay, we can see this particular one within this Jenkins. So this is the way how can I create a jobs in Jenkins. And see here, I'm clicking on back to my project. My script got executed successfully, and I'm clicking on a configure button now, and here at the end post build actions is there. For suppose if you want to trigger any kind of an emails after the script execution, you can do this email notification or editable email notification. You can specify the recipients automatically. Once the scripts got executed successfully, whatever the things you have configured here, it will shoot out an email to the recipients. Okay, so this is the way how to configure a job in Jenkins and how to execute a job. So guys, what we have studied so far in this session is we have created our sample project. So using Jenkins, how to run a simple test script from the sample project we have created studied right now. But in the real world, what we usually do means when we are working on a project, we will be specifying the framework, and the framework will be definitely in a GitHub or SVN. So you need to integrate your Jenkins job with that repository, and then you need to specify the unit testing part. Automatically your scripts will be executed, and depending on your requirement, you can configure the email notifications as well. And usually majority of the projects, if they have a framework in place, they have a Jenkins jobs also in place. You just need to use the existing jobs. But this is the way how to configure a simple job and how to execute your test script. Cool. That's all I have, guys. See you again in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Selenium Python training program. Guys, if you observe so far, we studied different sets of scenarios, and we have performed different kinds of an operations on this Python Selenium so far, right? We studied about how to handle dropdowns, checkboxes, radio buttons, capture screenshots, perform a data-driven testing, almost all the scenarios which we encounter in any kind of a web application. So far, we studied all the scenarios. And the next and a most important concept here is a framework. So guys, one thing which we need to know here is a framework means depending on an organization, depending on the framework, whatever they have, or depending on a people, they can customize their framework. There is no specific standard that everyone should follow the same framework. Organization to organization, they can create their own framework and they can follow the framework. So the one which I'm going to explain today is a basic framework which has the info whatever we discussed it so far within this training program. See, what I can say, so far whatever we studied, it's there in a bits and pieces. Now I'm going to add it and frame it in a single structure, and hence I'm calling it as a framework. Okay, so what exactly a framework is and how you need to define this framework. See, in a simple terms, set of rules and regulations which we people need to follow whenever we are automating an application, we can call it as a framework. And every organization has their own customized framework these days. So if you are joining in a company or in a project, they already have an existing framework in place. The only thing what you need to know is use the existing framework, the relation between individual packages inside a framework. That's the most important thing which you need to know. Whichever the framework might be, almost it has a common standard packages, and the way how they are defining the names will be differ. Okay, so this is a high level introduction about the framework. So what I'm going to do right now means go to file, create a new project, and I'm naming it as a framework demo 2 and click on a create button. See, I just want to open this complete framework in a new window. And as soon as we created this framework, see here, creating a virtual environment. So what exactly the meaning of this creating a virtual environment means? Whatever the dependencies we are adding, it's going to keep specific to this particular project. Okay, specific to this particular project, all the environments it's going to add and place it here so that, whenever you share this framework to others, they no need to import all the packages into their editor. Directly, they can use it. Okay, finally, I have created a new project. So in the new project, if you expand here, sorry, so let me expand here. You can see VENV libraries, a host and a root, and it has the basic libraries, whatever it has. To see the various libraries, whatever this project has, go to File, Settings, and here select your project. Say in the project you can select the project interpreter. It has just a pip and setup tools. Usually whenever you are working on your projects, we have to install Selenium. See guys, one thumb rule you have to remember is we have already studied how to add these packages here, right? Just click on a plus, and I'm typing Selenium here. Install is a Selenium package. This is going to be my first package. And once after I install this Selenium package, the second package which I'm going to install now is HTML runner basically. So we do have an option to generate a detailed test execution report. Right, let us see what exactly that particular package is so that I can install that particular package. So that package is a HTML test runner. So go back here, HTML test runner is the package I'm selecting and I'm installing that. Okay, even we have already seen how to work on this HTML test runner. And the third package here is WebDriver Manager. See, this WebDriver Manager, if you remember, guys, in order to launch the browser without specifying the exe file, we have this package, and I am installing this package too. So these are the three packages which I want, and I clicked on install. All the three packages got successfully installed, and I can see all the packages are here: Selenium, and then WebDriver Manager, and HTML Test Runner. These are all the three packages which I am going to use, and I have added these packages. That's it. So we created a project and then we added a package to that project. Now the next point out over here is, as I told you that framework is having a structure. So if you remember the page object model concept, whatever we have discussed, okay, page object model concept, whatever we have discussed, guys, okay, in that page object model, we created two packages, one in which we are defining the page properties and another we are defining the tests, the unit tests we are defining. So we are going to create those two packages, and additionally we are going to create few more packages. Guys, if you remember, we created a drivers package for our sample project where we placed all the project driver jar files or exe files in that, like a Chrome driver exe file, Firefox driver exe file. The same thing I want a drivers package. So here what I'm doing means I need a page package to store all page wise properties here, and then I need a test package where I want to create my tests here, and then I need a drivers package where I want to specify all my exe files related to the browser here. And then we do have a reports folder we have created, HTML unit runner, where we are running, it's going to generate a report. So we created a reports folder to store all the customized reports. And on top of this one, I need to create a screenshots folder where I want to capture all the screenshots here. Okay, all the screenshots here. And finally, I'm creating a utils package in which I will be defining all the project specific constants are here. In this example, I'm defining the constants, whereas moving further, if there is an explicit logic to retrieve the data from an Excel file, you can define it. If you need an extend report, a specific test execution report apart from this one, you can configure the code here. So utils is going to be a complete heart for our project. But in my framework, the sample one, whatever I'm creating, I'm just defining a basic package here in which I'm defining the constants class. Okay, let me switch back to my editor and create all the 6 packages what we have defined. I'm switching and I'm creating a directories, pages, tests, okay, pages, tests. And then once we are done with the test, then it's going to be screenshots. And once we are done with the screenshots, then reports, and then, you know, drivers, and 5. One more package here which I need to add is utils. So right click, new directory, utils. Good enough. So let me switch to this project location. See here, the project whatever I have created is a framework demo 2. Right. So in my Selenium examples, that's the previous project what we have created earlier. Under the drivers folder, we have a Chrome driver and a Firefox driver exe files are there. Copy those two exe files from the previous project, and I am placing here within the drivers folder. So directly, whatever the drivers required for me, I'm just getting those drivers here. Okay, directly I'm just getting those drivers and I'm just placing those drivers here. And once after we got those two drivers, the next point of what we need to do is, okay, so once after we have created this script, the next point of what I need to consider here is I need to create all my tests are here, and then I need to define the page properties. See, one simple point, if you remember, is we created a page object model scripts. See here, we created this page object model script here. In this page object model, if you remember guys, okay, we created a test and we created a pages, and where in which we try to retrieve the content, right? The login test is getting executed on all the pages, right? That's what we have defined there. So what I'm going to do right now means copy these classes, the content, whatever the test is having, copy this content, and whatever the pages is having, copy this content, and let's use it in our current project. See, the thing what I am doing means I'm just saving my effort. Whatever the stuff I have created previously, I'm just using that piece of stuff here. So I'm going to my project, which is Selenium examples, in which Under the test, we have one test, copy it, and I am placing the same here in my current project, which is a framework demo. Under the test package, I'm placing the test. The similar way, the framework, the previous example, it has a three different individual pages. I'm copying that and I am placing that in our pages folder. That's it. I have updated that. And now go to your current project and see the content in the test and let me modify that particular content. Okay, let me modify that particular content. See, as we have changed the packages, the importer will throw some issues. So that's the reason. Let me update this stuff. So I'm just trying to update this information here. Let us see. The pages is starting with the P in a lowercase. So I'm just trying to import it from a lowercase p. So these are the three which it needs to import from the pages. And here, this is a page factory. I don't want to use it. So my intention is I just want to use it, the login stuff. See here, the login stuff, what I want to do right now here is, so upon creating an object to that particular page, okay, see here the test login, it has an instance to these pages, and in the login page, I just want to use this piece of codes, which is the page properties itself. So I'm deleting this self. I'm deleting this stuff. So the pages have a simply the page properties. All the three pages has just the page properties code itself. And this test is trying to retrieve that the property file. Good enough. So guys, let me repeat the steps to avoid confusing. I'm just repeating these steps, guys. When we are studying page object model, we created pages and test, right? So whatever we have created in the previous examples, simply I copied them and placed in respective packages in my current framework. Okay, in my current framework, I just did the same thing. Whatever is there in the previous demo, I did it. And the example why I have made a modification is, in this example, I tried some page factory. So I just deleted the unnecessary code here. And as of now, this contains only one test, which is a login to an application. Now, what I am doing right now means, let me try to run this test and see. So as I have created a login test, let me try to run this test. Definitely it should work as it worked already in a previous uh, code. So as I am using the same code base with a different folder structure, it should work. Login should work. Let us see. Okay, so it's not entering the username and a password. So let us see what exactly the issue here with this login. Okay, self dot login prop. Okay, let me see this login prop. See, this login property doesn't need any driver instance. Let me close it, and it has all the three properties. Whatever the properties are required, it has all the three properties. Copy them and place them properly. Okay, I just updated that information properly. And now run the test script. I understood what exactly the issue is. I noticed that there's that issue might be with the tab spacing. So I deleted those properties and I placed them in a proper order. Apart from that, I haven't done anything with these changes. My script executed successfully. So here it has only one class which will just log in into an application. Now I'm uncommenting this logic. Okay, I'm uncommenting this logic now. So the logic here, whatever we have implemented for this test, I'm just uncommenting that piece of logic. See, you know, let me try to get this stuff. So I'm just uncommenting this piece of code, whatever we have created. That's it, nothing more than that. Once after we have already tried this one, how to uncomment this system. So now what I'm doing means select this whole thing, press tab so that everything will be properly aligned. Okay, so it needs to start from here. Okay, let me delete all the unnecessary things so that everything will be up to the mark. So here I'm just getting everything on pace. So here, so the only thing what I'm doing from the past a few minutes is whatever the script we have created earlier, I'm trying to make the script executable in the current scenario. That's the only thing what I am trying to do. Okay, so earlier I executed with only one test, and this time I want to execute the two tests and see whether I am able to, my script is able to execute successfully or not. So after login, usually my Salesforce application will trigger a verification code. Hence, I'm logging into my Gmail application manually to get that verification code. Okay, so let me get that verification code. So I would like to log in into my Gmail prior to get my verification code. So I already logged into my Gmail, guys. So I just opened my Gmail screen, and now let me try to run this test here. So whenever I'm trying to execute my test here, it's launching the browser, and it will perform the desired operation. So manually I need to enter the verification code. Let me capture that code from the browser. So it triggered the verification code, and I need to get this verification code here from the browser, and copy this code and paste it in the program and click on a verify. My test script should execute. Guys, seriously, I haven't done anything differ. Whatever the page object model example we have created, the same thing I have updated here with few more packages. That's the only thing I have done. Okay, good. So let this script execute so that we will make a further more modifications. So the script got executed successfully. Okay, and in the framework too, we can see the reports. Okay, it got executed successfully. Good enough. So my script executed successfully here. And once this script got executed, so it already has a page object model. At the end, there is a integration to the reports. So what I am doing right now means I just want to store the report within this project under the reports folder. See here, the only thing it's going to change here is framework demo 2, and the reports folder we have already created here. So what I am asking is, whenever the test script is executing, generate the report and store it within this project itself. The report, whatever it is generating, I just want to store it within the same project itself. Now I'm trying to open this one in the command prompt once. Okay, let me open it from the command prompt, and then so Python underscore this login test. Let me try to run this script, and it's having an issue from packages import module not found, no module, no pages. So let us see what exactly this issue is, and then we can run the test script from this command prompt. Okay, seems there is some configuration issue because of which we are unable to run the script from the command prompt. But whenever we are here, we just add a configuration that always store the report in this specific file. So once the script got executed, the report will be storing out over there. And usually what we will do means, once after the test script got created, at the end of the test script, we will be capturing the screenshot, and we are going to store the screenshot within the project folder location itself, specifying that this script got executed successfully, and here is the reference for that. So here I'm just changing the screenshot, login success.png. We usually specify the screenshots not only for the success, even if there are any failures are there, even we will be capturing the screenshot so that this will be helpful for the reference to understand the issue. Okay, so like this we can specify the screenshot as well. Now when I run my test script this time, it should capture the screenshot and it should store the screenshot in the specified location. So let us see it's executing, and within the same project itself, under the screenshots folder, it should capture the screenshot. Okay, something it has some issue here, and so out of the two tests, okay, one test got a failed. Okay, check the response of find element by ID, and there is an issue in execution this test script, guys. Let us see. We were able to execute this script just a few minutes before, and now we are getting this issue. Okay, let's see that. Okay, it's having an issue in identifying an object with this title. Okay, that's fine. So as I have a captured screenshot for login, so let me comment this one for now, and I would like to capture the screenshot after login itself. Okay, I just want to capture the screenshot after login itself. So what I want to do right now here is, okay, so this is the screenshot command. So here screenshot and specify this one. Now I just want to run only the login method. I don't want to execute the other test. So when I run my test script this time, it should log in and it should capture the screenshots in the screenshot folder. That's a simple thing, guys. Usually after login, we are asking it to just capture the screenshots. So it's getting executed successfully. And in the screenshots, once the script got executed, it will be capturing the screenshots. See the updated screenshot, it captured here. So within the project itself, we are capturing the screenshots and we are using these reference. Okay, that's fine. And like this, we are defining the complete project. And once after we are done with this complete project, like earlier, you can upload this project to your Git repo by using a name, a project name and a repo name. Click on a share. Automatically, it will be prompting us with the files what we need to commit. I just want to commit everything and click on an add. Automatically, this project will be added to your repository. So this is the way how to create a sample framework and how to customize the classes and how to use it. Okay, guys, cool. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for registering this training program, guys. So far, we have covered various scenarios and as well as different concepts which are related to Python. I hope this knowledge will be good enough for you to work on your project. And please drop us questions in the questions tab if you encounter any issues whenever you are practicing. And one small thing here, guys, whatever the test scripts we have created, at the time of our creation we listed down the steps, right? All the steps we are uploading in we created all the steps related to all the lectures in one document, and we are uploading that particular document as a last video. So this document contains the individual lectures and what are all the scenarios we have discussed and what are all the steps we have discussed in the training program. All those things we are uploading here. And another small point which I would like to bring to your notice, all these stuff you can find it in a lecture 56. And every section, if we have any test scripts, all the test scripts and as well as respective PPT, everything is uploaded to that particular recording itself under the downloadable material. You people can have a look into this recording as well. Good enough. Thank you very much, guys. All the best. Wish you good luck. Bye bye.